Okay, so we are live. Welcome to this live hangout where we will be discussing movie news, movie discussion, um, movie shit. I am with Chris, also known as Last Samurai, as well as John. So, welcome. Thanks for joining me. Let's just start talking about some movies. What do you say?
Yeah, I guess let's go for the big one, huh? The Batman versus Superman is probably gonna be a main topic for
Yeah,
everybody.
we'll probably come back to it, I'm sure, at some point if anyone else wants to talk to us about it. But yeah, so what do you think? There's a big trailer that came out that was, what, close to 4 minutes long, I'd say?
Yeah, that was like 3 minutes 40 seconds. I was
Yeah,
kind of shocked it was that long,
yeah, me too.
but it was good. I don't think it gave away too much on the spoiler side. I don't think uh, I don't think it gave away too much where I was like, oh, this is too much in the movie. I mean, you got a briefing of Aquaman. Obviously, guys in the water. It wasn't Aquaman himself, but you knew something was going in the water, and I thought the Wonder Woman scenes were really good, and seeing Robin's suit, that was
Oh,
cool.
yeah, yeah. I agree. That trailer, like, I mean, I already had pretty high expectations, but that trailer, like, solidified it, and then even raised them higher. Like that, it really blew me away. Um, yeah, I can't tell you how excited I am for that. I am beyond excited for that.
Yeah,
So
it
what
looked
makes
good.
what makes you excited? That's what I would ask anyone right now who was interested in the trailer, who enjoyed it. What was kind of the selling point, that was like, oh, this is going to be big, this is going to be crazy. What
Well,
was the?
Well, I don't know. Do you want to pull up a chair? We could talk about it.
Well, I'm in a chair, so
Yeah,
I mean, I got
yeah,
time, but we can always
yeah.
come back to this. I mean,
If you're
there's a
standing up,
lot.
sit down. No. Um, I think what really got me like amped for it was the fact that like you had Bruce Wayne in Metropolis, like they connected the bridge, they bridged that gap, like during the Man of Steel fight, and then it was like a plot device. It was like a plot device moving forward, like that. Like got me so excited because it's like building a cohesive universe where, as like I'm just comparing it to Marvel just because Marvel has established universe. I don't get that sense like too often. Like if you go from like the Winter Soldier to the Avengers, it feels like there's a big gap behind it. Like it feels like there's like a lot like not shown. And like this is, I know it's only Man of Steel to BVS, it's only two
Yeah, I
films.
was I was gonna say it is easier to do that with less films to
Right.
actually
Yes.
have a scene that is literally like this character at this time of the other movie. That way
Exactly.
it is a really good way to connect it. I love
Yeah.
it. I think
I
it's very clever and like it's just all you need to bring that character into the universe is like, well, he's a rich guy and he has a building in Metropolis and here he was during the events. Like, I mean, it's
it
pretty
just
simple, like when you think about it, but it works really well.
it's very simple, and it kind of makes me wonder like what happened with Marvel where like they showed off like Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch in an after credits scene, and then they're just there in Avengers 2 with like nothing in between. It's like
Okay.
like that's kind of the thing. Like I'm just excited to see those two be
Yeah.
Batman versus Superman, and it just the cohesiveness of it, and even the Batman backstory stuff got me amped, like the Robin suit and all that.
Oh, with the writing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that.
So,
Joker's gonna be in this movie. It's clearly
so
obvious.
yeah, I gotta ask Chris. So you think that Jared Leto will actually have like a small part in this one?
Well, come on, Matt. You're a 30 Seconds to Mars fan. You gotta know his name by now.
I actually am going by the fact that this guy is method acting. They have a therapist on set. I think that's very interesting. Um, I am not a fan of his music, however. I
Oh, come on.
never, I
The
never
kill,
really,
the kill
never
was
really
good,
got
man.
into that. I respect him a ton, though, as like an entertainer. I think he's a great actor. Just I don't love his music. I think he's all right. He's got a good voice, probably, but
He's
I
good. Yeah, his brother, pretty good. No, go, John.
I was gonna say like I don't know if he'll like be in it like physically, but he'll definitely have that presence because it's that
Well, he already does. I mean,
right.
if that newspaper thing is from him, then he
If
already
that's from
has like a.
him, you let your family die, yeah, and like the Robin thing,
Yeah,
obviously
the
that's
Robin thing.
a callback. But it's like it's been 20 years. Bruce has that line where it says 20 years in Gotham. How many good guys are how many good guys are there left, and how many stayed good? So it makes you wonder, like, yeah, did Joker kill off a Robin? Did is the Red Hood there, like Jason Todd? He's a vigilante that kills people, so Batman might not agree with that. This is just like this is what gets me excited. It's building this universe up from like past things instead of starting from the ground, like from scratch. Like we're not seeing a Batman origin, we're not seeing a Robin origin, we're not seeing.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that like Batman and the Joker already have a history together before
Definitely.
this movie even happens.
Yeah,
That is a cool idea because was the Dark Knight, was that like the first time that Batman saw the Joker?
Right. That was from scratch, and that started with I don't know if it was an after credit scene or if it was just at the end of Begins, but it was like
There was the card, right?
Yeah,
In Begins,
yeah.
there was the Joker
Commissioner-
card. Yeah.
Commissioner Gordon's like there's this crazy guy walking around. He's got the evidence bag with the card, and that was the first time. Just like in the old Batman film, it was like the first time they met. It's like in this, they've already been at it for like years. So I think
Batman's already knocked some teeth out of that mouth.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm really excited for. Is like we're moving forward with this established stuff, and it really like it could be cool. We could see flashbacks without like having to sit through like a 2-hour like origin film, and then we get to see stuff in the future. During.
So what do you think of that, Chris? Like, because that's something that's we should have added Spider-Man to this because that's sort of being brought up with this new Spider-Man they're going to do. Is like they said they're not going to like redo his origin, right? So we're going to kind of know that this is an established Spider-Man, or that he's like in high school and he's already been dealing with it. What do you think about that? Like in terms of all this as well, is like you're supposed to expect some things without going over them again. Does that make sense? Like Uncle Ben's death, or
Well, like Batman, I'm not going to compare anything moving forward to Nolan's trilogy. I mean, that was the trilogy; it's done. Like he had his own world, and nothing from that is going to be in there. So like those movies, it's done. Like you had your first three, nothing's going to go back on that. So that's why I'm excited for this one to staple back. But Henry Cavill just said the other day that this movie is not a Man of Steel sequel. This movie is an introduction to the new Batman and an introduction to the world Man of Steel created for the Justice League. So that's what's really interesting about this, because Man of Steel was almost the start of this whole Warner Brothers universe.
Yeah, which is interesting. I find that really interesting because for something that was such a mixed bag for a lot of people, I think I can speak safely and say the three of us did like it, which it does seem like a lot of people do like it. There's just, online at least, there's a lot of people that are vocal about disliking it. But isn't that interesting, though, that they would go with something that is sort of met with like polarized opinions, and then you got to wonder, in 2011, was Green Lantern sort of an attempt to try to start a universe, but it didn't really work for them?
As a flub.
So
I think it's interesting, but it's also like I think they are gonna make BVS like you can walk in and see it and like still get what's going on. Obviously, it would help to see Man of Steel, but I do think they're gonna be like, you got Superman like on trial basically, and they're gonna show those flashbacks with Bruce Wayne, and like the stuff's there for you to like understand it. It's just it would have served you better if you saw Man of Steel, in its entirety. So I think and it helps because it's Snyder, like he's done the last film, he knows what it's not like they're handing off like it to a different director.
Torch, it's not. It's not like a. A sequel to other superhero movies where we constantly see new directors coming in. It's interesting that they're actually trusting Snyder as much as they are. We were just talking about that. We were getting stuff ready. We were getting stuff ready for the movie this week, and we were talking about like, would you say it's kind of a gamble, either of you, that Warner Bros. Puts like this much faith into Snyder's vision, because he really is kind of met with visual director.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because like he's a really controversial director. Like it's either you love him or you hate him. I mean, there's some people that are like,
Or
yeah, he's all right.
maybe not like love or hate, because there are a lot of people that liked 300 and then didn't like Watchmen, or they liked Watchmen but
Or
they didn't like
vice
Man of
versa.
Steel and Sucker Punch, and
Right.
a lot of people
Um,
didn't like Sucker Punch.
This is
So
the only Zack Snyder movie I liked was Man of Steel. I didn't like any of the
see
previous ones.
there,
really?
that's an
Yeah.
interesting opinion. That's pretty cool. Um,
Um, I think, yeah, I think it's a gamble, but it's not because like this guy, like if you have it like remain with this team, they're gonna go ahead and like make. They just know what they've done in the past. They know what they're doing in the future. You don't have too many kitchens in the cook, so to speak. And I think that's kind of where we'll get a really awesome cohesive universe and like that it's like I don't think it's a gamble. I mean like some people might, but I think it's good that they're keeping like a guy overseeing it and like sticking with it. Or like, Joss Whedon did Avengers 1 and 2, but he didn't do any of the solo films. He's done now, so it's like you kind of have like that disconnect, where it's like you have all these different guys handling all these different properties, and it's only going to get like that much harder to like keep it all connected.
See, I just think Warner Brothers gives you a little longer leash than what Disney does. I mean,
I think
supposedly
so.
the rumors with Whedon with Avengers 2, I heard it got really messy. I mean,
Hmm.
obviously Disney now owns it, and they don't want smoking, and they want to tone down the violence. And I think
Yeah.
Whedon was like, we can't go this approach, and that's why I know Matt hates Michael Bay and Transformers, but I like that Bay is involved with all of them, and his style is thrown through this whole entire
Like that's
universe,
yeah, like
shitty,
that's
shitty or not, but it's there, and I hope Snyder takes it on. I mean, we're getting the Man of Steel sequel in 2018. We're getting more of these. I know it's going to happen. Suicide Squad's going to tie into this universe too, and
yeah, yeah,
maybe just
yeah.
keep Ayers
yeah,
and
so
Snyder working together. It could be really good.
yeah, so that's interesting because yeah, I mean it's a big, like, I guess I would say in some ways you can see it. I mean, do you guys see it as a gamble? You announced so many movies before anything. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot to say we're gonna make this movie, this movie, this movie, this movie, this
Like
movie
like
up until 2020, um, with sequels involved in that too. It's a lot to say that.
so like are you saying like do you think they're biting off more than they could chew? Is that what you're saying?
No. I mean, I guess it really depends on how BVS is received with people, because you know,
Well, Marvel's doing it. I mean, I just think they did this
yes,
to announce their slate, and just to get people excited and people on board. I keep,
Yeah.
anybody that didn't like Man of Steel or was on the fence, I mean, they really should just give it another shot. I mean, most of the people that had issues with that movie were fans of the comic book and the old school, saving cats from trees and, the
Wait,
really corny Superman.
which funny enough, this trailer has like 4 or 5 shots of him saving people, so they better shut the hell up from here on out. He's saving like the flood victims, saving the girl from the burning building, the freaking exploding space shuttle. Like he is coming into the role just as like every like Man of Steel fan kind of predicted. Like I feel like he's had like Snyder's had this like in his head. He's like, this is gonna be about him fitting in on Earth and dealing with Kryptonians, and then he's gonna have to like come into the role following these films. So like I think like those Man of Steel haters, I would hope, like would sincerely hope like that they give it another shot because they are gonna evolve his character to the point where like he will be like the classic Blue Boy Scout. It's just like in a modern day setting, you
It's
know?
true, and it's more of a serious approach. I mean, a
Yeah.
lot of people want the campy Marvel type, and I mean, if you want that, you have Marvel Disney. I mean, if you don't like the serious tone, then you
And you
should stay away from this. Nobody's
and
forcing
yeah,
anybody to like anything.
and the original films.
Yep,
It's like those films exist. I don't want to keep seeing like the same films over and over again.
it's true. It's like when people complain about remakes. I mean, Halloween, the original, is in my top 10 of all time, people like are freaking out about Top Gun 2 sequel and all these remakes that are coming out, and
Hmm.
remakes have been happening for years. But I always say, you know what? if it happens, it happens. I always have what I love to fall
Right.
back on. I don't have to love the Halloween. I mean, I saw it, the remake, and say, you know what, Halloween's ruined. It's not ruined for me. I still have what was
Yeah.
special for me and what I love. That's why I don't get bent out of shape. I mean, the Batman movies, if people don't like Nolan's Batmans, you got Tim Burton's in that series to fall back on. If they didn't like any of those, they'd be giving you a third shot right now.
You got or just forget it all and just go watch Adam West as Batman.
It's four. If you want to really go way back, you got four. It's like Spider-Man. I hated Tobey Maguire series. I can never watch them. It's so bad. And I thought I didn't love Amazing Spider-Man, but it's the best that's out there. So I like that, and the sequel I liked as well. And
I enjoyed the sequel too.
You liked it, Ada?
I enjoyed the Amazing Spider-Man too. I feel like I'm in the minority with that, but
I did too. I liked it.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was cool. It was
a
good
character. It has its flaws. I wish they didn't rush. They didn't rush the whole Harry Osborn thing. I mean, I wish Rhino was thought a little more differently than he was. But you could tell that Sony and
But I was gonna say with the Rhino, they actually did a cool take on it because there's the classic like bodysuit where it never comes off and it looks like rhino scales or skin with the horn. But the Ultimate Comics version, it's a big mech suit. Like it stands up and it's huge and it looks a little different, obviously. But they like kind of made it militarized. I like that take. It's just I'm salty. I wanted them to keep going with this franchise. Like I'm pissed that they're.
I agree. Mark Webb said today at Comic-Con too.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's a little bummed too. I agree with you though. I mean, having Rhino in a suit would have been a joke. Like the comic books, some things from the comics can't work on the big screen. They really can't. You have to change. You just do. You have to change it. And that's why I'm glad Snyder changed the look of Superman. I mean, the original Superman, he looked like fucking Quailman from fucking Doug running around with underwear over his fucking outfit.
Right,
It can't work.
Right, some things don't translate to film. That's why the Avatar: The Last Airbender was garbage. That's why Dragon Ball Evolution was garbage. You can't. Some things you just can't translate to like live.
King of Fighters,
Street Fighter, The Legend of Chun-Li.
I own King of Fighters.
Super Mario Bros.
Yeah, I do love the Van Damme Street Fighter though, because I love Van Damme.
Because they embrace the wackiness of Street Fighter though. Like the whole the franchise is like so crazy, and they embraced it, and that worked. But like when you try to like take something like Avatar: The Last Airbender and like make it serious and like historical and realistic, it doesn't work. So I don't know. Yeah, you just gotta adjust, and I like the Rhino change, but
that's interesting though to think because it's like it's just a question because so when the Airbender is translated to more of a serious thing, it kind of doesn't work for like everyone. But when Superman is translated to more of a serious, realistic kind of character, it's met with like I think it's because Superman is so much more iconic than The Last Airbender, but it's interesting to see how the change of like that specific character or whatever can cause such like a stir within people, whether it's positive or negative.
That movie was just so bad. I mean, I wasn't big in I think it was a cartoon in Nickelodeon, I believe.
It was an anime. Like it was it was an anime, and it was pretty good. Like I watched it. I was a lot younger then. That was a long time ago. But that movie was trash.
Yeah, the movie was just it was. I mean, it looked cool. I didn't know anything about it. I knew it was just like you said, like a cartoon type. So when I saw the movie, I was like, okay, I'm open everything, and it was all over the fucking place, and it just didn't work. So I mean, it's like the new Spider-Man really has me worried. I just can't see a 14-year-old kid like fighting. It's really. I'll be the first to admit I'm not looking forward to it. I'm kind of pissed he's in Civil War, just because, I was hoping Marvel somewhat stays serious. I mean, sometimes the Avengers, the sequel, the worst part of the movie was the comedy. It was just so fucking bad.
Yeah.
It's just too much. I mean,
I think that's where we
agree. I agree too. It was nearly every other line. Like I'm not even exaggerating. They went like every couple of lines they tried to force comedy, and I'm like.
Well, I remember I think I actually disliked the humor more than you did, even. Because
Me? Yeah.
because I was taking,
I think
I
it
was
was
taking,
yeah.
hear me out. I was actually taking elbows from the person next to me. Every time they would laugh, they would hit me
Yeah.
and move onto my chair
When
and stuff.
yeah.
And Chris, check this out. When we were watching the trailers for before Avengers, the BBS IMAX trailer came on, and this girl sitting next to me, she's looking at everything, and she goes, "Oh, that's Chicago. Oh, I know that building. Oh, that building." She's saying all this out loud, and I just wanted to lean over and say, "Can you please shut up? Like, God damn it! I'm trying to just."
Yes,
You had
you're
to
in a
wait.
popular city. They film movies in Chicago. Like,
Yeah,
get used to it.
it's
Get
your
used
first
to it,
time
yeah.
at a movie theater,
Yeah.
which
You
I'm not trying to sound above her, but it was so funny because she was speaking it like audibly, like for everybody to hear, and a lot of people, were hearing it and turning
Right.
around, but I just think it was such a weird experience for me because there was so much humor in it. You felt like you were in some kind of like fixed sitcom audience where it was just like, all right, here's your laugh track cue now, like go.
Right.
And everybody around would just give like a big chuckle, and I was like, I'm actually like distracted.
Yeah, I think you had. I remember we were talking about this. You went. I think did you go Thursday night or Friday night, Matt?
Thursday night.
Yeah, and I went like I think Saturday morning because it was all that shit was sold out. I went to like man, it was early. It was like 9 or 10 a.m. and my crowd was a lot like more tame. They weren't laughing at every single joke. Like there was a lot of adults there. So I think despite them like shoving all that humor and stuff, like you had a worse experience because of it, like because of your audience. Like sometimes it'll affect like your at least that's what's happened with me. Like your audience can actually like affect how much you like or dislike a film.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that they like tarnished the movie for me because I still
Right.
enjoyed most of it and had a good time. It was just like there were a lot of moments where I wanted to kind of not be a dick, but turn around and be like, what was funny about that? Like,
Well, yeah.
because they started laughing at things that weren't even funny, and it was like,
Right. It's like they conditioned you to like try to laugh at everything, and when they're not trying to be funny, there's people laughing at stuff that's not funny. Like you were telling me that line where Maria Hill, I forgot the actress's name, the girl from
she's weird and he's fast, or
right,
something.
and like but she was like saying it to like Cap in a casual way because like she's not a scientist or anything. And I don't think it was supposed to be funny, but you said like your theater like erupted in laughter, and like none of my theater like laughed at that.
Yeah, people were really into that line. And I was like, all right, that's probably the last we'll see of her for the whole movie.
and it was.
I mean, was she in like another part or two? Probably, but
they probably had like a little like shot like of her in the helicarrier when like Sam Jackson just magically pulls a helicarrier out of nowhere, and she's like out of the window or something. I don't remember. I don't know.
Now, hear me out. I still really liked Age of Ultron. I still had a great time with it, and I think it's a good movie. In terms of summer action movies, I think it's like really solid. But I do want to see this director's cut that people are talking about.
Totally.
It sounds like there's more, to it that we're like kind of missing pieces. What do you think of that, Chris?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't care for the alternate ending of Quicksilver living. I mean, he had to film it.
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, he had to film it because he wasn't sure if Marvel was going to allow a death on screen like that. So he had to film it, and then he didn't put it in there, thank goodness. But
and they killed it.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I didn't like about Ultron was the comedy. It's why I can't watch Iron Man 3 and 2. I think they're the worst by far, just too much for me. And if I want to see a comedy movie, I'll see a comedy movie. I don't like going into these action movies with too much comedy. I mean, I didn't like Jurassic World, but I'm glad they didn't do a whole Star-Lord all over again. I mean, I thought Guardians balanced it okay. I didn't love Guardians like a lot of people did. I liked it a lot, don't get me wrong, but I'm in the minority where I love Thor. Thor 1 is...
Yes, that's where we kind of have like a little disagreement, but I guess I can see why people do like Thor as much as they do.
I think I think for me, and this can be applied to like everyone. Like when you have like an action film, like a superhero film, and a comedy, and you want to like implement that comedy, like with Marvel Studios, this is the action, and it goes up and up and up, and the comedy goes up and up and up, and then it kind of like they try to balance the two, but the consequences are like down here because of all this, like all that. You start laughing and laughing and laughing, and then they try to throw in like a serious scene, and you're like, all right.
Like the Quicksilver death scene. He dies, supposed to be emotional, we have a nice score, and all of a sudden
exactly. It's like you introduce him, you have him be pretty comical. You have this little like sappy backstory between them that isn't developed about Tony Stark's missile blowing up their apartment, and then you kill him, and then you expect me to like shed a tear.
They had to kill him though. They didn't have a choice because
for sure.
Fox did with
right,
it was no choice.
It was like
you're talking about the rest of the writing though in the movie.
Right. I'm talking about like the concept
that there's a lot of humor throughout that. It's hard to have that balance. Yeah.
Exactly. I think like I think that's
so
kind of
blame, like is that on Joss Whedon?
It's on the It's on the writers, the studios and the writers.
Because who all writes those? Is it just Joss Whedon? He must have a couple people helping him.
Oh, he's got a few writers. It's like Michael Bay's Transformers. Michael Bay doesn't write Transformers. He has a writer that writes the movies for him. So I mean, a lot of these directors, they don't write a lot of their stuff. You know, they take a back seat, but they also have their input on the script and everything else. But I'm also in the minority. I think Quicksilver in Avengers was much better than Quicksilver in X-Men. I didn't love Evan Peters. I really didn't.
I could see that too. Like I didn't love like either of them, to be honest. I think I liked X-Men's a little bit more just because he like had just a teensy bit more, I guess, personality really. Because Quicksilver in Avengers was kind of like bland in my opinion. I like them both. It's just I'm really, really bitter that they killed him off at the end of the second Avengers.
Well, they had to because from what I heard that
it was either like one.
They didn't want to confuse people. Like it was obviously I mean, Singer pulled a dick move. I mean, Avengers was announced. They put Quicksilver in there. Then Singer's like, we're putting Quicksilver in. I mean, it was sort of a dick thing.
Yeah, it's a dick thing. It's also like but it's also crazy when you get into like the intricates of it. Like he is a mutant. And he is Magneto's son. So it's like, I get, like, and he was also part of the Avengers. I totally get that. But then it's like Marvel Comics, like the comic books, change the origins of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver to be just regular miracles, not mutants. Like, they actually, so it's like Fox won the battle, but I guess Marvel won the war because they get to continue to use them in the comics as, like, non-mutants. It's all a mess. I was gonna say like Marvel Studios, like it just stinks that they gotta like split up they sold off all their rights. Like in the '90s, they were going bankrupt.
Yeah, true, 100%. But I'm also happy for that because imagine if they had Superman, Batman. I mean, imagine how corny Batman would have been or Superman if Marvel had all control of everything. I mean, X-Men are the greatest movies. I mean, Fox.
X-Men.
Well, Fox ruined everything with the comic books. I mean, everything's very different from the outfits, but they're still very entertaining movies. I mean, the biggest thing I hated about X-Men was the way they treated Sabretooth. I hated the way they treated him in the first one.
Yeah. He was like a feral, like
he growls at people. He doesn't ever like talk.
I think he had one sentence was when he choked Storm in the Statue of Liberty lobby. He's like, "I want to hear you scream," right? Was that something like that?
Yeah.
And then she struck him, and then she brought down.
And then she tells Ray Park as Toad.
That line was awful.
You know what happens to toads when they're struck by lightning? The same thing as everybody else. The same thing as everything else.
Yeah. Like,
always says that. He says that ruined everything. Ruined the whole movie for him.
I was like, who wrote that? I was like, did Bryan Singer's kid write that or something? It was like the most like.
Does he have kids?
No, I don't know. Or nephew, whatever. I don't know. I was just thinking.
It's just a child. Yeah.
No shit. Like the same thing as everything else. I was sitting there I was 10 when that movie came out, and I was like, yeah, that's it. I was like, what?
Dude, he
was in a hot tub in Hawaii when his little 15-year-old boys wrote it. They're like, add this.
And and then this happens. He's like, brilliant.
Well, this is it, man. Apocalypse is it. It's the end of the X-Men trilogy. So I mean,
Is it?
X-Force,
Wow.
X-Force is next. So I mean, it'll be
Oh, that's
interesting.
right. Yeah, and we got Deadpool, so it's like I know in Deadpool they are having like other mutants, just not the ones that we've seen in the
Just
X-Men.
Just Colossus is the only one.
There's a chick though, and I forgot her name. I think it's just those two, but like that's a good start because then it leaves the door open for X-Force because Deadpool was part of X-Force. It's just you gotta like have that thing where is X-Force gonna be PG-13? Are you gonna have to like really tone down Deadpool as a character, or are you gonna still keep them separate but like still tie in somehow? It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, my most anticipated is Deadpool just because
Yeah,
it's going to be bloody fucking crazy, and I mean,
yeah.
I know Hugh Jackman's going to be making a cameo. It's pretty obvious that he
Oh,
is.
seriously? That's awesome.
Yeah, there's been a lot of speculation, and sort of somebody said he slipped today at Comic-Con, but like because he's there for he's promoting Pan, so he's there at Comic-Con.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of speculation that he's filming. I mean, he's not going to be a main character in Apocalypse, so
Yeah.
Oh, he's not. Is he gonna be in it though?
he's in it. Yeah, his best friend, like in Australia, basically said that he's basically in it, but he's not really in it. Like he'll be like a cameo and be helping out, but I don't know. I mean, X-Men Apocalypse obviously is going to focus more on the younger people, but it'll be interesting to see where they take X-Men into this movie.
Yeah. Yeah, like
And Apocalypse.
I'm very excited, but also like, kind of like, well, I'm just curious, with all this X-Men, like they retconned everything, and you still got like Hugh Jackman still in there, and like it's just like, where are you guys gonna go with this? It's I mean, I guess we'll find out because it's like you got First Class and Days of Future Past and Apocalypse, all the young cast. So like, are we completely ditching the old cast? It's like I'm just
Well, Halle Berry is in Apocalypse.
right.
She wants. Oh yeah, I gotta bring that up. Because of that, she wants her own Storm movie. What do you think of
Yeah,
that?
she wants to spin off.
I think she's crazy, just a little bit. I mean, I don't blame her for wanting her own movie, but like, I do know, like, at least online, I've seen like a ton of like just either apathetic fans or just hate. Like, some people hate her as Storm, and some people are just like, yeah, like whatever. She's Storm. She did some things. Like I don't know if people are like really into like a Storm solo film.
I don't think so. I think the Gambit one is their biggest like project. That's iffy. You don't know where that's going to go. I mean, I think Channing Tatum does a really good job with Gambit, but supposedly it's supposed to be origins before he becomes Gambit or his world. So I don't know like who Gambit fought or whatever before he became an X-Men. I have no clue. I wasn't big into comics, but
yeah, he's gonna be. Like, well, he's gonna be a gambler. Like he was really like before he was Gambit, he gambled a lot. He played like he played at casinos, and that's why he has such an affinity with the cards. I'm really interested to see that because I like Gambit a lot. I just want to see like it's really curious because you got like Apocalypse coming up, and like how is this gonna compare to these other X-Men films where it's just one dude. His powers are cool, but he's not like he's not like
A front runner.
He's not Superman. Yeah, he's very low key in terms of like powers and stuff. So
He's very what? He's very Loki.
Low key pokey stick.
Yeah, he's very Loki. X-Men Loki crossover. Let's make it happen.
I'm not downplaying his powers. I think it's cool that he can blow stuff up and the projectiles. And he's got a staff. But I do wonder, like, what the heck this plot's gonna be like. I'm excited. I wonder what the heck's gonna go down with it, and how it'll like if it'll tie into these other films. Which I
don't really know. I thought when I was growing up, I had all the X-Men toys and stuff. I'm a little older than you guys. I think. Well, I'm definitely older than Matt. But I mean,
Chris, how old are you? Oh, you don't have to say.
I'm 31.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'm 24.
Okay, so yeah, a little different generation, but
yeah.
I thought Magneto and Apocalypse like fought together, so I'm confused a little bit on this movie because obviously Magneto's fighting against Apocalypse. So I'm a little confused. I could be wrong about that, but I'm a little confused.
I think honestly they'll just pull like Magneto, like, he's a bad guy, and he's got the Brotherhood, but I think, like, when the stakes are really, like, low, or stakes are really high, sorry, not low, stakes are really high, he will join up and help. So I think it's going to become a thing where, like, Apocalypse is going to, like, threaten, like, the world. And Magneto's, like, the way they'll write him is, like, well, I don't want to, like, have this asshole take over, so he'll, like, actually help the X-Men. That's just my guess. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have worked together and stuff in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to see Cable. He was always one of my favorites growing up, so I'm interested to see who. People want, like, what's his name, Stephen Lang play him, but the dude's like 60 years old. Like, he can't play.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like Batman. I'm a little skeptical because Affleck's 41, and they're not
42,
playing.
I think, right? No.
What's up?
Is he 42 already? Turning 43, or is he 41?
I think he's 41, turning 42 this year. But
because that is very interesting. Because how many movies has he signed on for? Like 5 or something?
Well, you got to think he's in Suicide Squad. We got him 2 movies next year, and then the solo Batman.
2 Justice League.
So that's
Justice League.
Oh shit! Yeah, so it's BVS, Suicide Squad, 2 Justice League, and then the Batman solo film. That's the 5. That's his contract.
They could rewrite his contract, though. I mean, it's not. They just basically.
Yeah.
I mean, they're obviously going to. If this keeps going, they're just going to keep. I mean, I could honestly see like Nightwing taking over down the road. I mean, fans have been wanting him for fucking years. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say fans want Nightwing and fans want Batman Beyond. I don't know if you've ever seen that show or read the comics. It's basically it's the shit. You should check it out. It's from the dudes that did Batman the Animated Series. It's basically Bruce Wayne is like old, like 60s, maybe even older. I don't know his exact age, and he like mentors this new Batman, and it's like it's crazy cool because it's like this futuristic like city. It's like Neo Gotham almost. And the dude's name is Terry McGinnis. He's a young buck. He's like in high school, and he finds the Batcave. He kind of stumbles upon it, and it's sick. It's very cool. And like his father's murdered, and Bruce Wayne takes him under his wing. And I was totally thinking like if Bruce Wayne pulls like almost like a Hugh Jackman, and he does like eight or 10.
Ben Affleck. His name's not Bruce Wayne.
Oh yeah. I'm already like seeing like just the crazy result. Yeah, Ben Affleck just. Honestly, there you go.
You're saying if he's in it. So you're saying if he's in it for the long run,
right?
It'll essentially be like an Old Man Logan, but with Batman, with the Batman Beyond story.
Yeah, and then you have like a potential because really like in that series, Bruce Wayne he does actually it's pretty cool. Like as Old Man Bruce Wayne, he gets in a mech suit in one of the episodes and like has to rescue Terry. So it's very cool. But it's like you can give like longevity to this DC cinematic universe without having to like get rid of Affleck. Like he could just sit around and mentor this kid and like not do too much physical stuff. So it's a very promising franchise.
It is. Did you? I was telling Matt, John, do you play those Warner Brothers games, the Batman games on PlayStation?
Yeah, I played it. I haven't played the new one, not yet. I am looking forward to it though. I hear good stuff.
All right, so yeah, I don't want to spoil it for you, but I mean, the ending of the game. It's a very good game. It's a fucking movie, pretty much. And
right, yeah.
Rumor has it they're taking a lot from that series, especially the newest game, for the future of the
series.
Because I mean, Warner Brothers makes the game, so it's a Warner Brothers video game studio. So
right, yeah.
I mean, the ending of the game, if they do that with the Batman world. Everything you just said is 100% of what's going to happen. I mean, that's why I think that Jason Todd is going to be in either Suicide Squad or somewhere, and I think Dick Grayson eventually will be.
The solo Batman film, they could do a lot of stuff with it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, with the Red Hood, huh?
Oh, yeah, Red Hood. But, I mean, Jason Todd turns Red Hood in the comics, but in the game, he's... Well, I don't want to say, but I don't want to ruin it for you. But, I mean...
I heard about that, Chris. I heard about that. I know what you're talking about.
You already know what happens to Jason Todd in the video game, then.
I do. I don't know if John does.
Okay.
I don't, but I'm already putting the pieces together, and I don't want to say it out loud for any commenters or viewers. But, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential there, and it's just... It's so exciting when you think about it.
To go back, so real quick, this is the same thing with Marvel movies too. DC and Warner Bros. Are kind of having the same approach, it seems like, with contracts, you're signing Ben Affleck on for 5 movies. He's already at the age of like 41 or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
So by the time that's done, he's going to be closer to 50.
Right.
How much longer, if these movies even do well, is he going to want to play Batman for? Would that route make more sense to them? Because that's like kind of not demanding. It's more of a dialogue-driven role for Bruce Wayne.
Right.
The character.
Well,
so it's like
Tony Stark. I mean, Robert Downey Jr. said he's getting too old, but realistically, you don't see him in the suit. It could be any actor in the suit.
I was gonna say, yeah, exactly. Like,
or like that one shot where it's like Iron Man 3, where like the mask comes up and he's just sitting there like this. It's like, yeah, that's not physically like hurting him or taxing on his body.
It's just the working out. Like Affleck's big into the gym. Obviously, we see his body in fucking Batman.
Oh, dude. He's pulling the tire. Oh, dude. Yeah. Oh, my God.
but dude, he got huge. Did you ever see The Town? He got huge for The Town.
Yeah. You could see it during, like, Gone Girl almost. Like, you see, like, in the beginning, he looks a little big, and he looks almost bigger by the end of the movie, you know?
Yeah. You can see why he wanted a divorce. He's all brolic now, and he's like, I got to bang more chicks. And he's like, oh,
He's going to be calling, Emily whatever from Gone Girl, huh?
Oh, yeah. Radajowski, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, real quick. The movie Pit, he's been watching and commenting, so thank you for watching. He was wondering, just our opinions, when do we think Suicide Squad and Hateful Eight trailers will officially be released? Do you think within like a week or the next week, or how's that going to work?
Pit, I posted on Twitter Suicide Squad's link. It's only a cam version, but you can see the trailer a little bit. Hateful Eight, they're holding off on it a little bit. I don't like what they're doing with the release. Pretty much if you don't see the movie on Christmas Day, you don't see it the way it's supposed to be presented.
Oh.
So if you don't see it on Christmas Day, you have to wait till January to see the movie. So like middle of January, 2 weeks later. So
that's kind of like Inherent Vice then, right?
Well, Inherent Vice is bullshit, but I mean, this is a little bit different. I mean, this is obviously Tarantino's flicks. Bring a lot of people to the theaters. I mean, Christmas was Django, and look how much fucking money that made.
I remember in the theater when I saw Django, it was packed, and I did not expect it to be that crowded. It was every seat was taken, and it was at a theater we rarely go to because the theater is usually dead, and it was busy as could be, you know.
Yeah.
And I remember there was a lot of N-words used in that movie, and I was sitting next to a black man. And so every once in a while, I kind of laughed because it was used in a humorous way.
Like the KKK part.
And yeah, that whole part was, oh man.
I had a bunch of blacks in my theater too, and they loved it. They were laughing at everything. So
same.
I had a good experience with it.
Yeah, we did too, but it was just funny because at first, there was a couple times Jackson laughed, and it seemed like the guy was kind of giving him like a look of like,
why are you laughing at that?
What are you laughing at? Like kind of thing. But then it was very evident quickly that this is used in a comedic way a lot of the time in that movie, and it was pretty great. So
people just have to lighten up in this world. Everybody's too fucking
Everyone's so like offended by everything. Like I don't know.
Growing up, it was never like this, man. Like, don't be a menace to South Central, the Dave Chappelle show. I mean, they make fun of fucking whites left and right, and I think it's the funniest shit ever. People have to understand to stop being so fucking anal. I mean, it's fucking life. Enjoy it, and just who gives a shit? It's just one thing after another.
Yeah.
Words to live by.
Yeah. The wise words of the Papa Last Samurai.
Papa Danger.
That's it. Yeah. The Papa Danger. Right.
But that's crazy though about the Hateful Eight. I mean, like it's a bummer because like most people probably won't be able to get to see it on Christmas Day.
Unless that's like a family tradition you do.
Right, totally. But, you know, some people, unfortunately, have to work on Christmas, depending on people's jobs and stuff. But
well, Christmas Day, most people are off. Christmas Eve is usually like the bigger day. People have to work on the day after Christmas.
True. Yeah, like restaurants.
At nighttime, I mean, my family's divorced, so I always have to do, like, I'm all over the place. But at nighttime, it's, you know, it's downtime for me. You know, it's just me at my apartment. So for me to go to Hateful Eight, it's not... You know, that hard. It's like Avatar. I saw Avatar on Christmas, and it was sold out. Everybody saw fucking Avatar on Christmas.
That's true. Yeah, like I'm gonna definitely try to see it on Christmas. I love Tarantino. He's one of my favorite directors. Like I put in that Twitter top 4 thing.
Yeah.
But I am so happy that he is getting like the popularity and like the recognition like that I think he deserves. I know there's like people that hate him, but I think I'm just so glad like he is getting the recognition, and I'm very amped for Hateful Eight. I'm so glad he's made it because I remember he wasn't gonna make it after the script got leaked. But to answer the Movie Pit's questions, I bet you like we'll see a trailer probably within like 2 weeks for both Suicide Squad and, well, maybe not Suicide Squad, for Hateful Eight, definitely, like within the coming weeks, like I'd say 2-3 weeks, and then Suicide Squad.
You don't think they'll do Suicide Squad soon?
Honestly,
Suicide Squad
over a year out.
I think
Right.
it's this week we'll see Suicide Squad.
You think it'll be what?
I think this week we'll see Suicide Squad.
Oh, really? See, I'm on
I'm
the
here
other
on
end.
Wednesday. Yeah, I'm here on Wednesday.
Okay.
Wednesday.
See, I thought, from last year, Warner and DC, they did that Comic-Con exclusive footage. I don't know if you remember that, where Batman turns the bat signal on and it's Superman up in the sky, and you see like a little bit of that in the trailer. I don't know if they like did different shoots of that scene, but they didn't release that, and they weren't going to, and they didn't budge. And I thought like maybe that would be the same case with Suicide Squad. Like they'd show it, and then we wouldn't see it until like Christmas because it's August of next year. It's over a year out. So
yeah, we got 2 Batman trailers and a fucking 4-minute trailer today. I mean, Warner Brothers marketing is really stepping up to try to eliminate anybody that's in Marvel, and they want people to be excited.
It's funny too because it's all with Ant-Man coming up.
Yep, 100%. They don't want people to think Ant-Man.
It's to take away from the kind of the attention, and then you had like. At Comic-Con, you had Flash, Arrow, like they're really up in the promotions.
Supposedly, the trailer for Ant-Man is Batman vs. Superman. They paid enough money that they're actually having that as a trailer before the Ant-Man movie.
Yeah, I don't doubt it, man. Like you have all the comic nerds in one place, and casual moviegoers in one place, and like you expose them to that.
So I want to talk about.
Let's get back to your list. We went way off track. Did we skip?
Yeah, no, that's okay. No, that's all right. No, we're fine. Let's talk about Ant-Man because I just want to hear what you both kind of have heard from these early reviews. Where I can find this movie online to watch. Chris.
It's difficult. I mean, it's all the same bullshit. It's basically your family fun, Marvel humor's there. It's all every review for Marvel is exactly the fucking same. So they're saying it's the best one ever since Guardians. Now it's the new thing they say. So
they said that with they said it like each film they go. It's
wow,
the best Marvel to date. It's the best Marvel.
That's interesting because I've heard that, but it's so weird to hear it from the opposite perspective because you know what I mean. When you hear it from like a reviewer or something, they like kind of sugarcoat it, and then you're for a second you're kind of like, wow. Maybe it is really good too, like that Iron Man 3 was.
Anything with T.I. as a main character can't be the best movie ever. So when
I heard that, I thought it was like I literally thought it was a joke. Like I thought the article that published it, I'm like, they wrote like T.I.'s in a Marvel movie, and then I went to like IMDb, I'm like, oh shit, he's actually in this movie, and I was like, but what do I think about it? Like. I'm going to be really quick.
Just a short version. What are your thoughts of Ant-Man? Comes out Thursday or Friday, depending on your theater.
I think that after the production troubles, the rewrites, the change of directors, all within weeks of the filming, has me super worried. Like really, really worried. People go to when they try to say, well. Mad Max Fury Road had production troubles. Like that's their go-to rebuttal. And to that I say, yeah, but you didn't rewrite the film. You didn't change directors. You didn't do it all within weeks of filming. It just had production troubles during the filming, and they had no set deadline. Like for this, Marvel kind of sets themselves up with these deadlines. They released a slate, and that's why they weren't at Comic-Con this year. I mean, it's disappointing, but it's also like they don't have anything to show. Like they announce all their crap, and then they film it from film to film basis. So that's why they're not there, is because they blow their loads because they're like, by this date we'll have this movie, by this date we'll have this movie. But then they don't start filming until a certain date. So with Ant-Man, instead of doing the smart thing and like pushing back the release date, they stuck with it, and that has me extremely, extremely worried because you got rid of Edgar Wright and you brought on Peyton Reed, who's only done like rom-coms and like just shitty coms, and I want to like give it the benefit of the doubt. I will still see it. I'm not like anti Ant-Man. I mean, the Ti thing is like stupid as all hell, but I want to see it. I want to see how it is. But I also take the reviews with a huge grain of salt. Like it's in the 70% range. So is Iron Man. So is Thor 2. So is like Iron Man 2. So is like every like in my opinion like whatever Marvel movie. So like I'm really excited because I like Paul Rudd. Like the exciting parts are Paul Rudd. I like the actor that plays Yellow Jacket. I like Michael Douglas. I like can never pronounce her damn name. Lily. Her last name's
Evangeline Lilly.
Yeah, Evangeline Lilly. It's kind of an odd name, but I like the cast. I do, and that's what initially had me really excited, along with Edgar Wright as director. But then when I hear like Adam McKay rewrote the script, that had me a little like worried, and then all the production stuff has me worried. So I'm kind of like whatever about it. I mean, you know, it's not like Ant-Man. I'll be like really compelled for someone, like I'd be really impressed if someone came out and said like, oh, Ant-Man's like my favorite superhero of all time, like hands down, he's gonna kill it. And it's not even the original Ant-Man, it's like Scott Lang, it's the successor to the original Ant-Man, which is Hank Pym. So it's like he's cool in the Avengers from all the comics I've read with the Avengers. I've never read an Ant-Man solo comic. And
hey, I thought you said you were gonna keep this short. Hey.
Yeah, sorry. So I don't know. To sum it up, like I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna see it, but like I'm kind of very skeptical, despite it getting like generally positive reviews. Like it's kind of.
But that's the thing, though. It's the thing is like you can always expect Marvel movies to have positive reviews.
Right. That's the thing. There hasn't been a rotten.
Not even Iron Man 3 is I think the highest rated review for Marvel, like on Rotten Tomatoes.
Although, well, maybe Avengers 1 or Winter Soldier actually.
No, you said hardest, Chris.
Oh, hardest.
Like highest. Like it has the best. I think it has the best rating out of any of the Marvel movies. Is Iron Man 3.
I don't know. Wait, I don't know. Maybe it changed. I could be wrong. I could have sworn.
When I was looking, but I'm like one of the few people that are excited that Edgar Wright is not longer with the project. Because what I heard, I heard his script was it was his typical British humor, and it had so much in it. And I don't really like that. I mean, we go back to the Marvel comedy. I mean, we go back to how we can't stand the comedy, and look who the fucking main character is for Ant-Man. It's fucking Paul Rudd. I mean, I like Paul Rudd too, but he's a comedian, and he's the lead cat. I think Ant-Man's going to be more comedy than Iron Man 3. I really do. And I think that's going to take away a lot from the movie for me, and I'm going to find myself very annoyed with it. I'm going to see it, of course, but I'm not like thrilled. I mean, I don't really get super thrilled. Like, I mean, I'm for this month, I'm thrilled to see Mission Impossible 4. But well, 5. I mean,
5. Yeah.
But I'm not like you know. I'm glad we have a new director in there. But some of the action scenes look good. But I mean, Iron Man 3's trailer looks fucking phenomenal, and that movie was pile of dog shit. So.
Right. Yes. I wanted to bring back to the. So you don't like Edgar Wright, or you're glad they switched Edgar Wright, but I would say for the MCU as a whole, having Edgar Wright in it would at least be like different than say like what Peyton Reed's putting out. From what I hear, it's like another classic Marvel comedy, like from all the reviewers, and it's like at least Edgar Wright's would have been like different comedy or like differently at least directed. You know, he does a lot of fast cuts, a lot of his action's very fast cut, very visceral editing. I think that would have been a breath of fresh air, even if they kept like the comedy, like his British comedy or regular comedy in it. I could be wrong.
So yes. Basically, like
stop taping your fucking hand.
I grabbed it. I was gonna start taping things. Basically, I'm on the fence. I need to be sold in the theater when I watch the movie. I'm still very. I want to see it. I like Paul Rudd. I kind of agree with you guys. I think he's funny. I even think Adam McKay's funny. I like his writing usually. So I'll see it. My worries are weak villain once again. Too much humor. and then forgettable action sequences. I feel like I've seen this goddamn part where he jumps up on the gun when he's ant size like a million times. Like, is that the only thing you guys are gonna show me? Like, God, I get it.
But
it's small.
If they aren't showing a lot of action scenes, that could be good. Like if they're not, but if they are blowing their load and all the marketing, and that's all we get to see, that's gonna be
they can't be blowing their load. Like that cannot be all they have. It's like a 2-hour movie. Right. They obviously have other action, but I'm like, why aren't you showing me some of the other stuff? I feel like I keep seeing that.
It's like a heist movie though, and then there's gonna be the fight with the bad guy at the end.
Yeah, it's like a heist movie, which is a cool approach.
Right, and it's an interesting approach, but it also comes down to what we were saying before with the comedy. I mean, I implore all the people that follow Fanatics and Last Samurai and watch this. I want them to when they're watching this, like if there's action and stuff, do you feel like there's consequences, or are you just have you been so desensitized by the comedy? Because that's the thing, he's in the trailer, they're fighting, and it looks cool, they're going big to small, and him and Yellowjacket are duking it out, and they're in, a toy train set, and then, the little thing hits the thing, and nothing happens, because when they're tiny, they have super strength. So, I gotta ask, are you just watching it for laugh factor? Because, when you think about, this, and, supposedly, there's a ton of exposition, and they explain the suits and everything, and the tech, and the powers, and they, I think, a lot of reviewers have said they beat a dead horse with the exposition. I think that it's kind of dumb if you're gonna have these two guys that can shrink down and be super powered fighting. Why wouldn't you just stay regular humans and just punch the shit out of each other? Because nothing can hurt them when they're shrunken, besides each other.
Yes.
That's the
how
thing.
Are they gonna fight in the Avengers then? That's what I don't understand. How? That's why I think this is their biggest Jeopardy type project, and I think that's why they have to explain, like you were saying, the reviews you were reading, they explain they beat the dead horse with the suit, because I think it's just so unrealistic, even for this world, that they have no other choice. I mean,
that's a good point. That's a really good point.
They're running out. All their popular shit's gone. I mean, look at the next project, Doctor Strange. I don't know who that is. The Inhumans. I don't know who these people are.
I'll say that goes back to the Marvel Studios selling the rights. If they never sold the rights to say Spidey and Fantastic Four, X-Men, we would have never got any of these, which is a good thing and a bad thing, because Guardians of the Galaxy is fantastic, and some of these films are really great. But Doc Strange is very cool. I'll tell you this, he's very cool if they do it right.
They're changing it. I heard they're not putting any of the Asian elements in there because they don't want to offend anybody. So now everybody's saying it's the Mandarin all over again. So a lot of people are like, Doctor Strange is going to fucking suck. That's what I don't know anything about the character, so I can't get mad about it. But from what I heard, they don't want to offend anybody in the Asian community, and I heard that's a big part of who he is, supposedly, I guess.
Yes. Some of his mythos goes back to that stuff.
Yeah, we'll see. The Ant-Man thing.
No, I want to change topics. We were asked to discuss the Dark Knight trilogy, Nolan's movies. Someone in the comment has a Nintendo NR 235,000, I think is his name.
Cool, Nintendo. Woo.
So he said, more along the lines of, I recently got the Dark Knight trilogy. What do you think about it? Yeah. He said, please don't spoil it. He has not seen it yet.
Okay, yeah. So no spoiler talk, just our impressions. I really like the trilogy. I thought it was a very cool take on the character. I'm a huge Batman fan. I watched when I was younger. I watched the animated series. I read a ton of the comics. I still read the comics monthly. I've seen all the movies, even the shitty Joel Schumacher ones. Even the Adam West TV series. I like the series as a whole, and I thought it was a cool take on the character and a very it goes back to the blockbuster versus film kind of conversation. It was both. It was a great film, cinematography, acting, directing, everything, score, but it was also a blockbuster. So I like that they kind of brought this superhero genre, not to just it's a fun popcorn 2 hour time waster. They took a seriousness to it. I liked all the films. I liked 1, 2, and 3. I know some people hate some. Like everyone loves 2, it seems like, but some people hated 1 or hated 3 or loved 2 and loved 1 but hated 3. I like them all. I think there's a lot of I know you haven't watched them. I'm not going to talk about them, but there's some plot holes and there's some like weird kind of like logic stuff with the writing that people can nitpick. And the last thing I'll say is they're great films, but I don't know if I would say they're not like great Batman films. Like they nail like the Bruce Wayne aspect and some of the Batman elements, but there's a lot to be desired when it comes to Batman as a character. And maybe it's just because of Nolan's take on the character, but there's a lot of stuff that I just I wanted more out of it in terms of detective work and hand-to-hand combat and his intuition. But that could also go back to him trying to make it really, really grounded. That's my spiel. Overall, I really liked it, but it has some problems.
Yeah. So, Chris, what do you think of the Dark Knight trilogy with what Nolan did with those movies?
Oh, I love it. The second one is
break them down.
Yeah, Dark Knight's my favorite comic book movie of all time.
Nice.
Batman Begins, I love. I think the scenes of him training, especially that one snow scene, it's phenomenal. It's a different take from the Batmans we've seen so far. It's definitely more realistic in that world, so there's just no campiness. I gotta disagree with John with the hand-to-hand combat because in the third movie there's some straight-up brawls going on, and I mean he brawls it out numerous times with Bane.
I love the part in Dark Knight Rises when he's on those stairs fighting Bane. He's just
no music. Yeah, that's great. I mean,
all about it. Bane's like kind of like blocking all of it, and stuff. I thought that was
hey, no spoilers. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean it's not a spoiler. It's just it's just telling you how well put together that trilogy is. Like it comes a long way. Like I think I would still defend Rises. I still like Rises a lot. I know a lot of people had problems with it, but I think Rises is an awesome finale to the trilogy.
Anybody who puts Hans Zimmer in their movies as a composer automatically bumps it up 3 to 4 points. I mean, the score is very, very good. I mean, it gauges you into the movie more. It's not like campy. There's really slim to no comedy. It's a very good movie. If you're into the comics, like John's very big into comics, so he may have some more issues than people that really don't care too much about the comics would. Like for me, I don't base too much stuff on it. It's like when books get adapted into a movie, people are like, oh, the book had more information, it was better, but why are you remaking something word for word? It's almost like that's why I like movies, because it's somebody else's own vision. It's their art on what they want to put a take on. So I don't really get upset about the whole comic book aspect. I know Bane.
Like when things change.
Yeah, like Bane.
A lot of the I was gonna say a lot of it. Like the Bane changes are fantastic.
Let me say real quick, like the design of Bane, like how that's a different approach than like the lucha libre.
Yeah, he's like the size he's like the size of the Hulk in the comics and stuff.
Okay, so with that said, that's also like I would say very relatable with a director like Zack Snyder or Michael Bay. And I'm not trying to clump them into the same category, but they are at the same time both Hollywood blockbuster directors, though they do definitely take different approaches with the source material they're given. Like Snyder, the ending of Watchmen was a little different, and obviously Snyder didn't write it, but Snyder wanted to do that with the different the same outcome, different source.
Right.
So
it just sucks that it's over because I wanted to see Nolan explore a little much, especially. I'm not going to go over the ending of Rises, but the way it ends, you sort of are like, I want to see.
You want to see more, like what happens after that.
Yeah, you do.
Well, you're about to with. Just imagine it's
just close your eyes and
it happened,
But I mean, it's good. It's good. It's set. It's 3 movies. Like you're gonna. I mean, I don't know anybody who doesn't love that franchise. I mean, it's it's like the Lord of the Rings. I don't know, like people compare Star Wars to. I don't look at them as just one movie. I mean, I could watch all Lord of the Rings. It's just one giant.
One big story.
It's like Batman. It's just one big story, and the story's told, and I'm excited for Snyder's take now of where this world's going because it's clearly very different, and
Yeah, hell yeah.
I think Affleck's just going to be the bomb in this.
I will say that too. And I wasn't saying before, like, I didn't mean to like dislike his hand-to-hand combat. It was totally there, especially in Rises. Like, it's cool because he almost has like a scrappiness to him because
he kind of has a disadvantage in the third
right.
one.
Because
I don't want to get too into detail
right,
with it, but
but we know the reasons, and Bane is huge. But
and I do want to say for someone like Nolan that isn't really like a straight up action director, I think for the most part he did handle the action really well in the Batman movies.
I meant like with the hand-to-hand combat stuff was that I wanted to see. I guess I guess I just wanted to see more of it. Like I wanted him to pull back the camera some more. Like I remember in Batman Begins when he's taking dudes out in the shadows, which was fantastic. Like I know the commenter Nintendo, I forgot the rest of his username, but he hasn't watched them yet. But there's some fantastic stealth stuff in there. But there's like the scene where he takes them all out, and it's just like kind of like almost shaky cam-ish, and I don't know, it just kind of irked me a little bit. But overall, like I said, I still really like it. I have the ultimate box set thing. It comes with the little Batmobile and all the concept art. Yeah,
nice.
I'm a little nerd. I'll admit it.
No, that's cool though. I like that stuff.
I mean, yeah, like despite like having very small problems with it, it's a fantastic trilogy, and I'm excited to see more Batman. So,
who isn't? You know, I feel like if you're not, then like get the fuck off Earth. Earth is meant for Batman fans only. You know, like everybody likes Batman. Batman sells. Like, good luck, Marvel. If Batman, the solo film is released like weeks after Captain Marvel or whatever in 2018, like bye. Like DC, like Marvel's lucky if DC gives them a week after, because they're like, all right, you get your week of box office now. Batman's coming out. Bye. That's not gonna sell long. Like Batman, whatever it is, Batman is gonna sell.
I'm inclined to agree. Like, there's some people that are really, and it's the people that obviously aren't the comic book fans. They're just the moviegoers or the casual moviegoers, and they love the Dark Knight trilogy, and rightfully so. But it's the guys that are like, you see on Facebook, like articles that get shared. They're like, oh man, Christian Bale was the best. Fuck Batfleck or whatever they're calling, and screw Ben Affleck, he sucks. Yada yada yada. And I gotta ask, like, do you just like Bale Batman, like, or do you not like the character? Because, like, despite me being salty about the casting choice of Spidey, I'm gonna see it. Like, I love Spider-Man. Like, I'm still pretty excited to see what they do with it, despite skepticism. Like, it's a character. It's just an actor playing a character. So if you don't like, you gotta step back. And if you only like Bale's Batman, then like you don't like the character. You just like a guy portraying him in 3 films, and that's it. It's just kind of boggles my mind that some people can't get past that.
Well, it depends on the movie. Like I can't even Burton's Batman. I grew up with that. I was born in '84, so I mean it was right around that time.
Right. Yeah.
I mean I hated those movies growing up. I hated all of them. I thought they were awful.
The Burton ones.
Yeah, I see. I'm more of like the movie. I don't go on the character. If the movie's good, then I wind up liking it. So like. I guess I'm just a little different on that. So I mean, like the X-Men movies, it's I thought the Wolverine was the best one out of all of them. I mean, Origins I can't stand, Last Stand I can't stand, X2 I think's good, X is good. I go on the movie. I don't go on like the characters or like who's playing it. If the movie's good, great. If the movie sucks, even if it's my favorite character, like Wolverine's my favorite character, he gets his own Origins movie and it's
it's garbage. But I gotta ask this: before the film, were you excited?
Oh, 100%. You're always excited.
See, that's what I'm saying.
So that's why
it's the same people though that I'm saying that are like they're going in like not excited just because it's Ben Affleck instead of
new approach. But I gotta ask, what was it? Basically, I want to see. Here's what I want to see happen when BVS comes out. I want to see The Last Samurai come back and do a movie review of BVS because hear me out, because it is interesting because you're actually like looking forward to it, and I want to see like how your expectations actually line up with the movie when it's out, because what if you're like severely disappointed by it, or what if you're actually like kind of impressed, or what if you like it a lot? See, I would love to see that because I don't know. I liked your other reviews, and I think it would be cool to see other like.
Yeah, I think the channel's closed for a little bit at least. I mean, the letterbox, at least you get to read them. I know people hate to read, but
No, that's cool.
I've read your reviews on Letterboxd. They're pretty good.
like Dawn of the Apes, I was excited as shit to see that movie, and that was one of my biggest letdowns of last year.
Really? I liked it.
I thought it was too cliched. I love Matthew Reeves. I mean, he made Let Me In, which is one of my favorite movies in my top 25 of all time, and I was very excited, but it was too annoying how like the same thing happened with the human betraying the people, happened with the ape betraying their type. It was just too much.
It was a little cliche. I think though, like me going into that, I wasn't too excited. It's weird, man. Sometimes like movies, like even if I'm looking forward to them, like the excitement either doesn't hit me at all, or it'll hit me like when I'm standing in line, like waiting to get in the movie.
See, this is why I want to bring up like Jurassic World, you know, and like Terminator Genesis, because I think those two movies are like great examples of, you know, really like depends on the experience you have with them, because I don't think either of them are great films. Like I know John, I know you liked Jurassic World a lot. I know Chris did not like it. I liked it. I did not love it. And I felt the same way about Terminator. I'm not trying to say Terminator is like up there with Jurassic World in terms of quality, but I will say I had more fun at Terminator Genesis, though I don't think it's a good or great Terminator movie. Does that make any sense to you guys? So it's like
no, it makes sense. Just
it's your opinion. That's why I don't dog on people for their opinions. That's why I don't listen to other people's reviews. Like YouTube reviewers, like the popular ones, I can't tell you the last time I watched one of their videos. I don't even know who does them anymore. I don't go on Rotten Tomatoes ever. I mean, just now is the first time I've probably been on it in probably a year and a half. So,
wow.
I don't listen to. I don't have to. I base everything that I want to see on the trailer. If the trailer looks good, I see it. The only time, Kick-Ass was the only one where I was like, the trailer looked iffy, but then the word of mouth got so crazy. Yeah. Like I gotta see what everybody's talking about, and it wound up being my top 5 favorite comic book movie ever.
Totally, and that's what stinks is like. You know, you got it right. I mean, that's how everyone should view it. That's the whole point of trailers, to sell you on a movie. You're supposed to, as a human being, think, like, wow, this looks good, this looks bad. But instead, we've, like, reduced it to, like, checking IMDb, Metacritic, and Rotten Tomatoes. And it stinks, because that'll, like, validate. Like, I've loved movies that have, like, been dogged on. And I've hated movies that have gotten praised. It's like what you like. Like, that's the best thing. It's the best
That's how I grew up with movies. We didn't have like the internet or anything like this, you know. I mean, we had the internet, but it wasn't like popular. I mean, it didn't have
like that's.
I mean, all the movie reviews you got were from the newspaper when it was like giant ads, 4 stars. So it was like
yeah.
Like that's why with like this Ant-Man coming out, I find it really interesting because there are a lot of people commenting on the Schmoes No review that are like, you know, wasn't too interested in this. But the fact that you guys gave it like a 4.5 out of 5, I want to see it now.
Instead of
and I'm like, but wait.
So like one person saying, go see it.
You're now being sold on someone else's opinion, which I get. I guess all reviewers try to do that to a degree because you're
sharing.
Speaking for Jackson and myself as well. You're ignorant enough and stupid enough to put your opinion right up front for everyone to see,
for the world.
That you obviously want to influence people in some way, or at least it seems that way. I mean, the fact that there are people that are literally commenting on this Ant-Man review saying, like, you know, I thought this looked really bad, but now I'm so excited to see it. So you're so excited to see something that you thought looked bad, but because someone said they liked it, you're like super excited now? That doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean?
It's the generation we're in, and they're all fucking sheep. All these big YouTubers, nobody gives their own fucking opinion. If somebody says it, they have to go with the trend is. If somebody speaks out and says it sucks, and they're that one person, then they get dogged on. They don't want
to. The dislike ratio to like ratio is insane.
It's a joke. That's why people hated Siskel and Ebert growing up, because they gave their own opinion, and people used to fight with them nonstop. These other fucking YouTubers. Every fucking review is exactly the same. One guy likes it, they all have to. It's almost like they collaborate together to say, all right, guys, we're all gonna like this. No worries. You know what I mean?
Or I would even say that some people and this is not like supposed to be an accusation to any personal people. I'm just saying this in general. I definitely feel like Rotten Tomatoes plays very heavy into people's opinions sometimes too with these movies. You'll see people even say in the reviews, this has a 20-something approval on Rotten Tomatoes. Obviously, critics don't like it, so it's a bad movie. I didn't like it either. But hey, I like Selfless. I just saw Selfless, and that has like a 20 or something.
Right.
I liked it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say
what
it's
you like.
Perfect movie, but I liked it. It was good.
So what we're basically saying is unsubscribe from Flick Fanatics, forget reviews, don't watch them, just no.
As long as you give your own opinion, I watched obviously Flick reviews.
And that's the thing too, is I'll watch reviews too.
Dude, we just lost 20 subscribers.
Oh man, no, but like that's the thing is like I'll watch reviewers. Sometimes like some of the people that are part of the BlueTube community and stuff like that. But like when I watch reviews, or even if I check Rotten Tomatoes or Metacritic or whatever, it does not sway my viewing or not viewing ever really. It might be like, oh crap, most people aren't liking this. Well, time to go see it, and then like I might end up liking it. Like it's just one of those things where it is insane to me how much that has a sway on people, how much people are swayed by it. But that's going off a tangent, so whatever. Matt, what's the next topic?
The next topic is Taylor Swift.
What?
Yeah, no, Taylor Swift. No, we won't do that. Green Lantern Corps has been announced.
Yeah, you see the Chris Pine concept shot they gave you today?
So is he gonna be in it?
Yeah, rumor has it. I think he's Hal Jordan and Tyrese is
John Stewart. That was my prediction once I heard the discussions.
Supposedly Pine's already signed the script behind closed doors, so nobody.
Dude, okay, see. All right, let's talk about this. Matt, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I'll start this discussion. I will start by saying a little bit of my opinion too with Green Lantern. Real quickly. So it's gonna be a reboot.
Right.
It's gonna be about the Green Lantern Corps, which obviously means there's more than one Green Lantern, which is interesting with the whole Justice League tie-in, and because this is 2020.
Yeah. It's 2020.
Okay, so this is after or before the last Justice League movie.
And after Cyborg. It's the last one.
You will see him, though, in Justice League Part 1. We will
totally,
see.
Yeah.
We will see Flash. So Flash we'll see next year, Batman vs. Superman and Aquaman. I don't know if we'll see Green Lantern, but we may. I still think we see some bad guys. I think the Riddler is going to pop up for Batman vs. Superman, especially with the question mark in the trailer.
On the
pillar. I think it's time if anyone can do Riddler right, I think it's Warner Brothers. They can make him sick and psychotic and almost have him fucking with Batman throughout the whole movie, like behind closed doors. They could really do very good for the Riddler. I think 100%.
I think they can nail it.
So with that said, I would like to say I love Chris Pine. I think he's great as Captain Kirk. I like him as an actor. I think he has a lot of charisma. I would say almost as much charisma as Jai Courtney. And I would also say that hashtag Jai or Die. So,
here we go.
So Captain Boomerang, I can't wait.
I'm actually
awesome.
For all the hate that he gets, I think he's gonna kill it as Captain Boomerang because no filter. He doesn't have to act American, like he's doing his accent, and like he's working with an ensemble cast. So even if he's not the strongest actor, that he can like bounce his performance off of.
He might be elevated. I think by some of the other people.
I think he's gonna surprise people.
We'll see, because
Green Lantern, sorry.
No, it's all good.
I think the biggest flaw for Suicide Squad is Will Smith. It's going to be a Will Smith movie, and even the way they introduced him on the panel today, they called him in a laugh.
I think
he has to steal the show.
I think what it's going to be with the Suicide Squad, really quick before the Green Lantern, I think he's going to be just the leader of the Suicide Squad, like the task force, kind of like how he is in the newer comics and the animated series. But I really think that it's gonna try to focus on all of them. Some are definitely gonna die. given like the circumstances of the Suicide Squad. I'm not going to talk about it in terms of detail because of maybe people haven't read the comics or know about it, but some will get killed off. But I think they're going to bounce like Harley, Joker, Deadshot, and even Amanda Waller playing. Viola Davis playing.
She's the biggest. Deathstroke. Deathstroke's in the movie, right?
Right. Oh, I heard he's rumored, and like they haven't like officially said that, but it's pretty much a given.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So I think they're really gonna try to balance it, and Batman's gonna play a part in it, and I think they're gonna really balance it. I don't think Will Smith will steal the show. I think he'll steal like maybe like an act, like maybe he'll be like a big part of the middle act, but he won't be like stealing the show the whole film. Like it's a tricky situation with a big cast like that. But
well, I mean, it's gonna be a big too.
What's going on?
Hey Tim, what's up?
What up, Tim?
Thanks for joining, man.
Hey, I'm glad you're still doing it.
Oh yeah, dude. We were just talking Green Lantern. So I was saying real briefly before they went off on the Suicide Squad.
Sorry. Well, you had to bring up Jai Courtney, all right?
Yeah, because you know me. Jai, the number of the Jai. Basically, that was Tim. I give credit to Tim for creating that one. That was good.
Right.
Basically, Green
Chris
Lantern.
Pine.
There's a possibility that there's going to be Chris Pine, which I said I love that guy. I think he's going to be a great Hal Jordan if he's cast as him. And then possibly Tyrese would be playing Jon Stewart. So we were going to talk about that. Any opinions on that, Tim?
I actually thought that Ryan Reynolds was an all-right Green Lantern. I think Chris Pine's not too far off from that. I mean, it would be cool if Tyrese played. I think he'd be a good job. I like Idris Elba too.
Too old. He's in his 50s. Too old.
He's too old, but that could be a cool plot element. Like they're doing an older Batman. Why not do an older Green Lantern?
Is there any way he could maybe be passing the torch on to Hal Jordan to be the protector of Earth?
That's cool. They could get
I like Idris Elba, but I think you have to go. Anybody with Michael B. Jordan, I think I just hate him. So I'm kind of glad they didn't have to go on that approach. Which, by the way, I'm not looking forward to. I won't even see Fantastic Four in the theaters. But.
So you're writing that off?
I don't. The trailer was okay, and then all of a sudden, the next trailer had Kanye West's song in the trailer, and I was like,
"Oh yeah,
why did Kanye West's song like whatever? I don't even know what fucking song it was." And that ruined it.
Because man, no one man could have all that power.
Oh God!
Is that the song they used?
Yeah, I think that was. It was on a TV spot I saw the other day. But we can talk about Fantastic Four later. But the Green Lantern thing. I agree with Matt. Like, I am really looking forward to Chris Pine. I know he's all but confirmed, but it's cool to hear that you, Chris, heard that he signed on behind closed doors. I hope that's true. I think he is, like Matt said, really charismatic. I think he's going to kill it. And I agree with Tim. I liked Ryan Reynolds as Hal Jordan. Like, Hal Jordan's, like, goofy. He's witty. He's just a young buck kind of guy, and I thought Ryan Reynolds really channeled it. And like, despite Green Lantern having like a negative reception, I found some enjoyment out of it. Like, the Green Lantern is a really fickle, like convoluted franchise to try, and they stuck a lot of lore in there. And for what it was worth, like, I enjoyed it. Like, I
like it too.
I wasn't gonna rank it up as like, oh, it's amazing, but like, I thought the visuals were like just top notch. Like, that could be released like in 2 weeks, and people would probably be saying Green Lantern has better visuals than Ant-Man or whatever. Like, they went all out with it. They
did, and it looked good.
Looked very
all around. I liked. I enjoyed Green Lantern. I don't think it was great by any means. I don't think it really deserves the amount of negativity that it gets. I do think the villain's a little laughable in some ways when they're trying to be pretty serious with him.
Yeah.
But like, overall, I don't.
Cool, man. Now the rise of Sinestro at the end, I thought that was fucking awesome.
That was really cool.
Got me hyped. I'm like, oh man, they got the origin stuff, and now out of the way. Now we're going to Sinestro.
I like that because I really like Mark Strong, And I think he did a pretty good job with that role.
Did you guys watch the director's cut on Blu-ray though, of Green Lantern? Because it really makes the movie much better than what we saw. It really does, 100%.
You know, it's funny. It's funny you bring that up. I got that on Blu-ray. Matt, you got it for me. As a birthday present, and I actually haven't gotten to watch the director's cut.
What a great birthday present! Get him the critically hated masterpiece.
But you know what? You know that I liked it, so whatever. And like
enough, you liked it enough.
I liked it enough, and like
I mean, come on, guys! I bought Die Hard 5 the other day. Come on.
Yeah.
But wait. Green Lantern's not too far off from. It's not too far off from Thor. It had as much fantasy and like.
You know what though? I will argue that.
Wait, what?
Not the fantasy part. You're totally right. But Thor has like just too much humor, like way too much humor.
Green Lantern had some humor.
Green Lantern was really goofy. I mean,
it was, but it wasn't Kat Dennings goofy. That's what I meant.
But she was the only humorous part in Thor. Like Thor wasn't cracking Iron Man jokes every fucking 3 minutes. So it was.
That's true. Yeah, I guess you're right.
But yeah, definitely check out the director's cut. Like the director's cut for Wolverine makes the movie so much better because they actually
it does. Yeah, it's rated R.
They show the ninja scene. It's intense with all the fucking blood.
Yeah, it's rated R. It's an R-rated Wolverine film.
Like World War Z. World War Z was
I still gotta see the World War Z. Director's cut.
I haven't seen World War Z at all.
It's a shame that studios really like just. They're like, oh man, like there's blood. Just make it 13, and it's like, I know they want to try to get all the kids to see it, but like, should kids be seeing like the Wolverine anyway? Like, depending, I don't know.
That's why the '90s was a golden era. Every action movie was pretty much rated R.
Yeah. Like the Matrix, that should not have been R. I watched it recently. They don't even say like, I don't even think they swear in it. I think it's rated R for violence.
Aren't there boobs in it?
The second and third one, not the first one.
To back up from comic book guys, Nintendo asks what you most anticipated for the rest of the year. What are you guys looking forward to the most? I know my.
Oh, my bad, I missed that.
For the year?
Yeah, I know my 3 already. Black Mask, Sicario, and Everest are the top 3 I'm waiting for.
Wait, Black Mask. What was the other ones?
Sicario and Everest are my top 3.
Sicario looks sick.
What's that one?
That's that like crime. It's by the guy who did Prisoners. It's got.
I haven't heard of this. This is the first time hearing of it.
Yeah,
I like that guy.
Really good. And Everest, I know the whole story of Everest because it was the tragedy in the '90s, so I know who died and lives already. But I'm still looking forward to it very much because the whole expedition was just fucking insane. If you read up on that true story, it's pretty intense. So
that trailer really surprised me for Everest. Like, I am looking forward to that a lot after I saw that preview. It looks good.
Is it like a survival movie?
Yeah.
It's based on a true story.
Dude, Tim, have you not seen the trailer for Everest yet?
No, surprisingly I haven't.
Dude, it's a stacked cast, man. You got like Josh Brolin, Jake Gyllenhaal, Jason Clarke, Keira Knightley.
Sam Worthington.
Yeah, Sam Worthington.
And
also known as Jai Courtney.
Yeah, Michael Kelly from.
Is Jai Courtney in it?
No, Sam Worthington I think looks a lot like Jai.
Oh.
Well, he's from Australia. So it's probably why.
Maybe they're like cousins,
But Tim, you'll love it, Tim. There's Transformers in it, and.
Wait, are you serious?
No. I
was gonna say like give me.
They pop out of the snow and.
Got a few predators in there.
Yeah.
I don't really care. Oh, he does look like Jai Courtney.
Yeah,
he looks like Joel. He looks like Joel Edgerton.
Matt, what are your top 3?
My top 3 are called Southpaw at number 3.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's at number 2 yet, so I'm gonna say Star Wars. And then number 1, I'm also gonna say Star Wars.
Star Wars twice, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for
Star Wars. All the movies, you gotta fucking name Star Wars twice. That's such a
I'm thinking. Hey, I had a brain fart.
All right. So we'll help you out. The Finest Hours, Dark Places, Masterminds, Man from U.N.C.L.E., Criminal, Sinister 2.
All right. Hold up. Oh, rewind. I'm gonna say.
Crimson Peak, Pan.
Oh,
Oh,
Crimson
I am
Peak.
looking forward to Crimson Peak a lot.
Dude, this is tough, nailing.
But I will
narrowing it
say,
down.
I'm gonna go off on a limb here. I think The Man from U.N.C.L.E. looks really cool
I
from
do
like the
too, yeah.
style of it, and I want to see that.
Dude, Guy Ritchie, man, I love Guy Ritchie. I don't know what your opinions on him are, but
You think?
I like
Do you think?
him.
Do you guys think Guy Ritchie's a rich guy?
Richie Rich?
I think after the Sherlock films, he is.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming out that's good. I mean, I'm waiting for The Revenant and Snowden's trailers to drop. They're both going to be fucking fantastic.
Yeah, Snowden.
That teaser for Snowden. I should have said that. That teaser for Snowden was really powerful.
Yeah, but The Revenant has fucking Leonardo DiCaprio in it. So, I mean...
Oh, snap.
So we know that he's not going to win an Oscar then.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, he's the
That's
most...
too bad. I feel bad for him.
I mean, in the heart of the sea, it's gonna be really good. You got The Hateful Eight. I mean,
Oh yeah, damn!
That's
I
why,
picked up my top three.
James Bond sequel.
Yeah. Oh, you're listing off all my movies, Chris.
All right, John, let's hear it then.
I mean, my top three are safe, but like I've been looking forward to them. Spectre, Star Wars, and what was the other one?
Hateful Eight.
Hateful Eight, of course. Yeah, how could I forget? Yeah, Hateful Eight. Although, like, those are just three. Like, I am really looking forward to Snowden and Everest and Man from U.N.C.L.E. too. So, I mean, also.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change mine up. I'm gonna go off on a limb here. Sorry to cut you guys off. I'm gonna go off on a limb here. Snowden 3 times. Nick Cage supporting role. Supporting Oscar Academy Award. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Oliver Stone. Woo!
There's a chance. I mean, there really is a chance. Like, if he kills it, which I think he
but
will.
It needs to be written. The movie needs to be written.
Yeah. But it has like all the pieces to be. When you look at
It
the
does.
cast,
It does have a really good cast. It does have a good director.
the actual
Chris and
subject.
Tim. Chris and Tim, what are your top 3?
Oh, I already went. I'll say it again though if you want me to say it again.
What order was Everest in on there?
Everest is probably 2. Black Mass is definitely number 1 for me. I'm really looking forward to that a lot. Sicario's probably 3. I mean, Sicario will probably get bumped once the Revenant trailer comes out and maybe Snowden's trailer comes out. I mean, there's a lot. This Crimson Peak looks really fucking good.
Yeah,
I mean,
It does.
Yeah.
The Martian looks unbelievable with fucking Matt Damon. Really fucking good.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be really good, but it could be really boring.
Yeah.
It could be really uplifting though, but I don't know. I got mine's Green Inferno because I've been dying to see it ever since it came out.
Eli Roth?
Yeah, it looks phenomenal.
I haven't seen that yet, the trailer.
Oh shit! It's been like a year. It's supposed to come out last September, and like it never came out. The other 2, I would love to see Star Wars. I'll definitely put that there. There's a really shitty comedy coming out though called Mastermind. Have you seen the trailer for that?
Come on,
No, I thought you were.
Mastermind.
Dude, it looks so funny.
I thought when you said shitty comedy, I thought you were gonna say Trainwreck, the Judd Apatow one with Amy Schumer. Some people are looking forward to that.
I do want to see that.
See, like I don't know. I don't get the appeal. I like Judd Apatow. I like Bill Hader. I think he deserves way better than that film. But like LeBron James is in it, and like it's just like what?
I mean,
it's not going to be memorable.
Better than T.I. though.
It won't be memorable, but like,
Yeah,
It is better than T.I.
I'll replace.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll replace Masterminds with Crimson Peak just because
Yeah.
ever since I saw Pacific Rim, I have been blown away with Del Toro's like attention to detail, and that guy drew all those sets like perfectly until they exactly how he
but
wanted.
Tim, he was Alone in the Dark was really bad, and he did that one.
Ooh, that was a bad. I saw that in theaters.
Did he direct it or produce it? I forgot.
He directed it. That was
Okay,
great.
yeah.
I saw it.
You can't reach
I
that
saw
far
that
back,
too.
though.
Yeah, I saw that too, and that was a huge flub. But then if you go further than that, he did Pan's Labyrinth, Chronos, The Devil's Backbone. Like, Del Toro is a fantastic director.
I mean, Hellboy was awesome. The first
Hellboy,
Second one,
even
I
the
hated.
I still like the second one. It wasn't as like it wasn't as dark, not just like serious, but like it wasn't as like just the setting.
What was this thing? What was this? Alone in the Dark?
It's
Alone
that.
in the Dark. Or was it Don't Be Afraid of the Dark? I forgot. There's
Guy Pearce and Katie Holmes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was about to say Alone in the Dark is Yui Bola.
Oh, that's the movie I was
Yeah,
thinking.
it was Don't. I think it was Don't Be Afraid of the Dark.
Oh,
Katie
okay.
Holmes and
Never
Guy
mind.
Pearce, you said?
Never mind, guys. I haven't seen that. I've seen Alone in the Dark. That was a
Yeah,
shit.
Guy
wait,
Pearce and Katie Holmes. It came out like 4 years ago.
Oh, he did not direct it. He produced it, or he wrote it.
I thought he was director of that.
Troy Nixie directed it.
But yeah, that had a very the problem I had with that film was, and the problem I have with a lot of like horror films, or monster films even, is like they blew their load. They like showed the monsters like very early on in the film, and a lot of it was in the trailer. So it's like you have this, so you see these little creatures. I forgot what they call them. Oh, tooth fairies. Yeah. They were supposed to be tooth fairies, and they showed them like right off the bat, like within the first like I don't know. Like 20, 30 minutes.
Do they look creepy?
At first, yes, but you also see it in the trailer. But then actually, when they scale back and you see like a full body shot of them, they're not scary at all, and they're kind of laughable. And like it takes away. They're
like whoa, that looks kind of creepy, man.
Right? Is that under the bed sheet cover, Matt? Is that the picture? That you're looking
it's
at?
kind of like this face.
But yeah. See, that was in the trailer. But when they zoom out and they show them actually walking around and being.
But I see these other pictures though. I can show you guys if you want. It looks kind of weird, man.
Well, will you agree that Del Toro?
Kind of like Harry.
He doesn't make horrifying movies. He makes like romantic stories you'd find in like a book that are like horror movies. Because Crimson Peak doesn't look remotely scary. It just looks eerie. And I think he's really good with stuff like that. He's not trying to make He's not trying to make something that's gonna like freak you out.
I agree. He doesn't go for jump scares, and he doesn't go with like super scary things. Although I'll say like he'll design stuff that it's just chilling. It's eerie, like you said. It kind of gets under your skin, and like you'll go to bed and you'll start to think about it, and it'll creep you out even more. Like the Pan's Labyrinth dude with the eyes.
Or it might turn you on. You never know.
But yeah, he's an awesome creative person. He actually wrote a Justice League Dark script for Warner Bros. So and he turned it in. So that could be a potential future DCCU project, like an evil Justice League consisting of villains and stuff.
You think that would be like an animated movie? Or
I think they'd go real with it, especially like since they're with Suicide Squad, they're doing characters like Killer Croc. Like I don't think anything's like off limits now.
I agree. But they're doing Black Manta's in there too in Suicide Squad. You know that, right?
Yeah. Like I really think like they are embracing like anything and everything, which is awesome. Because Constantine was actually part of the Justice League Dark stuff, so you can get like get like really dark with it, hell and demons and But we went like crazy off topic of Green Lantern. I don't know.
Well, there's not too much you can talk about Green Lantern because I mean it's fucking.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot of info. It's
5 years away. We just know the name of the movie, Green Lantern Corps, and we know the rumored cast, 2 guys. That's about.
I'll say this: they are playing it smart with that because obviously it is a reboot. But the fact that it's about like the Corps as a whole, and they're like just kind of probably just jumping in with it. They're not doing like an origin thing. I would assume. If you're calling it Green Lantern Corps, I think that's really, really smart. Like, Green Lantern's doing his thing. He's been doing his thing around space, so maybe he hasn't even gone back to Earth or whatever. They could write it a certain way. I think that's interesting, and I think that like gives a lot of like context of like, yeah, he's here. He's gonna join up with the Justice League, and that's that. Like, I think that's like smart instead of it's kind of like with BVS, like with Batman, you're not going back to the beginning. Like they're going like the reverse way. Marvel started from scratch and are moving forward and are continuing to start scratch with a lot of characters. And like DC seems to be like they're established. This is it. We're moving forward. And I like that. Like I think that's
it's interesting because they're starting their movie, then they're getting their solo movie. Like Cyborg gets a solo movie after it. Like I like that that approach you're doing because I don't need to see how somebody becomes something. I mean every movie's the fucking same then. Like that's why I'm hoping that the Spider-Man movie doesn't do that again. I really just don't want to see Peter Parker get bit by a spider for the 15th time.
Exactly, yeah. But at the same time, they're going like a year after Parker gets bit, not even. So it's like they're not going far enough with Marvel, at least with Spidey. Like he should be 28 like he is in the comics now, and then like move forward. But they want to have a little kid so they can keep him around for millions of years, whatever. But,
well, wait. So when that like old Spider-Man now, when did he get bit by the spider? Because are they
like
gonna...
16? Yeah, it's 15 or 16, like usually 16. But like in the movie, he's 16, so like he probably it's 11 months.
Well, you got to think he was a sophomore in high school in the first one, Amazing Spider-Man. Then it was 2 years later he was graduating in Amazing Spider-Man 2. So yeah, he was like 15, 16 when the first movie happened.
And like that's what's crazy to me. It's like they're going right back to it, and they're going to just focus more on the high school aspect. It's just, as a Spidey fan, it's really disappointing.
Well, also they want to do a whole John Hughes type scenery, which is a joke to me. What is going to be the Breakfast Club of Spider-Man? I mean, I just don't. I think
that
I really
John Hughes thing.
I think it fails. I really think Amazing, whatever they call this fucking movie. I have no clue.
Yeah, I bet you it'll be either sensational or spectacular. They're running out of comic titles. or the ultimate.
Wicked.
Or it'll be called Spider-Man, the beginning, but not quite the beginning.
Yeah, the beginning, and then in parentheses, but not really. Yeah.
Refueled.
Jai Coyne is Venom.
Here. This one. I like this.
Yeah, no. Spider-Man, the beginning. Parentheses, not really. Hashtag live fast and die young.
Yeah.
How about this? Spider-Man, Marissa Tomei is in this movie.
Oh yeah, can we talk about
that? See it. Yeah, let's talk about that.
So how old is she in real life? Is she 50?
Yeah, she's 50.
She's 50. So she's getting up there, and I get that, but I've seen people say like, oh, it's like Aunt May, like the Ultimate Comics version, and it's not. I don't know if you could do a quick Google search. Aunt May's still gray-haired and old, and I don't get why they would. I don't know. Marissa Tomei as Aunt May just kind of throws me for a loop, and I usually don't get thrown for loops for casting choices. Like I'm usually like, all right, like yeah, it's just so bizarre to me.
If Tom Holland's like 16. Then that would make, like, your aunt's rarely like 50 years old. That's like your mom's age. Like, she should be his mom, and then they should cast someone older.
Right.
Well, I mean, they could be like look at Matt and John. They're a few years apart, so it could be like Aunt May's 56 and Peter's mom would be 51, 52. They would look similar, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just given that, like, you know.
Oh, I was getting confused with an aunt and grandmother. I'm sorry.
Oh, right.
Damn it.
So I don't think it's too much of a problem. She's a good actress, you know. So
I just think it's an odd choice.
It is.
You
but
think
then
of
again,
you think of an older woman. Like
there's odd
always.
choices all the time.
Yeah, but I also don't think Spider-Man is going to be 14, like fighting. Like, how is this little child going to be fighting alongside?
And that's the problem. Is like that's the thing that even like even comic fans that are like in love with Spidey, like I love Spidey. It's just like bizarre to me that we're gonna have a 16-year-old Spider-Man in Civil War, and I know it's not to the same degree as the comics, but it's like this high schooler is going up against freaking Crossbones. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's gonna get his ass whooped if if it's in his first year of him being Spider-Man. Like, that's.
Well, they already said that Civil War is very much Captain America movie, so obviously all these names are gonna all be back seats. Like, I already know the post-credit scene for Ant-Man already, so I won't spoil it for you guys. But it's basically a Captain America movie, and these other guys are just there. They're going with that.
And that's what I'm saying is, like, Marvel has said like Spider-Man will have a small role in Civil War. I'm honestly thinking he might only be in it for like 5 minutes. What if he's.
Yeah, they're doing reshoots. The movie's almost completely finished, so I mean...
Right, and it's like they cast Tom Holland, and they're like, all right, get on set, we gotta shoot some stuff with you. Like, they're like rushing him on.
Just put him on a green screen.
Yeah, I mean they might as well, but like that's what I'm saying. It's like he might only be in it, and like the crappy thing, and I know like contracts can be renegotiated. They only signed him for 4 films. To me, that's insane. Like 4 films, and Civil War counts as one of those films, so that's 3 films. And then he's got the solo Spider-Man movie coming out in I think it's 2017. That's 2 films. So he's got 2 films left. Avengers 3, 1 and 2, part 1 and 2, and that's it.
Infinity 1 and 2 would be 4.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's crazy. Like they should have at least contracted him for 8 to 10. If they want like this kid, if they're trying to pull like Hugh Jackman, have him be like in high school, and then let's see the character grow as the movies go. Because, like, I swear to God, if he is not, like, if we don't get an adult Spidey, I'm going to Marvel Studios headquarters, and I'm kicking Kevin Feige's teeth in. I'm not even kidding.
Well, maybe when they asked Tom Holland when they were doing his contract, they had there as his mother, like, could he do more than 4? And she was like, no. I mean, that's probably realistically what happened.
I don't know,
like,
man. I hope not, man. Like,
then his dad's like, well, make sure he's home before 7 every night. We need to have dinner together at the table.
And then
take breaks at 6:45 every night.
And then Tom Holland is Spider-Man in that sense. He's got to beat a curfew in high school and stuff. But yeah, I mean that's the thing.
Have you guys?
Hey, hold up. Let me make a point then, real quick. Then they're making they're pulling a BVS. Then they're tying in the audience criticism with his age to the movie, confronting that.
Although I think Snyder and Warner and DC like had this in mind. They didn't like hear like fanboys cry about destruction and then they
don't give a shit. That's why I respect Snyder. They don't give a shit about what the nerds are saying. Like, Snyder did what he wanted to make, and if you take it or leave it, you like it or you don't fucking like it, and that's why I respect everything they're doing.
Yeah. But yeah, I just want an adult Spider-Man. I just like it's just like so
butthurt, man.
I am, man. Like I've been reading Spidey since I was like 7. It just stinks that we keep going back to a young Spidey, and like when Amazing Spider-Man 2 finally like they had such a monumental thing happen at the end of the film, and they're moving his character forward, and it just gets erased like that.
I agree.
And it's like then we gotta go back, and it's like like if they wanted to reboot it, fine. If they wanted to recast it, fine. They should have just got like an somewhat older guy and just go on with Civil War, because then you would have had like adult Parker with adult Stark. We'll never get that at this rate, because Holland, like Stark or Downey will be out, and then it'll be like War Machine, and then it'll be some schmuck, no Iron Man even, I don't know. And then it's like you don't have like Spidey conversing with Bruce Banner and Iron Man, like to his genius degree, like when he's an adult, and that's just really frustrating. Like,
yeah, well, we lose another Avenger in Civil War. Another guy dies. I already know who dies, so I'm not gonna tell you guys. But
here, type it in the chat. Type it in the chat.
I'll say this though. It's cool. It's cool that we're gonna see. Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, it's already been.
I don't really care about that character.
Yeah, I mean, I do, but. Oh, you know what though? That's garbage. I'm not gonna talk about that. There's something I want to say, and maybe I'll type it in the chat. But yeah, it's just
I wanna change topics. All right, yeah, all you little.
Give me the talking pillow. It's my turn to
Can I just say one really quick sentence? One really quick sentence.
Well, hey, quick last time was 2 minutes. So.
And this is going back to Green Lantern. I don't think Tyrese will play a good Jon Stewart. I have not seen him act decent in any role.
All right, so who do you want? You want T.I. instead?
I mean, yeah. Let's get
We're running out of musicians.
No.
I got it. Out there. What about A$AP Rocky? He was in Dope. Man, I loved him.
I got it.
I did not like Dope, by the way. Just want to say it right now.
Oh wow, I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it, but I want to.
Dope was funny.
I'll hold my opinions.
I'm not talking
about it. Say it. Let's talk about it. It's all good, man.
Actually, I have someone that came to mind. That who would play? I forget his name.
Jon
Keep
Stewart.
going. Well, yeah. There's someone that really. I forget who he is though.
Oh, I thought you said okay. I got confused. I thought you
keep
said
going
you
on.
forgot Jon Stewart. My pick for Jon Stewart would be Dave Chappelle.
He's Jack now, so
I'm totally joking, but you might as well cast him at this point if you're considering Tyrese Gibson.
Tyrese Gibson, sweet lady. You guys you guys are too young to remember when Tyrese used to make CDs and never was not an actor.
Oh, he still
totally
makes
on that-
CDs. No,
you told me
he has like some new album coming out.
I used to own his CDs in high school and used to play the love jams.
He was on that motorcycle, right?
Yeah, that was for his movie Baby Boy. He did the song for that.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember? This is my favorite movie with him. It goes by a little name of Too
Don't say it.
Fast,
No.
Too Furious.
No,
Anybody remember him in that movie?
He is.
Remember that glare he gives? Here, let me redo
You
his.
fucking love this. You love that franchise. It's sickening to me. That is the glare.
No,
Like in the beginning when he's like wrestling or whatever in that like little like
pit,
fieldy gravel place.
Yeah.
Oh
I
man,
remember that.
I could just
And
right when I
Paul
saw
Walker.
that, I thought to myself, he needs to be Jon Stewart.
Oh, that guy.
This guy is what DC needs right now. So yeah.
Yeah,
Did I lose you guys there?
No,
he's
I
good,
don't-
man.
I don't think Tyrese is a bad actor. I just don't think that. I don't know. He's never really done something where I've been like, damn, Tyrese.
I think that's the same with me. Like, yeah, like he's funny and Fast and Furious, and he's a goofball or whatever, and that baby boy or baby, whatever that movie's called. Like, some people liked him in that. I guess it just comes down to like I guess I just, from what I know of Jon Stewart, from everything I've read and watched in like the Justice League cartoons, I just don't see him like getting anywhere close to nailing that role.
Yeah.
I think
quick, Tim, I saw the picture you posted of Houston or whatever his name was, Digimon Houston. Digimon.
Digimon.
Digimon. Pokemon.
Do you remember his part in Guardians?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Wait, so
I don't
remember him from that and not Gladiator? Come on, Matt.
Oh, yeah.
Because Guardians is still in my head, man. I watch Guardians once a week.
I'm
No,
sorry.
you don't. I can say he does not, but
I don't think I think he's a good actor, but I don't. He's been in every single movie you've ever seen.
I think
that
guy, whatever his name is, he could probably nail Jon Stewart more so than Tyrese.
Digimon.
Yeah, Digimon. Agumon. But I think I think he'd be a better Jon Stewart. It's just I think people really are. I know Tyrese has been rallying for that role, and he's been really aggressive about it, and he's getting all his fans riled up. And
he was at Marvel Studios the other day having a meeting with them.
Or Warner Bros. Yeah.
Warner Bros.
Yeah.
It's completely obvious.
And that's the scary part. If we're gonna, I really hope he doesn't. I just don't know why Warner Bros. Would see that as a good choice. Like their cast members so far.
Yeah. Enough
I know Gal Gadot's controversial, but Eisenberg's a good actor. I know he's not this big Lex Luthor intimidating guy, but he showed in Social Network he could play this conniving little rat of a genius guy.
He looked good in the trailer, man. Why does he have hair? What does he have hair?
So real quick.
Yeah.
Let's do it. People want to talk about BVS and Batman, and that's what I want to talk about because that's what I want to talk about. And I think that's what you guys want to talk about too. So if anyone is watching, please let's hear your opinions on this BVS stuff. I mean, it's almost a 4-minute trailer that came out. Let's talk about all the details you guys liked, disliked, and especially with Tim, John, and Chris. I'd like to hear exactly what you guys are thinking with what you saw. Are these things pointing at other movies like Suicide Squad with this whole Bruce Wayne thing where he's looking at the paper, the Robin suit? I want to just go right into this because I think that's what we're all kind of mostly talking about from what we're recovering from.
What was the Robin suit? Wait a second. Holy
Well,
shit.
so hang on. Yeah. So
Tim, watch the trailer again, Tim.
I will.
So I watched the trailer. I think about 10 times today. Like I'm not even. I just. I watched it twice in the car. For those who weren't here at the beginning of the show, I was at the Taste of Chicago. It dropped. I was so excited to like get out of there and get to my car so I can hear what was going on my phone. And then I came home and I watched it. I actually like wrote down crap when I broke it down because I knew we were gonna have this discussion. And do you guys want to talk about like each point in the trailer, and then each of us will talk about it and just move on from point to point in the preview? Does that sound good?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it probably 9 times more than I have, but we can...
yeah.
Like,
let's
we'll go
let's
through the
talk
trailer.
Let's talk about the trailer. So
That's all confused. Get your duct tape.
I want to piece this together. I want to hear what other people are saying or thinking. Because that trailer was like kind of massive. There was a lot of stuff that they should be talking about. So first, I want to talk about some of the smaller stuff, like supporting characters. Like one of them I want to talk about is Alfred, primarily because of Jeremy Irons playing him. Kind of looks different look than the Michael Caine Alfred, so you already know. And I mean, you get more dialogue than in the teaser from him. For instance, you get that one line where doesn't he say something about you think he's referring to Superman being about how you're on the same side or whatever.
Yeah, he's clearly obviously telling him at that point, like, stop fighting with Superman. He's on our side. That was very obvious in the trailer.
Yeah, I mean, and that's awesome. It's he's always been that voice of reason to Bruce. Like Alfred is wise as all hell. He's depicted like that in like a lot of this, almost every series, comic, cartoon, movie. So yeah, he's basically trying to tell Bruce like, yo, like you are letting this anger get the best of you, kind of a thing. Like you're fucking up.
He's clearly pissed. You could tell, like Bruce Wayne, Batman is very angry in this movie. I mean, the part when he runs in the dust cloud and he looks up, he looks fucking pissed off. You could tell there's going to be a lot of that. I hope the movie's at least 2 hours 40 minutes. I really do.
It will be.
I want to address that real quick though with what you guys were just talking about. With Tim, because Tim wasn't here when we started, and a lot of people that are watching now were not here when we started, and we kind of opened with a little brief runoff on that. So with that scene of Bruce Wayne, on the phone, yells, starts running towards the dust cloud, goes in, cut.
Oh man! Oh man!
That whole thing. What was going through all of your heads? We'll start with Tim because we haven't really heard much from you yet with this.
I'm looking at the trailer again, just one more time. One, I want to know who's that girl that he's hugging?
Just a little girl. Just a little girl.
Okay.
Obviously, randomly he's saving from the buildings probably falling.
Okay. I mean, it would be cool if that was Jared Fogle from Subway, because hugging a little girl would be really strange. All right, Jared Fogle joke out of the way. Okay. I think I think it's really cool to do that whole thing of like coexisting the universe, and that making people kind of should watch Man of Steel again, because if you didn't know what happened in Man of Steel, you wouldn't know what that scene was. You wouldn't get it, I think it's really cool. I think it's awesome that we're kind of going to be getting. I just watched Dark Knight Returns Part 1, Part 1, and it's kind of cool that you kind of just have to know that Bruce Wayne is in like retirement and he's coming back. And I loved that shot of it panning over to seeing like that was one of his buildings that got destroyed, and it's just him coming back. So I like that we're not going to be getting a initial Batman storyline, but as the trailer showed, there is going to be some flashback to how like Bruce Wayne's origins. But I thought that was really cool. Like it's just a cool way to tell this story.
Exactly. Yeah, we were saying similar things earlier. How it's kind of it's like it's bridging the gap between Man of Steel and this one. Like obviously the Metropolis fight happened in Man of Steel, but we're going back to that. Whereas, like we mentioned, just comparing it to Marvel, like you don't see that in like a new Marvel film. Like, they don't go back and show like a different character's point of view.
Yeah. Oh, dang! I
So
didn't realize that.
like
'Cause
that's what we were saying. Like that's such a cool way to bridge this gap. You know, like with most like the example I used was Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch were introduced in an after credit scene, and then they're just there in Avengers 2 with no in between, right? They were just
yeah,
boom
they
boom,
never
you're
go
there,
back.
you're there.
They
Yeah.
never go back to that like cell wherever they're like where
Right.
they
No
were.
origin, no anything. So that's what I thought was cool is they're literally bridging the gap. And obviously we said it was easier because there's only 2 movies in the DC universe, but it's a cool way to do it. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Chris, I just read your comment. You did not get the 9/11 feel from that scene.
I also got a little bit of that.
He did not get it.
No,
Really?
zero. No, never crossed my mind.
Is that something that people are saying is a bad thing?
No, just I remember reading a lot of people saying that, and I just thought it was an ignorant thing to say. I mean,
It is
9/11 was a straight up fucking terrorist attack, and buildings going like through planes, and I mean I don't know. I was 17 when 9/11 happened, so I mean my dad was supposed to have breakfast in Windows of the World that morning, and his friend canceled. If he didn't cancel, my dad was in the towers, pretty much dead. So, so like, I mean, that was just it wasn't like angry, but it was more like I don't see because I know the whole chaos of a lot of funerals and shit going to because I had a lot of friends in high school that lost parents, whatnot. But I didn't understand that comparison because Transformers, Avengers, I mean, Avengers 2, Lifting Cities. There's been numerous movies with destructions in cities, and nobody ever made that comparison.
I'll say, yeah, you're right, but I'll say I think it's just the shot of him with the dust cloud at street level that really like drove it home. I wouldn't say like my mind went straight to 9/11. Like I'm with you, Chris. Like I don't think it. I didn't really think of that until people started saying that. But like I think it's because of the camera angle that like we never saw, like in the Avengers or Transformers, like a shot of like civilians running at street level and like just the dust cloud pillowing through, just like it was with the news cameras on that day. At least that was my take. I don't know.
It's more of a coincidence. I feel like.
Yeah.
I think I also got that feeling, but it's a movie about a comic book character.
Right. Yeah.
It's like how far can you take it to the point where it doesn't?
Yeah, but like Transformers, Dark of the Moon, we're seeing them running on the streets and buildings, and numerous shit was getting destroyed. But no, I just think so many people were looking for ways and excuses to hate on Man of Steel. They were coming up with so much acidine type things. I mean, the things I was hearing was a joke, and so many people were passionate. It was more people that hated Man of Steel were making their voice heard than the people that enjoyed it. And that's what the funniest part of Man of Steel was. It's almost like Superman.
It's the vocal, it's the vocal minority.
They were going out of their way to let everybody know how much they hated Man of Steel. And it was a joke because, like Tim said, it's a fucking movie. It's a fantasy movie, and you're looking to hate it. Great, if you hate it, move on. Like nobody gives a shit. You didn't like it. Sorry, it wasn't good for you. But to like beat a dead horse, I mean, numerous movie threads like Blu-ray.com. I mean, it's just so many threads were just destroying it, and I was just like, holy shit.
Yeah, and like meanwhile, I'm just sitting here like I liked it. Like I'm not going on Blu-ray.com and
I was a moderator on Blu-ray.com at the time, and actually it was one of the reasons why I stepped down from the site. I've been a moderator since 2008 on there. It was just too much suspending people and listening to these ridiculous conversations, and I'm like, why am I dealing with children? It became a second job for me, and I'm like, I can't keep doing this anymore. So I just threw in the towel over there, which sucks because it was awesome having those privileges, but at the same time, I'm just like, you know what? It just became too much. Listening to people fight about comic book movies it was a joke to me.
Yeah. All right. So I want to talk about that scene in particular. Like, I mean, I got chills when he was running into that smoke. Like, I'm like, that's Batman. He's just running. You see, like, everyone running away, and he's going into a collapsing building after he saw laser beams shooting out of it. It's like, wow, like that, like really, like if that doesn't tell you like anything about this character, I don't know what will.
Oh, he's badass. This Superman I think is going to be much more badass than. I mean, My favorite scene was when he's on the building and he gets the grappling hook and shoots away towards the end of the trailer. That scene
yeah.
was so fucking. That scene was so
Dodging the
fucking
laser
awesome.
beams. Yeah,
That
laser
was
vision.
so
Heat
awesome.
vision.
But no, before we break down trailer, why does Lex Luthor have hair? I thought he was bald.
Well, do you want to just get to that like as we go?
Yeah, I guess. I just and it's the one question I have for the trailer. I didn't understand that because I don't read comics, so I didn't understand that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Like as we go, you'll get your answer. But I mean, I like how they opened it with that, how to bridge the gap. The real world like government thing was very cool, you know. But I gotta ask you guys, what do you think about who do you think he was on the phone with? He looked like someone was in that building as it was coming down. Like, who do you think it was? I gotta ask, like, do you think he wasn't on the phone with someone and he just, I don't know, was freaking out because
it could be Commissioner Gordon.
It could be, but why would he be in Wayne Enterprises?
Well, it could be what Aaron Cash, the head cop. Supposedly, he's going to be a big role in this universe. So
okay.
It could be him. I think that's the opening scene. Honestly, I think that's the opening scene of the movie. Like Develop said, this is a Batman. This is a Batman and Justice League movie. So I think we're really going to see a lot of Affleck, so people can get used to him as Batman. This is not a Superman sequel. I'm excited for 2018 when we see Man of Steel 2, but now
on the flip side, I mean, well, I do agree with you. Like, I think it'll set up like a lot. Obviously, it's called Dawn of Justice, but I think we will get a good amount of Superman because in the trailer we see Clark Kent, you know, like arguing with Perry White about publishing an article. Like he wants to do an article about the Batman, and he's like, no one cares about Clark Kent taking on the Batman. Like, and they showed like Lois Lane shots, you know, with them together, and Ma Kent with him. So I gotta wonder, like, man, like I hope it's like a good balance because it seems like there's a lot going on and it has me very excited because of all the kick-ass stuff. But I do think we will still maybe get like a good chunk of Superman. Like I don't know if Batman will overshadow him or not because maybe they want you rooting for both characters.
Well, you got to think this. A lot of these movies have a villain. There's really no villain in it. It's just Batman and Superman beating each other up and then eventually joining sides. And
Lex.
Yeah, Lex. That's the thing.
That's what we need to talk about. This whole thing with what's up with this guy's hairdo, huh?
Well, wait.
No, I say let's talk about it because it's something people in the comments are also talking about. You know, there's different stories with that. If you watch the original Superman, which Tim watched recently, remember that with Gene Hackman? It was like, you know, like a wig at the end.
But they didn't really explain the wig. It seemed like more of like a gag, right? In those two, like they never explained it.
Yes, it was more of a joke, which is kind of funny. But then, like, I don't know if you guys watch Smallville or even just the first episode, you get that answer. Who? I clicked on that link he sent him, and it just went to that guy. Every time I see his face, that's just what comes to my mind.
That was really delayed.
Who? You know. But no, I do think I genuinely think that it will be Lex Luthor loses his hair because of the human body trying to harness the power of kryptonite. I don't think the human body is supposed to be able to, because I believe with that bit of showing Zod, he's definitely studying his DNA, and
which is
trying to take what he has to be able to like harness and use in a suit to make himself more powerful.
What puts him in this situation though? Because in the original Superman movies, Lex Luthor was just he was trying to take over like property or something.
So,
but Lex Luthor in this one is really young. I assume he's got different motives.
So Lex Luthor has always been, like in any of the series, whether it's the comics or whatever, he's always been Metropolis's prodigal son. Like he's a politician, he's well known, he's everyone loves him, you know, he's like a public figure. So I think with this, obviously he's younger, but I still think he's gonna hold that like wealthy status quo, and he's like this public figure. I think what's gonna really drive this hate for Superman is a little bit of Superman is now like the prodigal son of Metropolis. Like I know like society hates him, like a lot of society hates him, but a lot of society loves him. Like he saved the world, and yeah, Metropolis, a little bit of Metropolis got destroyed in the process, but he is the savior, you know. And I think Lex, he's got a problem with that, you know. Like he's talking to the senator in this trailer, saying like what Matt said, you know, Zod stuff. He's like, you know, the oldest lie in America, and my mind went to like Area 51, like the alien stuff way back in like I don't know what year it was. But it's like he could be referring to that. It's like, you know,
what was that green rock? The green rock he was touching. What was that?
That's kryptonite. Yes, that's kryptonite.
I think that could definitely play into him trying to use that and take the power from it into what. Here, let me see if I can find a picture of it. But there is this powerful suit that Lex has been known to use.
Yeah, I remember I played that Justice League.
Yellow and black.
Right. Or there's
oh no.
Yeah, he uses like mech suit to like duke it out with Superman. Or he could be trying to replicate Zod's DNA, create his own Kryptonian, like, and that's what causes Doomsday, which is like this character killed Superman in the comics.
Well, Doomsday's rumored to be in this movie. You know that, right?
It's totally rumored, and that would actually support the whole kryptonite thing. He could take Zod's DNA and this kryptonite and try to formulate some kind of like monster out of it. And I don't know, like there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot for you know, a lot to speculate on. But
what do you think, this, John? What do you think when you see Wonder Woman when she uses her powers? Who is she fighting? Because it's obviously not Batman or Superman.
It could be Superman. Right.
Do you think it's like an Avengers forest scene when like she's the mediator, jumps down, and like separates them?
Like maybe, but it could also be like, you know, you got Batman, or Bruce Wayne, and Diane, Wonder Woman, like in the ballroom types setting. They may know each other's secret identity, right? So they could even form a truce, or Wonder Woman could also have the same viewpoint as Batman. Like Superman and the fight with Zod like took out a whole city and easily could have taken out the world. So she could view him as
take out the whole city. That argument always bothers me.
Not the whole city. Like
just that one.
The part, the part of Metropolis.
I mean, I think they took out more of Smallville and Man of Steel than they did of the city. Like when they were throwing with the trains and the 7-Eleven and IHOP, whatever those places were.
Right. Like you mean in the grand total? Yeah. I'd say like more of Smallville got destroyed than more of Metropolis. I would agree with you.
I just hope Hans Zimmer returns to this movie because the score of Man of Steel. The story. I didn't read it yet. I know the score. The Man of Steel score was unbelievable.
It's Hans Zimmer and it's Junkie XL, the guy that did Mad Max. So they're collaborating. Like honestly, this movie, you got Snyder directing, you got Chris Terrio writing, you got Goyer who did the outline. So it's cool. You got an Oscar winner doing the intricates of the plot, and you got Goyer doing the outlines, which is like, in my opinion, good because sometimes Goyer gets stuff muddled up when he tries to do a lot of plot details. And then you got Hans Zimmer and Junkie XL, and you got Ben Affleck. And it's all the pieces are there, man.
Chris, you don't want Skrillex to score the movie?
Yeah, no.
Yeah. No, I don't listen to fucking. I don't listen to dubstep. Trance, yes, no dubstep.
Yeah, but
So
I have a
so real quick, now that we're on this we're on a roll now with the Superman stuff. I just read a comment from Peter, the bearded movie guy. He thinks when Wonder Woman is fighting and there is a big explosion that pull back that long shot of it,
right.
He thinks she is fighting Doomsday at that moment. Speculation, what do you guys think of that idea? I think that's a pretty awesome idea.
I mean, he's in the movie, so somebody's got it.
You think so? I mean, who knows? We don't know for sure. It's rumored, and
he's definitely in the movie. They have to have him because I don't think Lex Luthor becomes the suited man with his. I think he comes towards the end, and we see more of him in Justice League Part 1, and then I think he's one of the big mad guys, and then Dark CI.
No, it's Dark Side, but it's spelled all weird. Yeah. Dark Side. Yeah.
I mean, Doomsday. They're definitely keeping hush hush, and Doomsday is just.
They are.
He's CGI, so I mean, the movie's in post production right now, and we still have till March of next year to really get going on this.
And Weta Digital's doing the CGI, and they're like the best in the business.
I mean, it's a Snyder movie. CGI is flawless.
Yeah. Oh man, but I mean, that's a good theory by the bearded guy.
Bearded movie guy. You forgot the
Bearded
movie
movie
part.
guy, sorry. I mean, it's a really good theory because, yeah, my theory would be she's either fighting Superman under the same circumstances that Batman has, or, yeah, it's straight up Doomsday. That's a good theory.
I mean, I'll tell you this much, though. Today's trailer shut up a lot of the Gal Gadot and Batman haters. A lot of them were... It's like everything else. All these comic book fans all hate on the casting. Like, they have a better job than these people, these executives know what they're doing. It's almost like the fans, it's almost like the fans think they do a better job than these executives that get paid, you know,
to do that one job. Yeah,
to do this. And I always laugh at I never get mad at casting because it always works somehow. I mean, it's very rare where this person's been miscast. I mean, probably the biggest was Alexandra Daddario in San Andreas. I thought she was very miscasted in the movie. But I didn't really hate on Gadot. I mean, yeah, Wonder Woman had huge tits, but, you know, I guess you're not going to put... I mean, you can't have a huge-titted woman fighting with swords and shit. So imagine Alexandra Daddario's tits were running around.
Yeah. You'll have the social justice warriors flipping out over it.
Yeah, Tim's just mad because he couldn't buy the poster. That's why. He's like, I can't buy A-cup Wonder Woman in my bedroom.
There's no hate. I have standards. I have a very quick thing. It's more of a question. I'm flipping through the trailer right now, and I paused on the scene of. There's two scenes I need some information on. One is it's about 3/4 in, and it's someone swimming, and they're pulling something up from the water.
Yes, this is what I want to talk about. All right. Okay. So
I can't even tell what it is.
Exactly. So there's a lot of speculation that it's either something to do with Aquaman, which could be a thing because it is a precursor to Justice League, or my theory, and like I've seen some other people say this too, is you remember in Man of Steel, one world engine was on Metropolis and the other was on the South African Ocean. That could be the South African Ocean, and those world engines maybe partially terraformed that atmosphere. Like, what if, you know, it was supposed to turn the Earth into Krypton, their planet. That was Zod's whole plan. So my thing is, it was going back and forth for a while before they stopped it. What if some of the Earth's crust turned into kryptonite? Like, it started to mold into Krypton, and that's how Lex will get the kryptonite. Not like, oh, I had to travel out in space thousands and thousands of miles and grab a shard of kryptonite. But, like, no, it was made on Earth. Like, and that could have been the scuba.
That theory definitely makes more sense than your first one, because the rumors that have been going around for a while now, and they're pretty accurate, is we only see one scene with Flash and Aquaman, and it's in a jail cell. So
okay, yeah.
So that scene, I definitely didn't think that was an Aquaman scene when I first saw it, but I didn't think it was the theory you just said. But now, looking at it now, that actually makes a lot of fucking sense.
Yeah.
Because it's not like they're going to ignore that part. I mean, obviously this movie's touching a lot of what happened to Man of Steel, so they're not going to ignore that, which is kind of cool.
And I like that theory. That's very cool. Instead of like the convenient, like, oh, I went to space and found kryptonite, like, or it came down on a comet, like, randomly. So like, yeah, I think it's cool. So that could be Lex, or it could be just one of his research teams finding it. I could be totally wrong. Who knows? But that's just like what I think.
Well, you think that woman from, what's her name? The one from whatever her name is, from Suicide Squad, because she's supposedly like the bad, like, government person, right?
Amanda Waller for artists.
Is she? You think she's gonna be a presence in?
I would.
She has to be, right?
It would be cool. Like, it would be cool if she like attended like the court trial of Superman or something, or you know what I mean?
She has 7 films in her contract, so
right. Yeah.
I mean, do you think she's gonna be? I mean, she's got to be. I mean,
I would hope so. Like, even if it's just for a scene, I would hope so, because I don't know if you guys saw the Suicide Squad. It was leaked. It was on a handy cam, someone's phone in Comic-Con. But they made
Chris saw it.
Yeah.
What is this?
Tim, I told you about this already like 6 times.
The Suicide.
Yesterday I'm like, Batman, Superman trailer's coming today, and Suicide Squad. Tim today's like, how come I never heard about this? Tim responded to my tweet. He was like, oh, I can't wait. Like,
I thought you were lying, to be honest.
Why would I lie?
Like, if the people watching hasn't seen the Suicide Squad thing, it was leaked. It was like kind of crappy quality, but you have to like find it. It's a trailer, and it was a good length. It was like almost 3 minutes. It focused on Harley Quinn, Amanda Waller. It had different shots of the squad. It had a shot with Batman in there, and
Joker scene was great.
Yeah, the Joker scene closed out the trailer, and it was very good. Like, all my worries about that, like, I was just like, yes, Leto's going to kill it. But they mentioned Superman in it. Like, Amanda Waller mentioned Superman, so I would not be surprised if she was in BVS, you know?
Yeah, Tim, my link I posted on Twitter, they already took it down, of course.
Oh, okay. I can probably find it again. The other thing I want to talk about, now we're talking about Suicide Squad, is, like, you have that scene of, I'm guessing that's Bruce Wayne's, that's like the Batcave he's looking through.
Yes, yeah.
And so that means that when he looks at that, like, that's from a previous encounter with the Joker.
Right.
Right?
Well, are you talking about the suit?
Yeah, he's got the, he's looking at it in the glass, you know,
right,
it's like, it's kind of like all his past memories of being Batman.
Do you have the trailer up on your computer?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, go to that part and pause it. You will see, you know, it says, ha ha ha, joke's on you, Batman. Look in the top right of that suit. You see the Robin R.
Oh, I'm scrubbing through it.
So that's what it is. It's Robin's old suit, which means it's heavily hinted at that the Joker killed the first Robin.
Oh my God, I didn't even see that.
So this is the thing that I took note of this. I wrote it down. You know, and we get to finally hear Bruce Wayne / Batman talk in his, you know, regular Bruce Wayne voice, which is awesome. He sounds good. He says, you know, 20 years in Gotham, how many good guys are left? How many stayed that way? So, you know, he was Batman from probably 20-ish years old to now, 41 or 42 in the movie. So he's had this past with Joker, which is awesome. Like, it's cool. They have this history. It's not like starting from scratch. Which means if he killed Joker, if Joker killed Robin, that could say, like, how many good guys are left. I got a Joker that's dead. I've had he's had other Jokers, Robin. Batman has had a few Robins. The first Robin is supposedly dead. There was also Jason Todd.
Well, no, first Robin was Dick Grayson. He became Nightwing.
Right. And that's the thing is, like, they might have skipped Nightwing, or they could have just killed him as when he was still Robin, because it looks like an older suit. Like, it looks like an adult Robin suit. Maybe they just didn't go with a Nightwing, or it could not have been Dick Grayson. Maybe Dick Grayson's still out there as Nightwing.
I really think that scene right there basically just set up Red Hood, or I really wanted to say what went on in the game, but I mean it's just so obvious that.
Well, that's what I was. That's my.
The J in Suicide Squad and the J in Arkham Knight's video game looks exactly the same. My theory is, I know my theory is going to make sense on this. We're going to be seeing that type, and you're right too on this. We know where the Robin's going on this. I think the only Robin we're going to see in this world is Tim Drake. That's the only one I think we see.
You think so? Okay.
And I think when Batgirl, we're going to see Barbara Gordon. I think that whole. I really think that's where they're going with this, and that's why it's so much bigger, this world. And see, Marvel's losing the battle. They have to make things like the Inhumans and nobody heard of, and like this world here. I just can't see them. I honestly think Batman vs Superman makes more money than Civil War, and I think Suicide Squad makes more money than Civil War next year. I really do.
They have thought this out. Like, you could tell they had planned the hell out of this just from these trailers and from just from the universe building.
Think of how good this is, though, how well they plan this out, as opposed to Marvel. Marvel literally is just like, I feel like everything they do is backwards written because they never expected such a big universe. But something so small like DC right now, they've had so much time to really
plan. Yeah, totally. And like people do argue, like, well, Marvel's had this stuff planned for 10 years, and I'm like, yeah, but they've never had the intricates planned out for 10 years.
Never. And it's cool because, like, when we grew up with the Marvel, we were younger, so more people appreciate it. But now that we're getting older, we're losing interest in the campiness.
And we rewatch it and we notice more stuff.
And you know, it's like a lot of people, especially like 20 and older, arguments on Marvel is it's too campy, too corny, and the comedy's over the top.
And the consequences, that's the thing that bugs me. The consequences aren't, like, there.
Yeah, and you never hear that with Warner Brothers DC right now. I mean, the only complaint is Man of Steel, but I think once Batman vs Superman comes out, that whole conversation is going to shut up. Then Suicide Squad, I think that's the game changer for Warner Brothers. I mean, everybody's waiting for Harley Quinn for God knows how long, and you're getting her and Croc and
a good Joker, like Leto, a good actor playing him. Yeah,
Jared Leto really looks like he's going to kill the role. I don't care what anybody says. The tattoos, it looks bad on paper, but obviously this guy knows what he's doing for a reason.
Right. Hey guys, I want to say something real quick.
Thanks for the link, by the way.
I gave the link to the leaked Suicide Squad trailer for Tim. It is also in the description of this video, and I want to thank Greg, who's in the comments right now. I also have his link to Twitter in there, where he originally shared
Greg's
that.
Still here? I haven't seen Greg in a while.
To all of his followers.
Thanks for sharing that link.
I think he's been kind of watching or hanging out. So thank you for that. If you haven't seen it, check out the description. There's links to his Twitter profile as well as the link to the Suicide Squad trailer. It's pretty cool. I enjoyed it. That was pretty interesting.
What trailer? Are we on Suicide Squad or Batman?
Yeah, Suicide Squad.
It was good. I mean, I wish we got a little more, but obviously it's so far away. It was cool seeing Deadshot in his suit. A few of the other guys I don't really know.
Killer Croc up close.
Yeah, he was cool. I know a lot of complaints are he's supposed to be larger, but supposedly in the comics he's not like he is in the video.
Yeah, no, he's not. Yeah, he's just like a bigger dude.
Yeah, so I mean that was cool. I mean I think Margot Robbie kills it though as Harley Quinn. She's very good to look at, and and she looks good. I mean, I think the movie's gonna be good.
I also just gotta say real quick, let's not forget my boy Jai Courtney's in this.
Captain Boomerang. And look, I know.
Hashtag Terminator Genesis. Hashtag.
I know.
Let's do it.
I know Matt's joking with the whole Jai thing, but I do think like
I'm not joking. I know,
but with the hashtag stuff. So you know what I mean? The hashtags and all that.
Oh no, he's got T-shirts made. He's
playing it up. You're playing it up, but no, Captain Boomerang will, I think, impress. He's a cool villain. He's a kooky villain, and I think it'll just be another kind of one of those great additions to the rogues. It's like the.
Well, who do they fight? Who do you think? Like, who's the bad guy in Suicide Squad?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I think. I think Waller is gonna make the Suicides or force them. Obviously, she forces them. I don't know if people know this, but in the Suicide Squad comics and cartoons, they have bombs in their neck.
Yeah.
And so one of them missteps, boom, you're dead. She blows them up. So she's gonna make them do some kind of mission. I don't know exactly what the mission is, but I think Joker is not part of the squad. He's going to be like a conflict.
No, he's not part of the squad. He's the villain. Right. They're after him.
But I think Harley. I think at the end of the movie, Harley leaves the group and goes with Joker. And now it's Joker and Harley.
Oh, I believe it.
I believe that too. And then Batman's actually going to come in too. Like I think the Suicide Squad can't handle whatever the Joker's thrown at him, and Argus. Amanda Waller will call in Batman or the police. Well, yeah, Tim just finished watching the trailer. Or
Oh, he's got the trailer now.
He's trying to do the Joker laugh. Can you hear?
Dude, yeah, he killed it with the Joker laugh and the dialogue. But then Batman's gonna come in to play. It's gonna be sick.
Holy shit!
But
I went from 6 to midnight right there.
that better shut anyone up who made fun of the initial casting photo.
I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to hurt you really, really bad.
Dude, the shot of Batman on the Lamborghini.
Yes.
Is.
Yeah. As it power slides around the corner. Oh man.
You know, Batman shows up right at the end of the movie. There's no way he's in the movie a lot.
It might be. It's probably it could be the third act. I think Bruce Wayne could be in the first act, and then like maybe. Maybe third act it'll be reserved.
All I know is Ayers already said there's a lot of surprises that. I mean, obviously we know.
Some outside shots.
We know Deathstroke and Common's playing Black Manta. That's the only things that have been the big rumors. But I think there's going to be a lot. I think maybe a Nightwing or a fucking
something to do with Batman.
I think somebody's going to pop up and it'd be
Is that flipped? Is that reversed?
God, Jai was right. Hashtag Jai. Hashtag of the Jai.
This is why he has the duct tape in here. He's going to put it on the wall now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta get this signed by him, and then my life will be complete.
So, do you guys want to keep talking about BVS and then go into Suicide Squad more?
I have a few more questions.
About BVS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, one of my favorite scenes in the trailer is that, like, desert-themed Batman suit.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
like the duster.
Yeah. I immediately think of, when I think of a duster, I think of It's Always Sunny.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Now, this is what I think. Is this something where, because I noticed that the guys with guns have Superman logos on it. Is this something of like, after Superman is kind of like outcast and people don't like him, he's got to have like protection or something?
Well, that's the thing is like, what were you gonna say, Matt?
I was gonna say I think it's a somewhat like a group of followers or volunteers that have experience within whether it's military, police force work, that want to and believe that Superman is doing the right thing, and they are there to like aid him in his quest for justice, quest for being the right role model, the right influence that people are not seeing him for. And I think they're try to help his message, help his public image, that sort of thing. Which it comes off culty, I think that might come off culty to people.
Like they were kneeling, they were like kneeling down in that one scene. It's very cultish.
But then Batman's gonna fucking like kill him all that. He's already killed a few on the ground.
Well, to me that was the biggest like mystery around that trailer was, dude, like despite him but that's the thing, Superman doesn't need a task force. He doesn't need help. And so like that's what I'm saying is like, are they just like crazy followers?
But like realistically, like when do places always need help in like any circumstance? But as people, we go out of our way to like make sure our voices are heard when maybe it's not even completely necessary. We provide aid that might not even be completely necessary. It might not be even seen as aid from other people.
Yeah, I get
depending on the viewpoint. It's like that's just how people are. I mean, of course, it could be a totally different thing, but that's just how I see it.
I totally agree with you. Like, they just want to help, but I'm just like wondering, like, as Superman, like he's just allowing it. It's kind of like crazy. Like, I really want to see that because I think that will be the biggest like thing to me is like, it's like this desert base. Secluded. It looked like a fallout shelter when the people were kneeling down to him, and then you got Batman probably doing some like recon work of Superman, and he's like trying to, and they like kind of catch him, like those soldiers. Like you see him struggle with all the people around him. So I bet he's trying to like spy on Superman or get just try to track him down because he's probably a hard guy to track down.
But the only thing about that is like, because I thought the same thing. Like maybe he's trying to blend in and try to like seek it out, but. He's got a suit
on
with a duster.
He's like,
but if you go to the comments right now, there was a comment that was just put out by Peter, the Bearded Movie Guy. It's a great comment. What if that's not Batman? That might not be Batman. That could always be an imposter, someone trying to mimic Batman.
It could be like a training program for these Superman troops, like.
Oh wow, that's
take down the Batman, and they're just taking him.
But what about the scene at the end when you?
Because it doesn't look like Ben Affleck, by the way.
Right, it looks like a stunt double or a different guy. Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, but what do you guys think of the ending scene when he stands with Batman at the end? That's pretty obvious. It's the same scenery as Wonder Woman when she's fighting. So it's obvious maybe they fought to help kill whoever. Then they come to the end and they're like, all right, let's we're on the same side. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I am beyond excited to see it all play out. But it is so cool. He just like rips open the doors like it's like nothing. He's like, get this shit out of here, and then like Batman just stands up. you know. And
I'm just happy it's March, man, because it would suck to wait the whole summer again for that. I mean, March is like realistically right around the corner.
I mean, yes and no. Like I was like, I still like am like shit. It's still like 8 months away. It's like still away. I think well, I talked to Matt about it too. I think what like really like it just sucks because we've known about it for nearly 2 years now, and we've gotten photos and we've gotten like teasers, and it's just like, man, we've known about it and seen about it so much. I just want to see it already.
Yeah, but just think about this, man. Next year is literally like February is Deadpool, March is
Yeah.
Batman, then we got
May
then we
Civil
got
War.
It's Civil War, then Suicide Squad and Doctor Strange. I mean, there's so many comic book movies like in a row now.
And X-Men, right? Is that
Oh yeah,
June,
and X-Men
July?
too. It's just so much
There's
next year
pictures.
that it's gonna be overwhelming.
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of glad we have a while now until the next comic book movie. You get like a break.
Yeah, totally.
And then Ant-Man comes out next week while you say that.
And Fantastic Four the next month too. There is someone.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not seeing Fantastic Four, but yeah, Ant-Man this week.
There's pictures of X-Men too that came out today.
Yeah, Apocalypse looks awesome, man. That fucking
Yeah.
Blurry Vision.
They nailed the design for that for sure. But I did want to say too, like in the trailer, like right after they show that desert scene where they like kind of take down the Batman or whoever, if we think it's a double or something, it cuts back to like the nighttime. Do you guys after that scene? And he's in his regular Batman outfit and he's in the street and he's fighting thugs. It looks awesome. I don't know if you saw that when he just like hits the dude's gun down, and he like kind of like just jumps to the next guy. It's like a lot like the Arkham video games. It's got this flow, this free flow.
It really is, man. I'm telling you, they're taking a lot from that.
And I remember actually reading about that, like Snyder saying like we took a lot of like inspiration from the games with the combat because it's so free flowy and it's like he's the goddamn Batman. He's just.
Dude, we finally get to see the grappling hook, like that scene right there. That was so cool, man. That scene.
It's very dope.
And so I think like. Also, that could be, you know, when they say, like, in the way beginning that there's, like, Batman's back and he's, like, kicking all these guys' asses, you know, he's, like, a one-man task force. I think that scene that you're talking about, John, of, like, Batman just kicking all that ass, I think that's, like, because he's not wearing that heavy-duty suit.
Right,
I think
just his
that's
regular
part
suit.
of, I think that's going to be, like, a series of these one-off things to show that he's getting back into Yeah,
and speaking of that, early in the trailer, you know, when it had like that shirtless thug chained up and the cops pull up, I think that's so cool that he like burnt that into that dude's chest. Like it's like his way of saying like I'm back, bitches. You know, because he's been gone for years. You know, he's and like the cops are like, oh crap, like this bat symbol's burnt in the batarang in the wall. Chris Muse.
And also,
Deadpool. Deadpool trailer.
Craig just sent it, so I'm watching it now. I'm just going on mute.
fuck.
Let's watch that now then.
Holy
Deadpool. Here we go.
Wait a second.
I'm gonna mute this for a second here. Or maybe not.
It's only a minute long.
All right, here we go.
Oh boy, this looks great. We're all watching it. No one's talking in the stream anymore.
You put the link up or no?
It's on Twitter, John.
Oh, okay. I just saw some crazy shit. I didn't see the.
Oh, look at Colossus, huh? Why the fuck's he in this movie? I don't understand it. Wait, so Colossus is on the same side as Deadpool?
Yeah, I mean, Deadpool kind of plays like sometimes an anti-hero, sometimes a good dude. It's kind of all over the place. Alright, I have no idea where this video is at, so I'm just
Oh,
sitting
finish it
here.
in a second.
I posted it in the chat, John. John?
Yeah.
John, the
Are
main
you
chat,
watching it?
not the YouTube chat, the Google chat. On the left is a little chat button.
Alright, yeah, no, I see it now. Yeah, I saw the last link that he posted from.
Oh, that was awesome. Alright, that was great.
DMX.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
That was good.
I'm almost done. Here, give me a second.
Holy shit.
That was awesome.
Oh my.
Was that Stan Lee's voice right there when he said "Give it up for chastity" or whatever?
He's in the movie. No, he has a cameo in the movie.
Yeah, but like, was that him?
I don't know, but Colossus looks fucking awesome.
Yeah, he does.
It's just overload today. Comic-Con overload.
Yeah, that's totally Stan Lee when he says "Give it up for chastity." If you are watching this, sorry we're not talking. We did put the link to this, thanks to Greg once again, in the description. So if you want to see this leaked Deadpool footage, it is in the description.
Oh my god, that trailer was insane.
And it was and they did the Red Band trailer as the premiere. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's wait,
So good.
is John still watching it?
Yeah, he's in the zone right now.
Wait, Matt, did you already watch it?
I'm almost done.
Okay. Chris, you saw
I've
it.
been pausing it.
No, I'm done. I just finished it.
Fuck.
Oh man, it's just so much next year.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good year.
Yeah, next year could be one of the biggest years in box office history by far.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a lot coming out next year.
Oh my god, that was I can't decide like what's better.
I enjoyed that more than.
Is that T.J. Miller there?
Yeah, T.J. Miller. He's the Weasel, I think.
Wait, is that Colossus, the other guy?
Yeah, the silver one. Yeah.
Damn. So that means this is gonna somehow cross over into X-Men.
No, X-Men's done after Apocalypse. They're going X-Force. This will cross over to X-Force.
Okay, gotcha. What's X-Force? What's
that's
X-Force?
That's like Cable and Bishop, I think.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that.
Oh, now you remember.
Oh, and that explains, like Psylocke getting announced and.
Yeah, Psylocke in X-Men Apocalypse.
Yeah, can't wait for that. Olivia Munn. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's in the newsroom.
She's on G4.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about like good acting roles, not being a nerd.
Being an actor who's being a nerd.
Yeah. So, John, you're still watching it, huh? Yeah, he's watching it.
Yeah, he's probably on repeat.
Yeah, right. 20 times over. Yeah, thank you, Greg, for showing us that. It's in the description if anyone else wants to see it, as well as the Suicide Squad leak trailer.
That was something else.
Oh, so you finished it? Cool.
Yeah.
You want to make rounds on what we thought?
Yeah, let's do that. How about you start, Tim?
I got 3 letters, and that's DMX.
Yeah.
That was sick.
I was going to say 3 numbers.
It looks awesome. I don't know that much about Deadpool, but I will say it looks like exactly what we need. It looks violent. The graphics look incredible too.
Yeah,
yeah,
I was really shocked by that because that test footage. I know it's just test footage. Oh, I just saw that today at Forbidden Planet. That,
It's a little Deadpool piggy bank.
it looks sick. I just think it looks like a fun time. It looks like something like Blade Trinity. I don't know if you guys think it's a good movie, but
Oh, come on, Tim.
Blade
Don't,
Trinity.
don't ruin this, man.
Blade
Tim,
Trinity had
ruining the moment.
Blade
Yeah,
Trinity had a
Jesus.
great mix of humor and violence, and it looks good. All right, who's next?
I'm done. Injection on us, please. Blade Trinity. Out of all the fucking Blades, only PG-13 one? Come on, Tim.
Blade Trinity's rated R, I thought.
No, the third one was 13, I
Ah,
think.
fuck. It's
So
still
I'm,
great.
so I'm gonna go real quick and say I think this is like a good year after Kingsman rated R follow-up from Fox.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like it's a perfect year. Like, what if Fox just makes awesome rated R action movies every February now? That would be so cool.
That's smart of
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Well,
But,
I hated Kingsman, so I can't compare it to that.
Yeah, so no, it's cool though. It was very funny. I was impressed by it. I was interested to see that they took a pretty like kind of developmental route in the beginning. With like him getting cancer, they kind of made it like goofy, but not like kind of more serious, I guess. With like, oh, we gotta deal with this like thing. But Ryan Reynolds, I like him. I think he's great for this role, and action looks great.
Yeah, I'll say.
The gun stuff and humor.
Yeah, that was good.
Chris, you want to go next?
Yeah, I liked it. It was more exciting than the Suicide Squad trailer for me. It wasn't Batman vs Superman for me, but yeah, that was really good. I've been waiting for like a hard R comic book movie since Blade 1, not 3, and this that was great. I can't wait to actually hit good quality online.
Yeah, I hope they release that soon. I agree with you guys. I thought it was pretty awesome. Like Matt said, I think it's cool that they like went that route, especially with the trailer, like with the serious cancer stuff, and then it like just went all downhill from there, like just vulgar violence, language, sex, whatever. I do wonder. Wait, was that T.J. Miller in the?
Yeah, he's Weasel in the movie.
Okay, yeah, because it sounded like him. I couldn't really tell from the. But I love like the humor's spot on. Like the hands up out of the little Jeep window is hilarious. Like that guy's got the right ID, and he points to the round guy or brown pants. Yeah, I think it's cool. I do wonder though, like Colossus is in it. I thought they announced, like I thought they weren't gonna have Colossus in any of the other X-Men films. Didn't they say that recently or someone?
No, Daniel Cudmore, who played Colossus in the X-Men movies, announced he's not reprising his role. And Andrei Trigadou, I believe it's pronounced. He's a Russian, an actual Russian. He's playing Colossus in this movie.
Okay, so that's what confused me. I'm like, wait, if he's not going to be in any X-Men movies, like, why throw him in this? But they'll probably just use that same actor. Yeah, it looks cool. I wonder.
People see it, man. This is people need to go out and support this movie. Like, this is like the test to get hard, like rated R comic book movies.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, it is the testing waters, because like I think Marvel Studios, even if Deadpool is like successful, say like Deadpool like grosses 600 to 700 mil, right? It's possible. I mean, its budget
is under 50 million. It's a joke. They really get this money back on this. Like, really good.
Oh, then it's gonna be a guaranteed success. Then, like, I think it'll definitely like warrant a sequel if it can make double its budget.
Totally.
The only problem is when it's like kids when they see that Marvel thing, they're gonna want to go see it.
Yeah.
But it's the problem is like their parents by no means are gonna let them go see it.
Right. But that's the thing too.
You got I hate to say it again, but you got Blade, you got Punisher.
Both Punishers, yeah. I'll say this though, like I don't think kids should be into Deadpool at all. Like even like I mean, yeah, maybe like around the 13-year-old whatever, but like he's not like a kid superhero, so even if they went like the PG-13 route, they'd probably go really like some risky shit if they went PG-13 with it even, and parents still might have not felt comfortable. Like, yeah, like the 14, 15-year-olds won't get to see this without a parent or whatever. If theaters even card anymore, I don't know. But I don't see like 8-year-olds like they might want to see it because it says Marvel, but they shouldn't. Like, even if it was PG-13.
I think the only time we're going to see Deadpool in a PG-13 movie now is when he collabs with like X-Men or X-Force. Other than that, though, his solo movies, especially when this becomes a success, I don't think Marvel ever does R-rated movies though.
No,
I mean,
they won't.
They'll do R-rated Netflix. That's the only thing you're going to get from Marvel.
Which is a bittersweet thing because I love Daredevil. I binge watched it. I really liked it. I enjoyed the hell out of it, and I like Daredevil as a character. But now Punisher's going to be in Daredevil. He might get his own show. Moon Knight might get his own show. Blade might get his own show. I can't keep watching these 13-hour Netflix series, multiple seasons, multiple characters. It's like, god damn it, just throw us a bone and make a one rated R 2-hour movie for the Punisher or Moon Knight or Ghost Rider. So
I agree with that because
it's a bittersweet thing.
You're gonna be getting this like drawn out story when you could really condense it into just like Deadpool is going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be just chock block full.
Yeah, just action, comedy, you know. And like, not to say that Daredevil was dragged out at all. Like, there was no filler. I thought it was very well balanced. But let's start stacking up all the characters, and it's time consuming. Like, Iron Fist is getting a show. Luke Cage, The Defenders. Just like at that point, I'm gonna have like 8 Netflix series on top of the other shows and movies I watched. It's gonna be insane.
Did you watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and stuff like that?
I did, but I ended up giving up on it because I thought it was pretty bad. But everyone does say it gets better as it goes. So I may or may not get back into it. I don't know. It's one of those things where I got to find the time.
I also feel like TV is just... sorry.
No, you're good, dude. Go ahead.
I think that TV is sort of like that safe zone where they're like, I don't know, let's give it a shot. Because... now, I don't really want another season of Daredevil. I want, like, a movie.
Yeah, me too. Like, I want them to be like, you know, we got, like, this cool origin out of the way and, like, a good story arc with Kingpin. Just jump right in and give us a 2.5, 3-hour movie, even if it's R. Just do it. You have, like, all those Netflix fans that'll see it. You'll have moviegoers that'll still see it. But they can't get that kiddie money, those children.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's annoying.
Matt, what are you gonna say?
Yeah, I had a little Tyrese glance there for a second because I forgot. I'm trying to think now. Let me think real quick. God damn it.
Summon the power of Giant.
Cut you off. God damn it, Tim.
Matt,
that's what you get.
Matt, which Goosebumps volumes do you have in your background on your bed?
Oh my god.
Oh, dude, I loved the one with the like sand gooey people.
Was it?
No, what's the cover? Grab the book. I know you have it on your desk.
I actually don't have it anymore, but I gotta tell you though, that was like the only one that I owned as a kid. And here's the funniest part about it. This will tell you something about my intelligence. So, when I read it for the first time, I should say read it, I literally opened that book, and every word on that page, I just made up my own story because I didn't know how to read when I owned that book. I was just like blah 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 blah, making up this whole story for Goosebumps. And it was pathetic, but
that's like Rick with his comic book.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But what was I? I was about to say something about all this crap we're talking about.
Was it about the rated R stuff? Tim.
That's a classic one.
Kingsman is kind of proof that Kingsman is proof that rated R comic book movies can work.
Right.
Yeah, but nobody really knows that's a comic book though. It's like Sin City, like Sin City, like Kick-Ass. Like no one really knows like their comic book.
You're right. I mean, and they're more self-contained comic books. So this Deadpool is like, you know, this character's been around for years and years and years. So it's gonna be a success. I mean, it kind of goes without saying. Like you said, if the budget is that low, it's gonna make money, man. Like no matter
That's the only reason why they did this. They said if they're going to make it R, they have to keep the budget under $50 million.
Oh, totally. I could totally see Fox doing that. But, you know, it stinks. Like, this movie could be crazy successful, and Marvel Studios still would not budge on doing an R-rated film.
They don't even... Disney already announced they're never going to show somebody...
They're not going
cigarettes.
dark or whatever they said. They would never do dark and gritty.
But Disney's live adaptation movies, they already came out and said you'll never see smoking in their movies ever again.
Huh.
Like that's just not even Marvel. Just like any movie, you'll never see.
That's a little extreme.
Yeah.
I mean, so much for freedom of like speech or art. You know, like any director's vision for something.
Yeah, I think that's something to really note. It's just like I hate that even if you're a director or an artist, you don't get that freedom.
Yeah, you're in the constraints of a studio.
Yeah, like if you really have some vision of something. That's why I think Snyder is pretty awesome because he seems to get away with what he wants to do.
Yeah, like I think Warner Bros. I think that comes down to Warner Bros. Like,
yeah, it does.
Like they give a lot of creative control to their people while saying like, here's our guidelines, please adhere to it, but we will give you a lot of leeway with it. Where Marvel's like, here's our guidelines, don't fucking stray from it. As you saw with Edgar Wright, the original director of Thor, like they've had the Incredible
Thor
Hulk.
or Ant-Man?
No, I said Ant-Man. I said Edgar Wright.
No, Incredible Hulk was Universal.
But it was also Marvel Studios. It was a weird distribution rights thing. Like Universal distributed it while Marvel Studios, I think, funded it.
No, but when they released it, it was still Universal. Now, recently, the original Captain America, the original Iron Man, Captain America, and
Iron Man 2.
No, Iron Man 1, Captain America 1, and Hulk. Now they're re-releasing them on Blu-ray through Disney's titles because now they have.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
How about what's up with these? What do I got to pay an arm and a leg to buy a Disney movie on video? What's up with that, huh?
Yeah, don't even talk about that.
You gotta buy if you want Disney movies. You gotta buy release fees. You have no choice. It's just the way they do it with their cartoons. All Disney movies, they know it's high demand and they don't budge on their pricing.
I go and I try to buy Avengers and I'm almost paying $30. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna pass.
It's been 2 years. They don't drop the price.
It's been 3 years.
The DVD of Winter Soldier is $30 at Best Buy.
That's freaking ridiculous.
Your best bet's eBay. You'll find them on eBay for like $20. Just pull the trigger and just buy it.
Or like a used video store.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
That's your bet. Any Marvel movie I buy if I like it release day because I'm not paying the premium price after the first week, so fuck that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like I went out and bought Winter Soldier and Guardians, and I just said screw it with Thor 2. And
you don't want that Winter Soldier slip, huh?
What's up?
You don't want that Winter Soldier slip. You just wanted the.
I got the Steel book.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I went right when they opened. I missed the pre-order, but I got there early.
Yeah.
But
so I want to talk about.
Can I just say one last thing?
Yeah. What's up?
For BVS, I loved that last line that Lex Luthor had. God versus man, day versus night, and then like when he was, he's in that room and he's like saying kind of sarcastically, he's like, the red capes are coming, kind of like the British are coming. It's like a play on that. I thought that was like awesome because it just shows you Lex like does not give a fuck. He's like, you got this guy who's a god, Superman, and you got Batman who is a living legend in Gotham and the rest of the world. And he's like sarcastically saying like, oh, the superheroes are coming, the superheroes are coming. He doesn't care because he's just so confident that he's gonna like take them out or whatever. I thought that was awesome. I don't know what you guys thought of that. I thought it was like chilling. I'm like, Lex isn't like this big stern like guy like in the comics, but he's playing a pretty awesome villain just from this like.
I think that is like why we should get on board with him being young. It's just that like it gives him like even more menacing qualities because he's like it's sort of like the Mark Zuckerberg. It's like the Mark Zuckerberg character.
Yeah, I mean you can tell that's why he was casted, now especially. But like I think it's interesting because it's definitely fuel to hate him more too because you're like, oh, you young cocky piece of shit, fuck you fucking asshole. At least that's how I'm feeling.
Yeah, I'm
No,
like, I want Superman to punch him in the face.
Because I still do think that Jesse Eisenberg. I mean, I'm not sold yet. I'm still not sold, but I definitely do have more faith in him because I know he's a talented actor. He's proven me wrong before,
Yeah.
a couple of times, and I'm really looking forward to seeing his full form in this movie.
I mean, it was pretty obvious that the trailer did almost everything right. I mean, there was really no piece in the trailer where it was like skeptical on anything. I mean, even the hair didn't really bother me.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I can't think of a thing where I'm like, I didn't like that. You know, like some people did that with the first trailer. I can't even like pick a thing and be like, that sucks. Like,
I agree. I mean, Suicide Squad, there was some things in there I was like, but I don't know too much about that.
Right, and that was also like the teaser, so you know we get to look forward to like an official trailer later, you know, because they're still filming it. That's insane that they pulled that Suicide Squad's trailer together, and like they've only been filming for like 2-3 months. Like they had that cool scene of the helicopter toppling and like Deadshot going down the grappling hook and all like the city shots. I'm like, man, they got a lot done within this like short amount of time. Like, this is insane. Like, they're efficient, you know?
And the tone looks consistent, too. I think that's really awesome.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah,
I mean,
totally.
and the fact that it's 2 different directors, I think that's pretty sick.
And that's what's cool is, like, that goes back to the planning and the collaborating. Like, you know Snyder and Ayer, like, talked about it and just...
100%. I think they're all on board. Like, they know where they're going.
You know,
it'd be cool if they bring one of them to the Justice League. 'Cause Guillermo del Toro was in talks with Justice League for a while, and that didn't work out.
Right. He turned in the Justice League Dark script, so maybe he'll do that movie after this first slate of films. And then, of course, you know, a couple days ago, that Ben Affleck got announced for writing, directing, and starring in the Batman, or whatever they're going to call it, and that's just good news too, you know.
You knew that was happening. Everybody had a feeling that Affleck was taking control.
I'm so glad that like they said it. Like, it's just good. It's good to know that it's true.
He's also starring in his divorce as well.
Yeah, and they're still living together, no less. Like they're not even moving out.
I feel bad, man. Bennifer, man. They got don't they have like 3 kids and like they've been married for 10 years?
It's Hollywood. It doesn't matter. It's not real life.
Yeah, no, come on.
They don't believe in marriage.
I think their kids are holograms.
I was gonna say, did you guys see that? Real quick, did you see that Snyder's producing Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, is they're keeping it consistent, and I love that. Like, I know, I forgot how to say his name, Feige from Marvel. Like, I know he like produces all of them, but like I don't like, you know, he's not directing any of them. He's not, you know, produce. I guess he's producing, but he's not directing any of them. He doesn't have like a. He just is like, yeah, do that, do this, do that, and he's not the one like.
Well, Christopher Nolan is producing Batman vs Superman 2. Don't forget that.
I totally forgot. Like, I thought he was out after Man of Steel, and then I saw he's
he's still in. And it's good.
And that's what's good too, yeah, because like him and Snyder like seem to really get along, and like when they did Man of Steel, that's when they started planning the Batman stuff, and that's just so cool because now you have obviously Nolan's past Batman experience with this new universe. That's nothing but good news. Like, I don't know how people can take that and make it a negative.
Good, man. It's like Simon Kinberg. You know, he's involved in all the Fox movies. I mean, it's good when it's like Marvel. Kevin Feige, he's in like control. They sort of need that. Snyder's wife's involved too. I forget her name, Deborah Snyder, I believe.
Yeah.
She's always involved in all this shit.
Yeah, she's always a producer. Yeah, and like they know their shit. Like they know their comics, and yeah, it's good.
Definitely good.
Yeah. So I gotta bring this up because I'm a big fan of him.
If it's Jai Courtney.
No. Give me a second. This is DC related. This is comic book related. This is in the vein of what we're talking about. James Wan directing Aquaman.
Yeah. You know,
Interesting.
It's an interesting choice. He's done mostly horror, and then recently he did Furious 7. I like it. I think he builds atmosphere really well. And I think I'm excited to see what he does with this underwater stuff, because like I think he could have this cool atmosphere to it all. And he's a great director of like just getting shots, like great cinematography.
Visuals.
Yeah, visuals. Like, and I mean, they got Weta Digital doing all the DC stuff. I think it's a good choice. It's a bit of an odd choice, but it's a good choice.
It's definitely odd. But I mean, I guess
Well,
he could do big budget from.
But
yeah.
I want to point out though, real quick. With that said, though, we already know for Man of Steel that DC is going with a more consequence-filled, realistic, kind of grounded idea. Maybe not even grounded, because it is very sci-fi.
Outlandish. I mean,
but
serious.
But it's going for a very serious, I would even say dark route. And I think James Wan is great for dark. I mean, look at his track record. He's very heavy themes of death, darkness, death, more death, things like that. And so with that said, though, I think he'll have a really good like stylistic approach to Aquaman. Like the way we see Atlantis, the way we see the costumes, I think it's going to be very bold, and you're going to be able to tell James Wan was working on it.
And that's a good point, because they could do, there's a lot of like royalty-based stuff. Like, I know, Matt, you know this, but like there's like the king and queen of Atlantis, and there's Aquaman who, I don't know how they're going to do it with the new film, but he's like part human, part Atlantean, right? He's like a half-breed, and there's a lot of betrayal and a lot of like, I mean, they could deal with murder going on in this kingdom, and I think Juan could do some cool stuff with that. Like, I really do. Like, I think it'll be interesting. It's going to be a hard one to tackle, but
even aside from that, though, what you got to remember is Aquaman is like the same strength as Superman. Like, he is a very powerful guy.
I mean, he can't fly, but strength-wise, he's like the same. Like
caliber.
Knives don't penetrate his skin. He could chuck a dude like a mile. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty awesome. And I can't wait to see Jason Momoa as Aquaman. I think it'd be pretty cool. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like him. I think he'll, be very intimidating.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
But yeah, he seems like he's really into the role too, which is always good. He isn't like bored and shit.
Right.
So, but yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. But also another quick note.
Oh wait, hold on.
Sorry.
Hold up, yeah. I'm in the same boat as you. I think that James Wan, there's all like so far the movies that he's made, the movie that doesn't stick out to me as a James Wan movie is Furious 7. Because he's got such a style, and I think you're right, Matt, that this movie could be a nice blend of Furious 7, but also his classic James Wan style. So, just quick little.
Yeah, that's a good thing to bring up, because I think it was in the comments here someone talked about the choreography of Furious 7. Yeah. Hey, maybe we'll need someone to maybe do his choreography, some stunt directors, that sort of thing.
You think he'll bring Ludacris and Aquaman?
He'll bring Tyrese, I think, right?
Oh, you know it.
No.
You think he'll have all the rappers that are out there? Lil Wayne. Who's Lil Wayne gonna play in Aquaman?
He'll play. Who will he play? Let's think about this. Well, they already got Black Manta, right? They already got him casted.
Well, yeah, that's common. He's already a rapper, so that's one down.
One rapper down, a million to go. They'll just all be like Atlantean grunt soldiers, just this wave of like rappers in Atlantean gears with little tridents swimming around.
They'll do the soundtrack like in the movie.
They'll ride on dolphins and sharks.
Like the end of Terminator with that rap song.
I have not seen Genesis yet.
There's like a rap song in the credits.
You love it.
Yeah, isn't that always weird when like a movie plays out and the credits roll, and then it's just this random ass song. Like, it's like, where did this come from?
But hold up. But at first though, they do have the Terminator theme in the credits.
So like it's a score, and then it goes into
like
the
at first, right, Tim? You remember that?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Yo, my nigga.
But it's a orchestrated version of it. And don't knock on Terminator until you try it.
Agreed.
Terminator Genesis, check it out. Kyle Reese, my boy. Captain Boomerang, my boy.
It sounds like you're saying like vagina is.
Yeah, vagina. Hashtag
I'm gonna
vagina.
be real with you though. I'm gonna be real with you real quick. There's a Ramones song in there. Check it out.
Ramones.
The Ramones sold you for Terminator Genesis.
Aside from that, we got my boy. Let me hear it. Genesis, he's in it. I'm so excited for Jai Courtney. So happy he's getting roles.
Yeah, he's lucky, right?
Spartacus's Barrow. Check out Spartacus if you don't like Jai Courtney. That's all I gotta say.
We got Jai Courtney shirts coming soon.
I'll check out Die Hard 5.
Don't watch Die Hard 5. I will tell you that much.
So,
what's the next topic, Matt? Let's get off this Jai.
I was gonna say though, real quick. I gotta hand it to my boy Jai. I mean, he is always covering up that Australian accent. Give him some goddamn credit, you sons of bitches. Everybody's always giving all these other Aussies the pass and like, oh, they're a great actor. Did you guys hear Ben Kingsley's New York accent? I know he's somewhere over in England or in Europe. You guys hear his New York accent in Selfless? This guy's an Oscar winner, and he can't even cover that thing up. Listen to Jai Courtney every single
American. There's no such thing as American actors anymore, except for Cruise and DiCaprio. That's it.
I'm not comparing Jai Courtney to an Oscar winner, but I'm comparing Jai Courtney to an Oscar winner. I just said it.
I just said it. Go read me Goosebumps, Hara, whatever edition that is.
Oh, we should get Jai Courtney and Goosebumps, man. They could do reshoots.
He would do it. He'd be like, sure. Oh, I'm doing it for free. Oh, that's okay.
I can't believe you wasted money on Terminator Genesis. That's just beyond me.
You should go see it. You should stop wasting your money on other stuff, like the Duff, and go see Jurassic. Terminator. Yeah, go see Terminator.
Yeah, I'd rather see Terminator than fucking Dope. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah, I would actually too. I would too.
I have not seen either of those films, and I plan on seeing both of them. So
wait, which ones?
Dope and Terminator.
Oh, cool.
I think Dope, depending on what type of movies you like and what mood you're in, you'll like it. It didn't rub me in the right way.
I know the ending didn't rub you in the right way. I know the Harvard line because that sure rubbed me the wrong way, and I won't see the movie because of that.
Oh dang!
It tried to accomplish too many things, and I think it didn't know what it was. I think Terminator was just a fun time. It's not a great movie, but I actually don't think Jai was too bad in Terminator.
My buddy saw it and he didn't like it at all, but he was like, there was just me and like one other person in the theater, and that was like not too long after opening weekend. It was like I think the Monday or Tuesday after.
Somehow I'm not shocked, but
yeah, I mean, it didn't do too well box office, right?
No. I feel bad because they did all Terminator is it's such a huge franchise. They've released they've released like 3 or 4 different box sets of the
originals.
Yeah, and like they were really gunning for this to be like the next.
Oh man, thing. It's kind of a shame.
Although the franchise, it's over. It stopped after 2. They're not going to top 2, and they haven't topped 2 ever. So.
And Arnold has a few families to pay for, so he needs to do more stuff.
Oh man, Tim, low blow after low blow.
Topical. I was gonna say that too. Like, wasn't Salvation supposed to be a reboot too?
Yeah, that was supposed to be the start.
And then like they're going. Yeah, it's kind of just been all over the place, the franchise.
Wouldn't that be funny if Jason Clarke and Emilia Clarke were related?
I thought, yeah, it'd be funny.
I think that'd be funny because then it's like he's like mom, like, and it's like for real, like mom.
You know that none of her scenes that are nude in games is her. It's all body double.
Oh, in Game of Thrones, it was a body double.
Yeah, she refuses to do nudity. You can look that up, Tim.
I don't believe Chris.
Amelia Clark?
I'll show you right now Amelia Clark's body double. It's almost her twin. It's almost the same.
Amelia Clark has a body double.
In Game of Thrones season 1.
I have not watched Game of Thrones.
It's a good show.
I've seen the pictures of her because.
Here you go. Look in the chat.
Tim, I've seen the pictures though. I know that much.
This is her twin. No joke. It's insane how identical she is to her. The body double's on the right.
Holy shit!
Right? Isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, she never appears nude ever in anything. She refuses to.
Damn.
Yeah, now you believe it, motherfuckers. Yeah, die.
It's photoshopped. I don't buy it.
Okay. No, the whole article on it. I didn't believe it either because I don't watch games, and I'm like, this girl's so hot. I gotta look for her nude pics. And everything was like, I've been there. Everything was like a lie, and I'm like, my whole life's been a lie.
They do look the same.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, Amelia Clark is very good looking, so maybe one day she'll do it.
When the money's not flowing.
Well, she's not doing any more Terminator movie, that's for sure.
That's ridiculous.
Hey, never
Actually,
say never.
she probably will, but honestly, I the movie's not good, but I keep going back to thinking like it wasn't bad. Even Jai wasn't too bad, and Amelia Clark was good. I think Jason Clark was the worst part of the movie.
Dude,
bad actor.
I'm gonna go off on a limb here. It was not a great movie, but it was not a bad movie.
Going on a limb, yes.
Yeah,
Very
Going on a limb.
I think I've used 4 limbs on these off on a limb bits today, so I think I'm out of limbs to go off of. So I'm just gonna go off on one more limb, and that is Jai Courtney for president in 2016. Oh fuck, he's from Australia. Damn it.
I can't wait till he retires from acting.
Yeah.
Dude, Jai is the accent down.
But you gotta keep him around for Captain Boomerang if he does show up in a different movie.
You think he's ever gonna get nominated for an award? Because you got someone like Nicolas Cage. He's like a loose cannon. Jai Courtney could be the same way. He could have the same fate.
Oscar winner Jai.
You never know.
It's gonna come down. Oh, is Snowden out in Christmas?
Yeah.
No, November. It's right before Hunger Games. It's before Hunger Games, which is going to get killed at the box office.
I think we all know for Best Supporting Actor, it's going to be between Nick Cage, Snowden, and Jai Courtney for Terminator Genesis. All right, we're calling it here.
It's been
I watched the Terminator. I watched online the Terminator fight, the old versus the new, and I thought it was gonna be cool, but it was so fucking cheesy. I'm like, this is it. The only reason why I wanted to see the movie was Terminator fight Terminator, and it was.
I've been waiting for you.
Wait.
It was cool.
So Chris, did you see the new one?
No, I'm not wasting my 2 hours of my life on that. But I saw the only scene I wanted to see was the fight scene, and I saw it online. And I'm like, this is so fucking bad. And I'm like, this just reassures my decision to watch the Duff on Blu-ray.
Chris, you gotta go in the theater, get some popcorn, and sit back and lean back and watch it on the big screen.
I'm telling you guys. Here's what you should do. Instead of rewatching Terminator 1 and 2 like I did before Genesis, just watch Spartacus Season 1 and then watch Terminator Genesis. You know what I'm saying?
Because I've never heard anyone talk about Spartacus.
What?
I've never heard anybody talk about Terminator Genesis. We're wasting 15 minutes on this fucking topic.
Yeah, Matt, change the topic.
Hey, we are at the most viewers we have had right now because we were talking about Jai Courtney. So
I'm so glad Jai Courtney's not working on anything currently. He's done. Nobody wants to hire him anymore.
After Captain Boomerang, that's his role as Captain Boomerang. Hopefully Amanda Waller doesn't kill him off in the movie.
I hope he's the only one that dies in the movie.
Yeah,
what the fuck, man?
A Jai biopic, you know?
There's actually petitions online.
Dude, a Jai bi?
There's petitions online?
Yeah. There's Blu-ray on Blu-ray.com. There's petitions. People's signatures are someone needs to stop Jai Courtney.
I'm just gonna have to become this guy's agent one day, you know?
That's kind of hilarious that they're actually calling for him to stop acting.
I feel bad for the guy.
I do too. He's just a dude trying to make a living.
Yeah.
And he's not bad at it.
His face is just awful. That's what it is. It's his face. The dude works out. fit.
Yeah.
It's his fucking face. I hate
It
his
looks
face.
like Step Brothers when Rob Riggle was like, you know what? I just want to punch you right in the face.
Yes.
And Will Ferrell's like, can I do anything about this? He's like, no, it's your fucking face. You better fix your face, or I'm gonna fix it for you.
We need to change topics. His mouth is like gonna cry any minute.
Wow. Guys, 31 Film Talk already beat you guys to the trying to change the topic. He said, new topic, DC is making a Killing Joke movie. Fuck
Yes. Yeah, they announced that at the panel this morning.
Animated?
Animated Killing Joke movie, which is, I don't know if for Tim and Chris, the Killing Joke is one of the most highly acclaimed comics, like Batman comics.
And Joker stories.
And
Yeah,
Joker.
but animated or is it gonna be a real movie? I don't do animated.
It's gonna be animated, but you're
That's-
gonna like it because it's super dark and it's really it's good.
Is that who wrote that? Is it
Alan Moore,
okay?
the kooky guy who thinks he's a wizard.
That's the one who did Watchmen, right?
He's done Watchmen and V for Vendetta and League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and now he thinks he's actually like a wizard. He's insane now, but back in the day he wasn't so crazy.
That's gonna be insane. Isn't that one? What's
You're
the
a
cover?
wizard,
What's the
Alan.
cover of it? Is that the one where he's like?
It's the camera.
Gotcha.
Joker with the camera wearing the Hawaiian shirt.
That's pretty sick.
Or maybe he's wearing the suit on the cover. I forget. But yeah, he wears a Hawaiian shirt in a really iconic scene that I won't talk about, but it is beyond messed up.
That's.
yeah.
I mean, I just watched. As you guys know, I just watched Dark Knight Returns, and
Yeah.
I was surprised at how violent even that
Yeah?
was. So
Wait, did you watch part 1 or both?
just part 1, of course.
Oh man,
What
wait till you get to part 2. You
Dude,
talk about
what
how being violent and dark. Oh
What I
man.
wanted, the reason I wanted to see it was because I was like, oh damn, this is like what Batman.
Right. Yeah,
that-
influenced
and
by
of course, the fucking part I watched is part 1 that
Yeah.
doesn't cover any of that.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait for you to watch part 2. Like, I want to hear what you think.
I will
How
definitely.
did part 1? I know it ended like with the last scene with Joker in the room.
Yeah.
But what happened before that? Did he fight the mutant leader?
He fought the mutant leader, and then they start to
Yeah.
put the Batman symbol on.
That's right. Okay, because I remember I watched them back to back, so I forgot when it ended. But yeah, wasn't that sick when Batman was like, "This isn't." What did he say to him? He's like, "This isn't a." I'm blanking, but he says something about this is an operating table, and he's just beating the shit out of him in the mud.
Dude, that mud fight scene was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot the first part of that line. He's like, "This isn't a whatever. This is an operating table." And he's just laying down the hurt. Oh
He
man.
literally was on top of the guy and just
Yeah,
punching him.
And
It's like over
just
and
in
over
the
again.
face. And then all the mutants, there's like hundreds of them just watching. They're like, "Holy crap, this guy's taking out our leader."
That
Yeah.
was sick. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen Assault on Arkham?
Yes, I own it. Yeah, it is great.
I really want to see that too. 'Cause-
Oh, you haven't seen it? Okay.
no.
Yeah, definitely. Watch it before Suicide Squad's out. Because that's gonna give you a bit of an insight of it. It's awesome.
What's the animation style like? Because the cover doesn't-
Similar to the cover's different. It's like that's more stylized. Like that's just for the sake of it being a cover. It's similar to Dark Knight Returns.
Okay.
It's very good animation.
And you guys, and I think Matt bought Batman vs. Robin, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How's that?
It's a good
I
one.
enjoyed it.
It's
I
loosely based off of the Court of Owls comics. And I say loosely because they change a lot, but it's good. It's still fun. Some people say DC's animated have dropped over the years, and they might have a little bit, but they're still pretty great, good to great, depending on which one you watch. And it's damn better than whatever Marvel's putting out. They barely put out animated stuff, and when they do, it's phoned in, and it's noticeably worse quality than Warner Bros.
Kind of feel like it's a trend.
Well, I mean, what do you mean with animation?
Company-wide.
You're just talking about company.
No, I'm just kidding.
Marvel still.
You want to talk about phoned in?
quality
Talk about
stuff.
Sam Jackson there.
Well,
I love Sam Jackson, but I think he knows little to nothing about the role he's playing in Marvel.
He's like, yeah, one time the Ultimate Comics drew me in there, and now I'm the guy. Like that's his insight to the role.
I love Sam Jackson.
No, me too.
I just don't think he really cares about.
I don't think a lot of
he's
them.
getting paid a lot to do it.
I don't think a lot of the actors care about the characters. Like, you think Robert Downey Jr. is reading the comics? They're paying him $40 million to show up and say his lines and be funny and cool. And like, I highly doubt he goes out and like, I'm gonna read the Extremis graphic novel. Like,
he's playing himself.
Yeah.
He's not playing Iron Man. He's playing fucking whatever his name is. I already forgot his name. What's his name?
Wait, who?
Robert Downey Jr.?
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Tony Stark.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it can be frustrating, but I don't. It's whatever. It's cool when the actors are like super into it. Yeah, you guys are getting paid like outlandish amounts of money. It's cool that you're actually reading up and stuff and like knowing the characters. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm being sarcastic. I like what Marvel does. There are some great, passionate people working over there, obviously, on both sides, and it's cool. We get both of them,
Yeah, and I wasn't calling them out on animation. Like, I mean, I'd say overall Warner Bros. Has better animation, but I'm not saying they haven't put out like anything good. They do. It's just DC just fucking kills it.
Yeah, you guys lose me on this conversation.
Come on, watch some animated movies, Chris. We're gonna send you some in the mail, and you're gonna watch them. All right?
And if it's not Finding Nemo, then I just don't care for it.
Oh, come on! You want to see Batman and.
If they don't have slip covers, you won't watch them either.
I got digital codes for a few of them that I'll give you.
I don't do digital. I can't support that.
They came with the Blu-ray. I don't use them. I got a stack of them. Just sitting here.
Yeah, they just collect dust in my collection too.
Yeah.
Don't really partake in that. No, the only animation I watch is like the Disney shit.
It's hentai? Or do you say hentai?
Oh my god.
I don't watch the Studio Ghibli. I don't watch any of those. Like anime, I'm not into that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know where to start. I think if someone told me like, this is where you start, this is good, I think I might actually try anime, but like, there's something about it I just can't. Like, I saw Akira. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, no, I bought Akira on Blu-ray when it was on sale, and that was made in the 80s, and that's actually it's a pretty damn impressive film, because it's like the 80s, and like the animation's better than a lot of crap that's coming out now,
Yeah.
And it looks really good with the Blu-ray remaster.
I remember seeing the Street Fighter movie when I was younger, animated, but like cursing and stuff. I actually like that, but I'll never watch it again. I was young.
You guys gotta watch Wizards by Ralph Bakshi. Made in the 70s after Star Wars came out. It was like a pretty big deal. It was like a sci-fi fantasy animated film. Mark Hamill has a small part in it, voice part. It's a cool animated movie. It's short too. It's like less than, I want to say it's around 80 minutes or so.
Damn.
Yeah.
But it's all hand drawn. It's all very like impressive artwork.
I respect the hell out of hand drawn stuff.
That guy's like 70 something, and he's doing a new project, and he's doing it hand drawn still.
Good for him. It's like George Miller with Mad Max. He's going back to the roots.
Yeah, it's pretty respectable in my opinion. I like it.
I still enjoy Disney. I'm just like so like let down that they just keep pumping out like these CG animated movies, because it's become cheaper to do than hand drawn and traditional, and it's just become just run of the mill like this use the same engine, use this and use this assets and use this, like that Zootopia film. Have you guys heard of it or seen that trailer for it with Jason Bateman stars as the fox? Have you guys seen that?
I saw that. Yeah.
They released initial they didn't even say it was concept art. They just showed this artwork, and they're like, this is the new movie Zootopia. And if you go Google Zootopia art, you'll see it. It's this awesome, beautiful ink brush and painting, watercolors, and everyone thought it was like, that's gonna be what the movie looks like. And then it's just like that CGI shtick that looks exactly like Frozen, exactly like Tangled, exactly like Wreck-It Ralph. I fucking love Wreck-It Ralph, but it's the same exact style, and it's just a shame that like everything's starting to kind of look the same on the animated front.
I miss I also miss that whole thing of like the reason to go to a movie, especially if it's animated, is something where it's like it's so different. I mean, when
Right.
A Bug's Life and Toy Story came out, and we hadn't really seen stuff like that, and that's why they're so good.
Yeah.
But I still watch the beginning of Lion King and get chills because it's so incredibly done. I
Yeah.
I would love to see traditional animation come back, but I just
Yeah.
don't think that kids are ready for that again.
But adults are. It's just like, I mean, it stinks. Yeah, I just want a shake up in the animated genre. Because I went back and I never saw it before, the Princess and the Frog. That was the last one that they did hand drawn. That was, I think, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe even 6. I don't know. And it was good. It was really good. Have you seen
Wasn't
that?
that was a mix though, right? It was live action and
Was it? I mean, maybe they used some CG, but I mean, it
Well,
was
that
like,
The Prince and the Frog was like a groundbreaking moment for Disney because it was the first African American lead. in
yeah,
a cartoon.
yeah. And it was the return to hand drawn.
Oh,
Like, that
I
was a
didn't.
big deal.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I didn't see this.
Yeah, I saw it was on, like, I think I rented it, or yeah, it was good.
I wasn't big in the old school hand drawn animation growing up. The Lion King and 101 Dalmatians those are the only two ones I own on Blu-ray.
Yeah, like I own none because like I can't find them in stores, and when I do, they're like $30 to $40.
Well, they're in the vault. They're probably in the vault now. That's probably why. It depends which one you're looking for. They go back in the
Yeah.
vault and they come back out again.
It's kind of funny, like that that way of like the vault.
Why would
Like-
they do that? They're
like-
losing money.
Well, I'm wondering, like, yeah, like, do you know the reason behind that, Chris? Is it because they only make like so many? It's like a limited copy thing. Is that what it's about?
No, they do it for like a demand thing. So they tell you only have a certain amount of time before we put this away for years, so everybody goes out and spends their fucking money on it. And because all the
Yeah.
parents, they know parents are gonna go out and buy this for their kids no matter what, because kids need everything. So that's their business model behind it. They've been doing that for years though, with DVDs too. With the
Yeah,
Slam
see, like
Dunk,
that's
VHS.
yeah. I've never really like I've always loved Disney films when I've seen them in theaters, but I've never bought them. So maybe that's why too. Is like I'm just never looking for them, and when I do, I don't find them, so I give up. And then I hear about the vault, and I'm like, what's that all about?
Yeah.
It's so cheesy. Like you better
It is,
get
yeah.
it for it. It's
Get
in
'em
the
in
Disney vault.
That damn vault. Like,
I'm surprised there's not a graphic of like someone closing the door. On the-
Yeah, like guy just chucking a burlap sack of fucking Lion King and slamming the vault door. See y'all next year.
Fictitious vault. There was
Yeah.
a guy on the streets of New York a few hours, like near where I work, who had a table and he had Disney DVDs for $10 or Disney Blu-rays for like $10.
Oh wow, were they bootlegs or do you think they were real?
There's a lot of Disney bootlegs out there, Tim. A lot.
Yeah, well, I don't want Disney movies, but I wouldn't have bought it because I didn't know if it was bootleg or not.
Shit, yeah.
You gotta flip the disc, like supposedly, like Disney experts said, you have to like flip the disc, and underneath it, if it doesn't have like a number coding in the ring underneath, then it's a bootleg.
Okay.
But is the quality any different if it's a bootleg?
It depends. Some bootlegs look somewhat good. I mean, if you watch it on
Right.
a small TV, you're not gonna really tell the difference anyway. But if you watch it on a bigger TV, of course, you'll tell the difference. But
Or
like Pinocchio was the first Blu-ray from Disney on animation, and that's in the vault. The first Sleeping Beauty was in the vault. Then they released another one. Beauty and the Beast is in the vault. I think Dumbo and Lion King are the next. I know Lion King is going very soon into the vault.
man, I should probably get that film.
See, this is why
Damn it,
they did the
Chris.
vault. Yeah, this is why they did the vault though, because you're saying exactly. You're like, shit, maybe I should
I
buy it.
better go get it. Like that's the mentality.
What's this vault again? Sorry.
God damn it, Matt. Are you daydreaming about Jai Courtney over there?
I was actually about to say, yeah, I was just thinking about Ginuses for a second.
You got
so-
your picture on the
The
ceiling.
the vault's when Disney.
Yeah, here, let me show you now.
Matt, you listening?
Yeah.
They put Disney films in the vault. Like they take it off of store shelves and put it back in there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they'll bring it
figured
back
that
out
was-
every so often, and they
Yeah,
want
every
you
few
to.
years they'll bring it back out every few years. Like I think Beauty and the Beast will be out in 2 years again, especially with the live movie comes out next year. So
Oh yeah, it'll be yeah.
Emma
They should put
Watson's Beauty.
But they
and
don't. They don't do that with Pixar. It's just Disney animated, right?
Yeah, it's just the old school like Disney classics. That's what they call them.
Okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
good because
They should start
No.
putting random movies in the fall.
Oh,
Just
I thought you said they should start putting Pixar. I'm like, no, I do want to buy those movies.
No, they should start doing it to like random shit like, hey guys, Wild Hogs, it's going in the vault. You better buy it now.
Legendary status. Or they'll be like, what was another Disney film that totally flopped? Lone Ranger going in the vault. Get it out. It's gone.
Tomorrowland going in the vault.
Yeah, Tomorrowland doesn't even get a Blu-ray release. It's like, it's in the vault.
Yeah. Wait, Tim, what did you say, Rango? Rango wasn't Disney.
Whatever.
That was Paramount.
Shitty.
I never saw that.
Rango wasn't that bad. I actually enjoyed Rango.
We've been Rangoed.
It was very dark and weird. It was a weird movie.
I like the animation. When I saw the commercials, I'm like, this animation looks like real. When they showed like the armadillos and the
animation was really, really good in that movie.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it in a while. I got to take out that Blu-ray and watch it.
Take it out of the vault.
Damn, did we just get Rango trending on this?
We did. I'm taking it out of my vault.
Tim, oh, sorry.
Tim and Eric, the Rangoed.
Yeah, Tim, do you remember that or no?
Oh, and I haven't seen that yet.
I'm just gonna say it really quick. When Tim and Eric premiered their movie, $1 Billion Movie, at Sundance, all the interviews they did, they talked about how at every premiere, like Paramount would just intercut Rango in the middle of our movie, like at random. It was the only way to get our movie into theaters, and like all the people thought they were serious because of the way they were telling the interview. And Eric would just be like, we've been Rangoed, like as a verb, like and they did it in like multiple interviews. It was so funny.
That's brilliant. They're so funny. Like,
yeah, they're geniuses.
I love that no one ever talked, like, really no one talks about Rango, but they would take like Rango and just make it some
just obscure animated movie. Yeah.
Nobody talks about Rango. Yeah, you're right. Nobody does talk about Rango.
No.
Yeah.
I saw it in theaters. Really didn't like it though. I remember it being kind of scary.
It's not a kid's movie. It's like dark. It's very weird. It's a very weird movie.
And I think that's good. I think that's healthy. Like I want to see like animated films do that. Like that's why I like Box Trolls and Paranorman and Coraline. Like, yeah, it's clay animation. It's not for everyone, but like they take this formula and they do these dark themes and dark material. Like Box Trolls, it was pretty crazy, man. They like dealt with death and like social classes.
Box Trolls.
Is that on Netflix?
It might be. I mean, it could be gone already. I rember.
Check it out. I might watch that tonight.
I think it will be on Netflix. I remember they recently added it, so unless they took it down.
I'm gonna look at it now.
Nightmare Before Christmas is still the case.
Yeah, totally. You know,
dark animation.
It is on Netflix.
I would hope like that they do more of that.
Yeah, I like Paranormal was good. I actually enjoyed that one a lot.
Yeah, I liked it too. Matt, you're the one that showed me that movie. Yeah, you're the one that was pushing me to watch it.
He's not in conversation anymore. He's thinking
he's dreaming about his boy Jai.
He's drawing a sketch of Jai Courtney right now.
I'm trying to.
He's thinking about that scene.
I've been
shirtless and turned.
Give me a second. Hey, give me a second to defend myself. Hey, I've been digging online. I'm trying to find his personal phone number. So that's what I'm doing.
You're starting up your Jai DeviantArt page with your banner.
I got all these portraits of Jack McClane.
I'm telling you guys, you know, Daniel Craig. Is Daniel Craig's last Bond film Spectre, or is there one after that?
He supposedly has one more after this.
Okay, but you know what's crazy? You guys heard about this? The rights to Bond after Sony or after Spectre, it's up. Like Sony doesn't own it anymore. It's going up for like bidding. I don't know if you heard about that.
MGM had all the originals for years, so
yeah,
it's not like breaking news, you know. It's not like
but Sony, aren't they in a bit of a financial pickle? Aren't they kind of hurting a little bit?
It'd take years for them before, and it's like Best Buy. Remember they said Best Buy was going out of business 5 years ago, and that never happened.
Yeah.
It takes years for these corporations to go on. You got to think Sony has its, PlayStation line. I mean, they have their TV line. I mean,
right, totally.
I mean, they'll give up some projects, I'm sure, in the movie industry. Their movie industry is by far the weakest out of all of them out there.
I'll tell you what, they're putting out the Raid and Raid 2 Sony Pictures Classics, so as long as they get that Raid 3 out the door, I'm A-okay with that. Like,
Is Raid 3 gonna happen before the remake?
I would hope so. The director, I think, already has it written. He knows what he wants to do. I think it's just a matter of them green-lighting it and doing it.
Good.
I can't
fucking don't want
yeah.
that remake. Holy shit.
Yeah, you know what's sad? It's gonna make a lot of money. They're gonna cast Jai Courtney, and they're gonna cast.
No, they want to make money, John. They're not gonna cast. Jai Courtney will never have a lead in a movie. They already tried that with Joel.
No, he won't be the lead. He'll be the first cop to get killed.
It's like Taylor Kitsch and Joel Kinnaman. They already tried, and those guys are gone now.
Well, look at how the Old Boy remake did. It didn't do very well.
No,
I think everyone should be like, guys, hold on. Yeah, because the Raid is literally perfect.
It's a classic. It's an action movie classic.
I totally agree. It's actually one of the best action movies I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, I agree.
What is there to remake?
Yeah. You're just gonna put it in English, is what they're essentially doing.
Well,
That's
bullshit. People like me.
They'll have weaker choreography. Like,
much weaker.
Yeah, it's the Raid 1. I double dipped. I bought that film twice. I bought it when it was out on Blu-ray, and then I bought the Steelbook when it came out. And then
with all the red bodies.
Yeah, all the bodies, and then the Raid 2. I just bought day one. I'm buying it, and I'll probably buy it again if they do a Steelbook of the Raid 2.
Did you see any of them in theater?
Commando for like 3 times in 1 year.
What's up?
Commando.
Yeah, I bought the original, and then the Steelbook came out, and I sent Matt the Steelbook, and now
nice.
The Comic-Con exclusive is coming out, and I just got that. And then I'm giving Tim his first Blu-ray, because he's never seen Commando, and it's embarrassing, so I have to see it.
I have Blu-rays. What the fuck are you talking? Look at this Steelbook I have.
Wait,
Open it up, Tim. I want to see if there's a disc inside.
It's empty. Tim, there's nothing in there.
It's just like We're the Millers or something.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what they should do? You guys want to see Commando, get better?
Don't you dare say,
guys,
Courtney.
This is an easy answer. Everyone knows this.
What is
Put
that?
Nicolas Cage.
Oh, okay. He's going with the Nick Cage.
Wait, Matt, what did you do with your Steelbook I gave you? Would you throw that out the window?
Oh, I got the disc in there. I just took this out so I could use the case for something else.
Oh.
Yeah, he's scavenging his cases.
Or you know what you could do with this face here?
What? Oh my God! What?
He's gonna cut out the head and put Jai Courtney on it.
I think you just answered the burning question, Chris. What movie was
burning question?
What movie was Jai Courtney recently in that Arnold was also in?
Yeah, what movie?
Die Hard 5.
Think about that.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Terminator again, Matt. We're over the Terminator conversation. Let's all talk about Tales of Halloween. None of you guys seen the fucking trailer yet? It's killing me.
What's that?
It's the new anthology.
Chris probably told you about this.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps, right?
No, not Goosebumps, you idiot. Tales of Halloween.
I still have not seen that Goosebumps trailer.
Don't. It's gonna make you just shrivel up.
It'll make you a little sad.
Why?
Let me rephrase that. That's really strange.
Tim, people love it online though. Ironically, people say the trailer is amazing, except for like you.
No, the storyline is not what I wanted from a Goosebumps movie. The person, this ugly kid from Super 8 literally says like, oh my God, these are Goosebumps manuscripts.
What?
Oh my God. If I saw a bunch of manuscripts, I wouldn't say, whoa, guys, I think these are Goosebumps manuscripts. I wouldn't be impressed that I found Goosebumps like. And
just
Jack
the fact
is
that this
playing...
kid says manuscripts too. It's kind of funny. It's like that's his go-to. These are Goosebumps manuscripts.
I know. I've never even said.
You were the ugly kid from Super 8. You damn well would.
Wait. I'm gonna see the Tales of Halloween. Do I need to see it with the sound on, Chris?
Yeah. they just posted the picture of Apocalypse on a poster on Comic-Con.
Oh, like the actual, or the kind of stylized picture.
You saw that? Yeah, you saw that.
Well, I was wondering if they released like a photo.
Well, James Finn is talking a whole lot because Apocalypse is on the podium right now at Comic-Con. It looks like
Oh wow.
they're going strong over there. It's like what 3 hours behind. I didn't know they ran that late over there. I guess they're racing.
It's honestly this has been one of the most hyped Comic-Con years, I'd say, in terms of like reveals,
comic-related announcements
And
with films and stuff.
Marvel. How crazy is that? All this hype and not one single Marvel announcement.
Right. Yeah, Marvel Studios, think about it. You got BVS, Deadpool, Suicide Squad, all got trailers. And then you got a Green Lantern announcement. You got X-Men, some X-Men photos and other cool stuff.
You got a Warcraft, the new Maze Runner trailer, Victor Frankenstein's new trailer, the Ash vs. Dead trailer. I mean, Krampus came out today. I mean, everybody's been waiting for that one. And then fucking
Kevin Smith talked about his new movie.
Yeah, well, Kevin Smith has a few new movies coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Walking Dead and Fear the Walking Dead, both them shits came out yesterday.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen the last season of Walking Dead.
I haven't seen the last 4 seasons.
Oh shit! It gets better. I don't know what the last season was like.
Tim, what is that by the poster behind you? Is that a sword lying into the wall? The Misfits poster. Is that a sword? Or is that a stick?
Oh, it's a guitar, right, or bass?
Oh yeah, it's a bass with a. It's got a. I wish it was a sword. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, nice.
It's my sword.
It's my sword. Duh.
Yeah. I just watched a trailer for Tales of Halloween. I want to first wait, Chris. What do you think about it? Because I can't tell if you think it's cool or not.
Did you like Trick or Treat? You never saw it.
I still haven't seen it. I didn't know it was a cult favorite for a long time, and then recently I saw like a lot of people were talking about it. So I still got to see that. I saw Horror A to Z or whatever that was in like VHS. So this seems pretty similar to it.
Yeah. So Trick or Treat's like an anthology. It's like 4 stories that tie into one. This is basically the same thing. This is 10 different Halloween stories. So whatever story, this is little stories like Halloween's supposed to be ghost stories, Yeah. So this is 10 stories and it ties into one, which is why Halloween's awesome. But they're going back to that whole route. And Trick or Treat 2 was supposed to get announced at this year's Comic-Con, but obviously it didn't. But Michael Dougherty, who directed Trick or Treat, is directing Krampus, which is supposed to be a tie-in now to Trick or Treat. So that poster came out today, which looks fucking scary as hell. And that comes out Christmas. That's about basically a family gets together and somebody doesn't believe in Santa, and what happens is the evil Santa spirit arises if you don't believe, and it starts killing the non-believers of Christmas.
Nice.
That's
so
awesome.
It's supposed to be like that. I like different, they don't do horror movies like that anymore. Everything is James Wan with The Conjuring or Sinister. It's all the same. It's all the same style. Not that it's bad, but it's just the same.
No.
It's the same fucking style of horror we keep getting.
It's either found footage or it's about like hauntings and possessions. That's it. There's no other horror films anymore.
Like the old Halloween type movies, like monsters, like that doesn't exist because people don't like it. That's why these anthology movies at least take you back to like the spirit of Halloween. Yes, I don't watch Halloween movies all year. I always watch all my Halloween movies in October. Everyone I have is always in October.
Totally. I was gonna say too. Now that that Gallows movie is out, I know probably no one wants to see it, or it's getting crap reviews and all that. Do you think they should just stop with the found footage?
Yes.
Or do you think they should try to keep doing them like reinvent them? Like,
well, when people like your brother, they're probably seen all of them. I definitely know he went to go see Gallows. He just not.
No, trust me, Matt did not see that.
Matt, tell us about your review for Gallows. I know you're embarrassed. That's why you didn't make a video.
I saw Selfless.
Oh yeah, you did see Selfless.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm glad with the found footage, and I'm happy that the Friday the 13th is not doing found footage.
Yeah, that would have ruined it.
Yeah.
This was the last good. As Above, So Below was the last good found footage movie I ever saw.
Cause wait, was that last year or 2 years ago?
I think it was last year.
Okay.
Look at you with steelbooks, and you don't even have a fucking Blu-ray player or TV.
I got a fucking This is a slip, baby.
Oh, is it?
I heard mixed things about that one. I heard mixed things about As Below, So Below. or yeah, as above, so below. But yeah, like I don't know. Do you think like they should just hang up the towel with it with found footage in general, or do you think they should try to like pump out a good one, like something that does something with it? I know it's hard to describe, but like
Well,
I'm going
like
back.
Blair Witch set the game
Clover.
for it. Look how much money that made. Look at the Paranormal Activity series. There's another one coming out in fucking October. So I mean,
Exactly. We're hitting like one a year or two a year for
Yeah.
those. Like the
as long as there's a market, I mean, they're cheap, like all horror movies. As long as there's a market for found footage, they're not going to stop it. I mean, it's just not like you don't like them, I don't like them, so I don't see them. So like, I don't get pissed off when a found footage movie comes out because I have no interest. It's not. It's like when a movie that comes out that I have no interest in. It doesn't. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I'm not seeing like Gallows, like worst movie ever. I just won't waste my time on Gallows.
Right.
Mhm.
But on the flip side, I don't get mad either. I just get like kind of just I guess a sense of like disappointment. Like man, like if this film like if people didn't go see these films, maybe studios would be putting out a better effort to put out like a good horror movie. I guess is like my way of thinking.
I
I'm not
think
like bitter about it by any means, and I don't care like if people see them. It's just like what if like no one saw these because they got sick of them, and then like maybe studios be like we gotta like do a horror movie and like maybe do something.
But it's crazy. Like Unfriended, I mean, the budget was $1 million, and it made
It's
what? Like,
insane.
it made $50 million or something like that. I mean, no matter what, these horror movies are always going to be around, and it sucks because horror is my favorite genre. But
Yeah.
it's the least movies I buy on Blue because there's so much shit that
Yeah.
I just don't
It's
buy
like
a lot of horror.
it's a dime a dozen. You got to find a needle in the haystack when it comes to a good one.
Yeah, it is. Like, there's a few coming out this year. I mean, let's see. For horror coming out this year, you have Tales of Halloween comes out Halloween. You got fucking Krampus. You got Scouts vs Zombies. You got The Last Witch Hunter.
Paranormal, right? Activity.
Yeah, I won't see that though, 'cause I don't like any of them. So
Right.
I have no interest in that. You have Victor Frankenstein, which is probably not really a horror movie. You have Hotel Transylvania 2. That's basically all your horror type movies. That's it for like the rest of the fucking year. I mean, Cooties. Cooties actually looks very fucking funny, like very funny. And
Nice.
I want to see Cooties.
and the Stanford Prison Experiment actually looks pretty fucking insane. And that actually comes out I think in 2 weeks. It's only going to be limited though, but that looks like a really fucking crazy movie. You guys see the trailer yet for that?
No, I gotta check that out.
You guys should watch it. Ezra Miller is the lead cast. The new Flash
Oh,
Gordon.
cool. The new Flash. Nice.
Yeah.
Perks of Being a Wallflower. He was good in that.
Yeah, that's a good movie. Yeah.
Because like I go back to like Cloverfield. I thought they did something interesting. Like maybe I wasn't like I like the movie. I think it's good. I know some people hate it, but I liked how they had like the tape, and they were filming over the tape, and then you would have scenes intercut with the stuff. I mean, that's unique to a found footage. You wouldn't get that with obviously a regular feature film. And then at the very end, I love that last scene where it cuts back to when they're on the date, and in the very like way in the distance, if you catch it, I don't know, some people didn't, but like way out in the skyline, you see the alien like coming into the ocean. It's way out there, but it's cool. It was like wow, I walked away like that was a cool way to use like found footage. Granted, it had a lot of shaky cam, and some people aren't a fan of that, but I was like I just want something out of the found footage thing that like isn't just like a dime a dozen like same old shit where it's like oh my god and people just run and like
well, that's the whole thing of like you saying the horror that's coming out now is just ghost stories, and I think I'm so sick of these like you don't have to make a found footage movie that is a ghost story or something like that. Give me something like Cloverfield is a monster movie. I thought that was really cool.
It was a unique take on a monster movie, yeah.
I know this was a really shitty movie, but Project Almanac was a time travel found footage movie. So I would like to see I don't know how you do it, but like a drama that's a found footage movie.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be horror. I'm so sick of like.
Yeah, I guess that's.
It's just like the go-to. Immediately when you think of found footage, you think of some shitty horror movie.
And Chronicle was a cool.
They confirmed the Four Horsemen in Apocalypse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's Archangel, Ben Hardy, Psylocke, Olivia Munn, Storm, Alexandra Shipp, and Magneto Fassbender.
So they're gonna be the Four Horsemen?
Yeah, that's the Four Horsemen. It just confirmed at Comic-Con.
Wow, so that'll be interesting. Like, I wonder how that shit'll like get introduced, because Magneto's already established, and how's he going to become a forward?
It
Yeah.
says Psylocke's going to be death. Um, it's saying here in this article I'm reading.
Who's got the link to the Apocalypse trailer?
I am also looking for that.
Wait, there's a link for the trailer?
Yeah.
It's
apparently,
leaked as well, I think.
apparently a trailer came out.
Wow, dude, all these leaks. Like, they should just do what Warner Bros. Did and just put them up.
Yes.
Just put them up. I know
Very
you
smart.
want. I think it's like, you know what I think it is? I think it's they want to give the Comic-Con attendees a little like, oh, you guys are here, so here you go. But it's like, fuck them. You gotta give the rest of the world.
Wait, so back to Cloverfield. That was the only found footage movie that made me sick. I had to turn away a few times when watching
Which
it
one?
because
Cloverfield?
the shaky cam was just so much where
Yeah,
I was getting a little nauseous watching the movie.
I agree with you. Like, when I saw it in theaters, it was something. It was jarring because I haven't seen. I didn't even see Blair Witch Project at that point in my life. I saw that movie way later. But yeah, it was like my first basically found footage, unless I'm forgetting something. But yeah, it was pretty, especially on a big screen. You're like, holy crap! Like, this is insane. But once I saw it at home, I was much more okay with it.
Yeah, I couldn't even watch it at home. Like when I watch it on TV now, it's too much for me. It just makes me really makes me sick. Tim, I was just talking about this poster 5 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah. No, I know it. You didn't provide the link.
I didn't find the link yet. I was just reading the link. I didn't see like covers. I don't see anything online.
Did you see Oh, wait. Did you see what the poster looked like?
Yeah, that poster.
Yeah,
that poster
it's
was
the
on
head.
Twitter.
It's pretty cool. It's not like it's just a.
It's like concept art. I mean, it's like a concept art of Apocalypse, but it looks good. Like I like the design behind it. Oscar Isaac says it's going to be practical effects mixed with digital, so maybe like kind of like a Deadpool situation where the eyes will be CGI because they're all white or whatever. Kind of like how Deadpool did it, or who knows? I mean, I bet you the armor will be like Zod with the CGI.
So, what are you guys more excited for, Deadpool or X-Men Apocalypse? Because those are both from Fox, so I gotta ask.
Deadpool for me.
As moderator, sorry I haven't been talking a whole bunch. I just got really sad. I read a message board where someone said Jai is a terrible actor, and it just kind of struck a chord with me.
Took you down a few pegs.
Yeah, and then but then I replied very angrily and very quickly back. I said, "Go watch Spartacus, you freaking asshole." So just check out Spartacus. It's really good.
Jai or die.
Rise of the Jai.
No, wait, hold on. Stop talking you nonsense. I found the link.
Oh wait, I think I found it. This might be fan made. I'm not sure.
Pathfinder says, "Who the fuck are you?" in the trailer.
Oh, he's stealing lines from all sorts of stuff. Who the fuck are you? Hasn't that been said before, right?
Oh, I think this is fake. Look at the dislike ratio.
Oh,
could have fooled me.
Oh, that's the after credit scene.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's okay. But it looks a little.
It's been a while since I saw that.
The one that you sent, Chris, it's like the bottom of the picture is like half of the screen, right? Is that right? You see
I don't
that?
know. I don't know if that's real. I think it's real. I mean, people saying it's real.
No, the one you sent, I think it's real. It's just like half the.
Dude, why does
Yeah.
Apocalypse look like that? He looks like one of the monsters from like Trolls.
Whoa.
Storm looks good. It's the punk rock. She actually looks good. I'll give her credit on that.
Okay.
Why does
so
what? Who the fuck are you? That's like so not X-Men.
Well, I wonder if.
Doesn't
Tim, it's time to grow up, Tim. We could say fucking movies. It's time to grow up.
I think what it is though is we have to take the context of Magneto. Like, who knows what the hell he's been through. But it does seem very angsty, especially for like a preview. But
dude, I just gotta point out, it is so funny how in trailers now, every time like text comes up on the screen, you gotta have a or like
Inception horns is what they call them.
some noise to just some
You gotta get that
synthesized
epicness.
horn. It's cool. Don't get me wrong, but I just think it's funny. It's in like every big movie. Is like to do that.
It's a trend. When you go back and look at a lot of action movies from like the '90s, there's probably like something that's consistent with previews for those. There's always like let me look up some. I know like there's like it just happens like you go through these phases with advertising where there's like a thing that sticks for a while.
Yo, they show the I guess the movie logo for Gambit here. Let's see if this works.
Oh, if it's the font that I'm thinking, let's see.
Gambit and Wolverine. They showed Fox's panel here. I'm just gonna pull this up. Just look at this link. I don't know if you guys can see without being members, but hold on, let's try that. If you scroll down, you'll see the panel. It's got Deadpool, Apocalypse, Wolverine, Fantastic Four, and Gambit.
Scroll down. Oh, okay, the panel, yeah. Oh.
So the thing on Instagram is just like repeating over and over again.
Yeah, it looks like he only got a few seconds of the clip.
And it's also like cut off. I mean, people
it's cool though. Does he say "come and see"? Is that what Apocalypse says?
Yeah, I guess he's grabbing Magneto as his fourth horseman. That's Storm next to him with the fucking logo.
That's a cool. Oh man, I'm not like overly excited for Age of Apocalypse. Like I enjoyed Days of Future Past like a lot, but I enjoyed First Class a lot more. I know
I'm actually with you on that.
I'm kind of in the minority. Like I know people like First Class. Don't get me wrong. I don't think a lot of people hate it, but Days of Future Past was like cool, but it also like it retconned like the entire franchise, and that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like yeah, X-Men 3 sucked and Origins sucked, but that would mean that it basically erased everything that was good in the franchise. You know, like it erased X-Men 1, 2, and the Wolverine, and
well, not really. If you think about it, I mean, like. Well, so it's like, remember, they erased the future, but whatever happened in between still happened, but Days of Future Past just changed it. So, I mean, that stuff really, like, if you think about it, it still happened, but it just reset it. So it's not like it's taking away. It's not like erasing it, you know? It's almost like, so right now we're having this conversation, and then I go back in past, and then I come back in the future, this conversation never happened, but it really did happen. It's just, it got changed.
Right, but the storylines that we're focusing on now are the ones that are from the end of Days of Future Past onward, which means we wouldn't even be focusing on like the X-Men 1. You know what I mean? Like it's time travel is so finicky.
They had no choice. They had to. They know they fucked up.
No, yeah, I totally agree.
They had no choice, you know.
What I thought they would have done, like just off of like pure, like this is what I think they'll do before I even knew about Future Past was. I thought they would have done First Class and just moved forward with that. Like
that's what I thought. That's what I thought too.
That's and then it eventually catches up to X-Men 1, and then that's it. But now we have like these two things, and that's why before at the very beginning of this chat, I thought like, where is it gonna like end? Are they gonna continue with like X-Men 4 or whatever, like the future of the old cast? Like, it's kind of weird. Like, I wonder, like, are they gonna just do a couple more X-Men and they're done? Because they kind of wrote themselves into this like dilemma.
Well, you got to think Wolverine. He's done after the Wolverine, so they're just not gonna. I think that's why they honestly are doing Gambit solo. I think Gambit's going to be the next Wolverine for the franchise. I honestly think that's where they're going with it.
Like Deadpool, like it's gonna give them a little more longevity, like X-Force.
Yeah, they're trying to make there more characters. You know, I don't know. It's interesting because Apocalypse ends this trilogy. Like, how is it going to end? So Fassbender's done, Lawrence is done. So I mean, we're never going to see Magneto again in an X-Men movie. So
yeah, that's the thing. It's like, damn, you know, like it's freaking Magneto.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Done after this movie?
Well, that's what everyone's wondering.
And you got to think, we never saw old man Magneto.
Sound off in the comments. What do you think is going to happen with X-Men?
I think after they finish this thing, they're going to wait a little while and then recast and do it all over again.
Or, or this is a big if.
I mean, different stories, obviously, but...
I don't know. I don't think we see them redo it all over again. I think the way, like, Apocalypse ends, we have a young Storm, and they already casted these young characters to grow with the franchise. So I think we're going to see Storm, Cyclops, Angel, all these people growing up. But like we know McAvoy's not coming back and Fassbender's not coming back, so they could come back. As of now, they said no. But the smart thing to do is have this young cast and keep Magneto and McAvoy as like the background, like how they were in like Professor X didn't go out there and like fight battles, so they can keep them in the house, showing how they start the school, and X-Men, the young cast, can go out there and do their shit. That's really the only thing they can do at this point if they want to keep.
Yeah. Don't forget Nightcrawler.
Yeah. He's young in it too.
You got the boy from Joe and Mud playing Cyclops.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, they got some good talented young actors to play him. But I was gonna say, or what if they, fucking do the whole Marvel Studios leasing the rights, kind of like with Spidey, where they're like, all right, we'll have some X-Men actors in Avengers 4.
Never gonna happen. So? Never. They're never gonna let that go. So Sony, even though like the percentage is so small, they let Marvel have. It's like even Feige said, with the new Spider-Man movie, Sony's still very much in control. He's like, we have a back say, but I don't think like Fox and why am I drawing a blank? And like DC and stuff, you're never gonna see crossovers in any of that stuff ever. It's just like if X-Men was struggling like Spider-Man was, then yes. But like Days of Future Past made the most money out of any X-Men movie to date. So
which really surprised me.
Yeah, me too. I thought First Class was better, but I just think they know where it's going from here. They know Apocalypse is going to be mammoth, and people are excited for Gambit. We're going to see Gambit in Apocalypse, so
So I gotta ask then. So we are seeing Channing Tatum in Apocalypse.
Yes, and Hugh Jackman. They're both cameos though. I don't know how. I think they come towards the end to help take down Apocalypse.
So then question in the comments from Jordan is when is the Gambit film coming out?
I think it's 2017, right?
Yeah, it's not next year. It's 2017.
So which is
interesting. It's a little bit of a wait.
Yeah, no, it is.
Oh, I mean, no, actually, no.
Oh,
it's not, because that's only a year from Apocalypse.
No, Apocalypse is next summer. Gambit's listed October 7th, 2016. So next year.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
So then, what was I going to say?
Dude, so next year is going to be, like, pretty crowded, huh?
Like 900 comic book movies. That's basically...
Yeah. It's over 9,000.
I'll say this, though. Like, Deadpool's February, and then BVS is March. Do you guys know when in February Deadpool is? Like, is it towards the back end?
I bet it's around Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I think it's right. Honestly, I think it's right around Valentine's Day.
Okay, that's good. But, I mean, like, when BVS comes out, like, even if Deadpool is going strong,
February 12th, John.
Okay, well that's good. I think that gives enough time for Deadpool, hopefully, to make enough money.
A month and a half.
And then BVS is March 25th, around there.
26, yeah. They're banking on, I think, Spring Breakers.
It doesn't matter. People are seeing. I mean, look, people are still going right now in the dollar theaters to see Avengers. I mean. Even if it's a different, I mean, people that see comic book movies, they see all of them, It's like, so one will be more popular than others, but I think Deadpool is going to be a surprise because they never really put out popular movies that early, so.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, Matt's obviously taking his girlfriend to Valentine's Day to fucking Deadpool, that's happening.
Yeah. Well, I'm taking mine too as well. Like, she's really into the, comics. She loves X-Men. She's read X-Men comics, from a long time ago, so she's always liked the X-Men films to a degree. Like, obviously the comic nerd in her is like, well, they fucked that up and they fucked that up and whatever, but she's always like that. So, and she, it's funny, she doesn't like traditional girly movies. So when Kingsman came out, 50 Shades of Grey came out that same day, and she was like, we gotta go see Kingsman, she's really excited, and so we're going there, and it was the funniest thing ever. We're walking in, it was opening weekend, I see lines and lines of girls for 50 Shades, and all these just sad ass boyfriends with their heads just hung, and I'm walking into Kingsman peace, she should have dated a cooler girl. And it was the best.
It's a shame, she'll probably never see the Duff then.
Oh, you're right. But you know what was funny when we saw the commercial for that? We were like, oh, that's Robbie Amell. He's Firestorm in the Green Arrow TV show. So maybe one day we'll
There
watch
you
it.
go.
Oh, I
Tim loved
gotta
that
ask,
movie.
Chris, how is your Duff Blu-ray with the slipcover doing?
That's good. It's doing good.
Is
I
that
haven't
funny-
seen it,
is
so
it
I
funny
can't judge,
or
but
no?
I want to see it.
If you guys like those style movies,
Okay.
like 10 Things I Hate About You, like Clueless, Mean Girls, that style, you'll like the Duff.
Dope, right? Dope.
Dope.
Well, no, there's no racist towards white people in this movie.
Nice.
You know, it is a thing though. You know, you should. I mean, I do see. I definitely see what you're saying about that with dope, because it is there. That line is very suggestive, and but at the
That
same
movie does
time,
not
though.
know.
But at the same time, it's like, can you really hate him for saying it? I mean, it's
Yes.
oh, I
My
mean,
theater,
you can. Yeah,
my
you
theater was
can.
packed.
I mean,
What's up?
Wait,
My theater was
what are you guys talking about? What theater? What movie?
Oh,
Dope.
dope! The ending.
My theater was entirely every seat was filled.
That doesn't
Really?
make any sense because it hasn't even broke 17 million yet, and it's been out for over a month.
Every single seat was filled.
maybe it was
Was it a
just really
smaller
popular in
theater?
New York.
Was it a
you know?
smaller theater in the theater?
It was one of the smaller ones, but
Yeah.
it's still. I mean, it still
Well, it's
like
really-
held maybe like 100 people.
But you're also in New York, right? I mean, it's a pretty populated city.
Yeah.
So maybe it was like a lot of people were.
He's in the city area too, so
Yeah.
they're always a lot of theaters are always packed in this compared to like Long Island and stuff. Well, the island's much different atmosphere from where Tim is.
Hmm.
Tim has
yeah.
to sprint back to his apartment at nighttime.
I had one thing that I
I'm
forgot
like Michael
to say.
Cera walking in the hallway.
You guys,
Bye.
Jordan asked what we think will be the best superhero film of next year. So Tim, how about you start?
Oh man, this is.
Of next year?
Best or your favorite? That's a big difference.
Well,
how about both? Let's just do
Batman
both.
vs Superman.
Best and favorite, Tim. Go.
Oh, Batman vs Superman for best. Let's just say that's for my favorite too. I really can't tell because like we only have teasers really for all of these.
Yeah, Suicide Squad's a little early. X-Men Apocalypse, we just saw one clip where it says "fuck off" or whatever.
and a
we
poster.
haven't seen Gambit yet. We haven't seen Doctor. Isn't Doctor Strange next year? No, Doctor Strange November, right?
Maybe.
Hold on,
I
I'll
have
tell you.
no
Right now.
idea. 2017 or 16? All these damn Marvel Studios films.
Yeah,
There's
2016, November 4th. Yeah, so we haven't even seen anything on that yet. Gambit.
There are
we've seen
so many superhero movies next year. It's ridiculous.
This is what I'm talking about saturation. This is why I like right now is my favorite time of the year for movies because what do we have? One coming out besides Ant-Man this week. Like that's why the third and fourth quarter of movies is my favorite time. That's like a lot of the movies I like. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love summer blockbusters, but I'm not like Matt who spends money or Tim on Terminator Genesis or whatever else fucking movies these two fucking saw this year.
I like to have fun. Comment.
I like to have fun.
Yeah.
Chris, what do you think the best will be and your favorite will be?
I think my favorite's gonna be Deadpool, honestly. I can't see anything topping it. Best is tough. I mean, realistically, it's probably got to be Batman vs Superman. Just because the style from Man of Steel. I mean, that was my second favorite movie that year behind Wolf of Wall Street. So, yeah, I have to say that. But I don't know. I mean, I'm never blown away by what Singer does. So I'm not really. Apocalypse. I like the actors in Apocalypse, like the X-Men movies. Like Fassbender is always a pleasure to see on screen.
Yeah, definitely.
They do well. Suicide Squad's probably my biggest skeptical movie next year. I don't know why. I'm not like super hyped about it. Even like the Joker, yeah, there's a lot of cool scenes, but I mean, Gambit could take it away because I used to love Gambit when I was younger. So
Yeah.
Doctor Strange, I know jack shit about, so I'm not even putting that on a list. I'll see it like every other movie. I see everything. I usually average like 80, 90 movies per year. So I mean, I see them all. So it's hard for me to be biased towards things because I see everything.
Yeah.
So I always have an opinion on something. I don't just see one thing. But I watch a lot of shitty legal too. So
Yeah. No, totally. I was gonna say for mine, it's a tough one. I think Civil War can actually really surprise us. Winter Soldier is actually my favorite Marvel Studios film out of all of them. I know some people agree with that, or some people go to the Avengers films or Guardians, but I felt like Winter Soldier was like the best like film. Like it was an action film. It was like a spy thriller almost with a lot of the stuff. The comedy wasn't overbearing. Like sure it was there, but it wasn't like crazy overkill. And it had really good spectacle. And that was my favorite Marvel Studios film. And those are the Russo brothers, and they're doing Civil War. And I know we haven't seen anything on Civil War, which is kind of crazy. Like we saw some leaked photos and we just heard things. That could be my favorite if it really like kills it. But in terms of best, I could easily go with BVS just because of the production scale and how much I like Man of Steel. These two trailers really put in the scope like how massive this film is, how much stuff they're tackling, and how like it has this like just I don't know. It just looks like subjectively like the best, like cinematography, music, all that, all the pieces are there. Obviously, we can't talk about it until we see it. But so my favorite could be BVS or Civil War. I think the best will be BVS. But Suicide Squad could surprise. I could actually see it surprising a lot of people. And Deadpool, I think is going to be fun. It might not be the best, but it'll be fun. And who knows about like Doc Strange, you know?
Is that still
I just listed them on in order, the ones that are coming out next year. It goes Deadpool, Batman vs Superman, Civil War, X-Men, Suicide Squad, Gambit, Doctor Strange, and then Sinister Six was supposed to come out in November but got canceled.
Oh god, yeah. And I was looking forward to Sinister Six like big time. Like I was really looking forward to that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gambit could like that's the thing is we haven't seen anything on Gambit or Doc Strange, even Apocalypse. Let's be real. Yeah, we just saw a clip just a minute ago on a guy's phone, but it was halfway cut off, and we saw a poster of concept art. So it's like it's hard to say, but I hope Jordan liked our answers. I hope he's not like damn it.
Excuse me, I didn't get to answer.
Yeah.
I don't think Die Hard 6 is coming out anytime soon, though.
Am I the elephant in the room or something? I got to
Moderator. What do you think, Matt?
I think the best movie is, oh god, easily going to be whatever Jai Courtney's in.
Suicide Squad.
Let's do it. And my favorite is, well, you just heard it. Whatever Jai Courtney is in, Suicide Squad.
Matt,
Let's do it.
Give us a real ass. Like, I mean, you could actually think that, but come on, no more. What are you really thinking?
Suicide
answer. Yeah, you might as well just rename it #Jive Squad. That's the name. Read the hashtag.
I sincerely now I was saying before like I want Captain Boomerang to stick around for Batman solo films. I sincerely hope he's the first one to get his head blown off by Amanda Waller. That way like Matt will be in the theater like no, like the first 20 minutes, Jai's head just explodes and he's no longer in the DCCU.
He starts carving guy into his like skin.
Killer Croc eats him.
They will not kill off Boomerang first.
I mean, you're right. I mean, he could be a Flash villain. He could be in a lot of stuff.
But no, that was a joke. I think as far as the quality of a movie can go, I mean, PBS is just tackling that epic feeling of superhero movies. You know, kind of like Man of Steel did, kind of like Nolan's Batman movies did. So I think that could easily be the best one, depending on how well they juggle all these subplots and stuff. And then my favorite one, well, if it's, in my own opinion, a best one, then it could also win favorite. But at the same time, I love the story of Civil War. I love the whole clash between Iron Man and Cap, and picking a side with the whole the whole element of all of these heroes playing into it. I think that's a great idea to capitalize on. I just hope Marvel really trust what the Russo brothers are doing. I think they obviously do, but I hope they deliver because.
Yeah, I've had hopes for that one.
Ultron should have been their red flag, where they're like, shit, let's start over and make things. I think Marvel's definitely we're gonna see an uptick of better films.
I would hope so. I mean,
Yeah.
we got an Ant-Man coming up, so maybe after Ant-Man. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm being really harsh on Ant-Man, but you know, it's just you're going from Ultron to Ant-Man. It's kind of hard to like get hype. I don't know.
I bet they're having trouble getting hype too. I mean,
even Marvel Studios.
Yeah, they're like.
Well, after all the production delays, they're just like, get this fucking thing out the door. Like they're just.
I mean, they're clearly hoping for a Guardians of the Galaxy sleeper hit. They're
totally.
They're praying for it. Literally,
and people are desperate right now, so they're saying it's really good. But I think in the grand scheme, we're gonna look back on Ant-Man and be like, damn, that really wasn't as good as we thought it was going to be.
Kind of like what we do with like a few of them. You know, we go back and look back at like Iron Man 2, and everyone's like, it's pretty lackluster. Or like Thor 2 even.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, yeah, it is what it is. It's gonna have its fans, and it's gonna have its like blind fans, and then it's gonna have people that actually criticize it. It's gonna be generally positive though. Like most people like just automatically love whatever Marvel does. That's fine.
You know what hurts the Marvel movie this week? Like, it doesn't hurt it, but Paper Towns I think wins the. I think it's this week. Paper Towns comes out. It's this week.
I think it's July 24th. Actually, I think I saw.
Yeah, you got July 24th. You have Southpaw and
yeah.
Paper Towns, and then a week after Mission Impossible. So that I think like this is the week for Marvel to make any big money on this movie is the first week. If they don't make, I think they honestly anywhere from 60 to 75 where they're gonna fall opening weekend, and I think they have a 40% drop the following week. I think that whole demo is gonna see Southpaw the next week, and then Mission Impossible.
Mission
Impossible makes a ton of fucking money every year.
It is interesting because South Park is rated R, so maybe Ant-Man will make it there. But I would definitely say by Mission Impossible, you're gonna see that big drop off. Like that's PG-13. It's the fifth in a franchise.
Ghost Protocol made a fucking killing at the
and
the franchise.
And I mean, the Mission Impossible looks really good. Like it looks amazing. I think it'll have a good solid 2-week run, but it'll probably drop like once Mission Impossible's out. What do you think?
I think it's trouble, but I think even after that, like then the week after that is fucking Fantastic Four, and I think that bombs opening weekend. I really do. Bombs.
You think so? You know, like I think it'll do modest, but it's not gonna do like it's so crazy how Fox is like confident for that film. They're like, yeah, we're doing a second one. It's like your first one isn't out yet. They're like, we're doing it. It's already got a schedule and release date and whatever. It's just like crazy.
Well, this is their last shot. If this doesn't do well, it goes back to Marvel. So.
That's true, right? Yeah, because you can't make a sequel if this one bombs.
Yeah, they're not gonna. They already slated the sequel for 2017, but they have to make one every 2 years. But if this fails, they're not gonna make another movie. I think this movie rubbed fans of such the wrong way, and especially the way like Michael B. Jordan's press conference is like, I don't care, people need change. Like, no, we're not making Blade white. Like, you know what I mean? So, other than Josh Trank, whatever his fucking gay ass name is, he's he's nonstop with his everything's grounded. Like, why are they forcing the word grounded on every fucking interview?
He's also, I mean, he's had a trouble production with it. Like, he came to Studio High. He had like a mental breakdown at one point. Like, I felt like genuinely bad for this dude because like, I guess something happened with his apartment. I don't even know. Like, it seems like insane. Like something happened where his apartment got trashed by.
Really?
Yeah, I read this article. It seemed like really insane, and I'm like,
why does he have an apartment? He's a fucking director in Hollywood.
Well, true, but like at the same time, he did Chronicle, and he did like one film before that, so he's not humongous. I mean,
I don't care. He's sketchy. I don't like it. He's sketchy.
Right? Well, yeah. I don't think he's coming back for the sequel. Like Fox is fed up with him. But,
Fox is trying to get Bryan Singer for the sequel.
Right. But I also heard that if this one bombs, if Fantastic Four bombs, they're gonna try to cross it over with X-Men like out the gate. That way, it's still part. It's like, hey, we're still putting out a Fantastic Four thing, haha.
That's their only shot.
Right, like the rights won't revert back if we use them, and then they're just gonna throw them in X-Men and kind of like, you got the Marvel Studio fan base that's like furious about it.
Josh Trank was also going to do a Star Wars movie. I think they're giving him a lot of too much hype, like too much. I don't know. He seems like a one-trick pony.
Yeah, did you see though? Like he backed out of Star Wars.
Yeah, because he probably got freaked out. Like
no, that's exactly. I'm not even exaggerating. He said he's like, it was too much for me to handle. He's like, I'm taking on this legacy franchise, and he's like, I don't think I could do it. And
who is that?
Josh Trank, the guy that did Chronicle and Fantastic Four, and
yeah, man, I think that's a bad sign in a director because, not to sound weird, but directors kind of have to be a little full of themselves. They need to like be.
They just need to be confident. They don't gotta be full of themselves. They just gotta have the confidence. Like I'm gonna do it, and
to be full of their talent and their ability to do something. Because if you have a director that second guesses themselves, anyone on the cast and crew is going to be like, well, are we going to do that then, or?
Right, but on the flip side, Kevin Smith was like that. Kevin Smith, director,
I'd be interested to see did Josh Trank go to film school and stuff, because I know Kevin Smith, like, and I'm not saying film school is going to, like, teach you the ways, but, like, it might help you break out of your shell. And, like,
right. I know Josh Trank was very reluctant about Star Wars. He was scared, kind of, like, shy, and not Warner Bros. Lucasfilm was like very reassuring. They're like, here, take these like teams, like take these people, they will help you. Kind of like when you look at these Marvel Studios fans, you think Peyton Reed knows how to choreograph action or direct action? No, he's got these like teams helping him. So it's like
choreograph dance sequences.
Right, yeah, like Jim Carrey drinking Red Bull and running up from Yes Man. But no, it's like like they're there to help. The studio does not just say, "Hey, make this fucking movie." Bye. They're pouring money into this. So it's a bummer.
You think Josh or whatever, Justin Trevorrow, like directed all that shit in Jurassic World? No way.
No, yeah, like he had help in.
Wait, what do you mean? Colin, I think Trevor Moore directed Jurassic
World. Colin, that's what it is. Colin Trevorrow.
Yeah,
right,
Trevor Moore, yeah, he didn't do all that shit.
Right. Oh, no way. He was happy. He was happy to get a job. That's what he was.
I mean, but he was very passionate. That's what was cool. I've seen a lot of interviews with him, and obviously, who doesn't love Jurassic Park? But he brought this,
I'm the only one that doesn't like Jurassic Park. No joke.
You don't like the first one?
Yeah, I never like it.
Ah, you crazy.
It was too unrealistic for me. No, you know what it was?
What is realistic about it? I mean.
No, there was too many.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of the dinosaurs you've seen
in the movie, the damn kids surviving everything possible just got so annoying.
Yeah.
And the one part that ruined the most for me was the scene when the T-Rex breaks out of his cage. Before that scene, you see the goat getting fed. The level of land is at the level where the cars are. Then all of a sudden, the T-Rex busts out, which is fine. But then all of a sudden, it's a 100-foot drop. Where the fuck did the land go? That made me so angry.
It's just like it's a flub on Spielberg's
part. It was
part.
so obvious, though. I'm like, all of a sudden, the trees are at the ground, and that car falls in a tree. Like, where did the level go? Like, all of a sudden, what did the T-Rex do?
It was like, it was almost like it's almost like the road was like elevated, but before it was,
ruined the whole movie. I remember I was sitting in the theater, and I was like, that's it. I hate dinosaurs.
Get out of here. Yeah, but but yeah, that just goes with Josh Trank. Like, it just stinks that he just kind of like wimped out. Like, I enjoyed Chronicle. I'm going to see Fantastic Four. I'm not really expecting like that much out of it. I mean, I've read Fantastic Four as a kid, and it's very obviously it's fantastic. Like, that's their freaking name. And this is obviously more, like Chris, you said, like grounded, and like the Ultimate comics where it's more serious. And ironically, like funny enough, the Ultimate series actually didn't last that long. Like, not a lot of people read it, so it eventually got canceled. So it's like kind of a worrisome sign that they're basing it off of like a canceled comic run. But I do like that first trailer really, I was like, all right, this is cool. And then the second trailer, I thought it was cool too, but not as cool as the first trailer.
What
So
about the Kanye West trailer? Did you like that one?
no, I hated that. But that's not the first time I've seen a movie where they had a poor choice of music. So I'm gonna see it, and if I don't like it, I don't like it. And if it bombs, if it gets bad word of mouth, it'll bomb, and the second one won't do good. And it can't make like that much money, like just from the negativity of the Marvel Studios fan base and just a lot of skepticism.
Yeah, like, we got to think, like, regular people aren't going to be pouring, like, non-comic people aren't going to pour in the seats to see
Right.
fucking...
Totally.
Exactly. Mission Impossible's out the week before. Paper Towns, Ant-Man, like, these are still very fresh. Even Jurassic World's still making $30 million a week.
God, I know. Yeah.
One of the worst checks that Nick 31 Film Took ever made. But, I mean, it's just crazy how much money is still just coming out. And Fantastic Four, once that early press comes out, like we were talking about before, all these sheep that can't form their own opinions, they're going to listen to the reviews, and the first person that says this sucks, they're going to be like, oh, this movie sucks, I knew I was right, I'm not seeing it now, and they're never going to see it, and that's hence the term bomb.
Right.
That's the way it's going to go.
That's why, look at Ant-Man right now, it's at like a 70% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's like only 33 reviews, and they already have a consensus up, because they're like, yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah, they know. Unless it starts getting negative reviews, and they're going to go back and change it. But it's crazy.
Which they've done in the past for a lot of movies.
Yeah, it's crazy that they're like confident. Like the movie's a week out, and they only have 30 reviews. And like what Marvel movies average like 130 reviews.
Close to 200 sometimes.
Right, and it's like they're already saying like they can.
Oh, I'm sure though it's going to be a trend. I mean, you got big critics like it, so.
Right.
Everybody's gonna like it. So.
Although there was some rotten ones with the top critics. Whatever.
I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna. I just don't know if I'm gonna love it. The trailer looks cool, yes, but the T.I. thing really bothers me because I heard he's like a main character in the movie. He's not like
he's part of like Paul Rudd's criminal crew.
Yeah, so I mean, I just can't take that serious when I'm trying to watch a movie and this guy's cracking jokes and T.I.'s talking about blunts. I'm just, it's just not. It's not gonna do it for me. I like it, but. I just don't see it.
I don't keep up with a lot of the like music industry, like all that, like currently. But is T.I. still like popular? Is he making music, or is he?
I know he was in jail. Like last year, he was in jail for like 6 months. I don't know how Marvel keeps casting people. Like Disney's trying to form a brand, but they're gonna not promote smoking, but they're gonna have criminals in their movie. I don't.
Hey man, he's playing a criminal, so he's like method acting. He is the criminal.
They filmed the scenes while he was in prison. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. They saved some money and.
Did we lose Tim? Because I only see his creepy face like on my screen.
Tim, Tim, are you there?
Tim.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I see, Tim, the face I see of you is like you're like creepily smiling.
You're like leaning in the chair like.
Yeah, you're like leaning over. It just keeps popping up. I wish I could show you this face that I'm staring at every 5 minutes, and it's freaking me out.
Yeah, that's good.
Mission accomplished.
You know what's really pisses me off though? I know you guys bummed that JJ left Star Trek for Star Wars, because I wish he stood with Star Trek a little longer.
Oh, I would love to have seen a third Star Trek.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I think what he's doing for Episode 7 is phenomenal. We actually didn't talk about that. I don't know if Matt, did you have that as a topic with Star Wars at Comic-Con?
Well, I have it written down, but we haven't really been looking at this for a while.
Yeah, we've been going off script. But
no, there's no script. It was if we ever didn't have anything to say, but I'm pretty sure we've had things to say because we're going on. Is it 5 hours right now? Wow.
That's ready for sleep.
Holy shit! I actually am really tired right now, but I will stick it out if you guys want to. Let's go.
Well, I was gonna say with Star Wars 7, I think J.J. Abrams is doing like wonders for it, going back to like practical effects, all that mixed with digital. But yeah, I would have liked to see him do a third Star Trek before he, switched over.
Yeah, one more. Not James Wan. Jeremy Lin. Not Jeremy Lin's a basketball player.
What's
Who's
his
the guy
name?
taking over?
Yeah, Matt. What's the guy's name? The Fast Furious director that did 3 through 6 or whatever.
Oh, Jeremy Lin.
Justin Lin.
Whoops.
I said Jeremy Lin too, but he's a basketball player, isn't
Yeah, Jerry Lin. He was on the Knicks, right, or something?
he? Yeah, he just got traded. I saw. He's on the Knicks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard he's going to
Hey,
Charlotte.
that was my question. How did he do after he had those like couple games of fame when he like did really well or whatever?
I don't know. I'm not a. The only sport I don't care for is basketball.
Okay.
I'm a big like football, football and hockey. I can talk all day about. And
You big soccer fan, Chris?
nah, I hate soccer.
No. Well, you said the only sport was basketball.
So,
No,
so
yeah, no.
Chris,
Well, I don't consider soccer a sport really.
Oh.
so Chris, so NHL, man, how did you feel after the Hawks won?
I just don't. I'm a huge Penguins fan, so it's just annoying seeing.
Oh, dude, you're a Penguins fan?
Yeah, diehard. I'm really annoyed with the people trying to say that Jonathan Taves is anywhere close to fucking Crosby because he's not. I don't give a shit if he has 3 rings. But
Penguins are cool, man.
how do you feel about Phil Kessel now on the Penguins? Let's talk about that. That's a real deal.
I actually don't know. Sorry.
Wait, so you're like.
I like. You didn't let me finish. I was gonna say I like their mascot a lot. No, I'm just kidding. I know some people that like the Penguins a lot, and so from what I've heard from them, they seem like a good team. But I have yet to watch much of them. Just some YouTube stuff, but
Yeah, you're not a big sports guy, right?
think of it this way. I like sports, but if I have the option to watch a movie, I'll watch the movie over sports.
You can't like talk. You like don't know enough about sports to talk about it for like an hour.
Depends what we're talking about. I actually have a decent amount of knowledge about basketball because I used to play up and a bit into high school and stuff like that. And then I also enjoyed golf for a while too. It's pretty fun.
Golf's fun. You don't play golf anymore? I always play golf.
I would like to play it, but a lot of times I'm just either too tired from working at the course in the morning or too tired from sleeping too late, shit like that. So
This bum.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm a big lacrosse player, so I was big in golf. That's what we did in the off season in high school and college. Everything else.
I'm big into swords, like fighting with swords.
I'm big into
nice.
I'm big into
Archery, like
LARPing.
yeah.
I'm a level 10 wizard.
Wait, John, do you play? Do you do like any games like that? Because
No, I mean like I'm into video games and stuff, but I don't really play like any there's like Dungeons and Dragons and Magic. I don't do any of that.
I'm telling you guys right now, anyone that's watching us right now, go and try Dungeons and Dragons. Find someone that knows how to lead a dungeon, and it is mad fun. It is like
Yeah.
Tim, you know what the creepiest part about this conversation is? The face I'm staring at and you talking about Dungeons and Dragons.
Dude, Tim, this face has been. I think I can click on it and it'll just show up to everybody watching.
Do it.
Just do it. Everybody needs to see the Tim face.
Oh, damn it. Wait.
No, it's not it. It's the circle one. We need the private chat one.
Tim, did you mess around with me and did you turn your camera off while we?
No, it's on. I just think it's not showing the video.
Oh wait,
It's only audio.
I'm going live right now. I see it's just my picture.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Well, what I see is like you frozen in a screenshot of like you just sitting there, not your circle profile picture. And then when you talk, I just see black.
Because I see you guys fine. I see me fine.
I see me fine. Oh man, so I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys should definitely play Dungeons and Dragons. It's not like dressing up or anything like that. It's not like running in a field with foam swords.
Right? Isn't it like it's a board game, right? Or
it can be, but what I play is like there's a story and someone's telling the story and then you just pretty much improv the entire time and it's so much fun.
Okay. Yeah. I did. I played one time with a group of friends that were really into it like that, but we did like I think it was Warhammer.
Oh
and
yeah.
It was like kind of like that, like a story Warhammer game. It's pretty dope.
Do you like paint all the figures and shit?
They had the figures already painted, but yeah, you could like paint the little space marines and whatnot.
It's pretty cool. I just don't want to get involved in it.
Yeah, it seems very time consuming and money costs a lot of money. I wanted to bring up something to get back with the movies because we're talking about a lot of like off stuff. But did you guys like Pacific Rim?
No.
Loved it. What?
Chris, you did not.
No, I did not like it.
Okay.
Why?
Tim
It's
Burton's type
so
of movie.
good.
I wish
Okay.
Jai Courtney was in that movie. Actually, he should have been in that movie. The thing I was thinking
He
about.
should have been.
You know what, man?
That's like his type of movie.
Pacific Jai.
I liked Pacific Rim, but I gotta agree with Chris. It would have been even better if Jai Courtney was in the lead role.
I liked it. But they're making that second one is 2017, and they're also doing that animated series and comic book series. I don't know. I just brought that up because I remember before we were talking about Del Toro, and I know you guys like the Transformers, right? I know Tim does.
I don't really like him that much.
Oh, okay. All right. You know what, Tim? You just got a lot cooler in my books.
Oh
No,
no!
I'm sorry. I gotta take it back. I actually love him.
Oh man. No, but I just thought like Pacific Rim, like Del Toro did an excellent job with like the action, and he pulled out when he needed to so he could see the stuff. And like I think the thing that frustrated me with Bay's Transformers was like a lot of the incoherentness of it. Like a lot of shaky cam, a lot of close-ups, and it's just like I think it's also comes down to the designs. All the Decepticons kind of look similar, and it looked like a bunch of just metal banging together. And with Pacific Rim, it was like I don't know. I just felt like they really nailed it with like the big robots and the kaiju, and obviously it's cheesy. It's cheesy as all hell, but I just love the way they filmed it compared to
Del
like
Toro.
Bay's. Yeah.
That's Del Toro getting so involved that Michael Bay probably doesn't get as involved in that aspect of
Right. The design.
Like, there's an amazing behind the scenes featurette in Pacific Rim that, dude, Del Toro would sit with the animation team, go over everything on the screen, and be like, I want this to be a little bit more realistic. And he was talking about the kaijus, like I want them to look like they're actually walking.
Yeah, because check this out. All right, I got you're gonna call me.
Wait, 1 second, guys. How come nobody bitched about the destruction in Pacific Rim? Please, someone tell me. Because I thought 9/11 would happen.
I totally was like, holy crap! Like they're just walking through Hong Kong like it ain't no thing. Like I was very well aware of it. I think though, like that movie was so like. The tone of it was very, I don't know, like it wasn't like a DC or Marvel film where it's like, oh shit, like these guys are doing this and this and this. It's almost like it felt like they didn't even, I don't know, it's so hard to explain. Pacific Rim just had this like lightheartedness to it that like you didn't even almost view it as like a society. It's just something, I don't know, it's really hard to
really
explain.
sucked about Pacific Rim? The score was awful in Pacific Rim. It was awful.
Oh, you didn't like the
it was just so cheap.
It was very cheesy.
But that's what a Giant Monster movie is, though. I think it's like this is for the fans of kaiju movies. I mean, like I think that's why it doesn't feel like a DC movie. And Del Toro, I mean, what he did with Hellboy too. It doesn't feel like a Marvel movie. It doesn't feel like a DC movie.
It's like, it was. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but Transformers had giant robots and shit, and that score was fucking epic.
Transformers. I wanted to bring that up. Transformers would be a lot better if Jai was in it.
Oh,
Matt, it's time to go to bed, man. Just
wait,
lay down,
as a robot?
turn the screen off.
No, I think I'm just gonna be like lay down and go to bed, and you guys can just like Jai me to sleep with like a Jai lullaby.
I can books and just lay down.
Like a Jai-abai. We'll call it a Jai-abai. It'll be like a Jai lullaby.
A lullaby Jai.
Did you want Jai to be a robot?
We'll just. I want. Oh, hey, motherfucker! Did you just go there? He is not a wooden actor.
Well,
no, he was meaning if you make him a robot, he can live forever.
Yeah, let's just make him a Terminator.
Yeah, why not?
How about in the next Genesis? How about? Let me correct myself. How about in the next Genesis we have Kyle Reese turn into a Terminator? And
does anybody remember Kyle Reese in Salvation?
He fights himself.
Anton Yelchin, right?
Yeah, the guy in what's it called? Alpha Dog and Star Trek.
Yeah. Odd Thomas and the new Star Trek stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good actor.
He's alright, yeah. Not as good as Jai Courtney.
You're right. He's not. Because
I love Jean-Claude Van Damme, but I don't go around telling people.
Yeah.
well, you know
Some things
what?
you just don't
You
admit.
gotta learn to take some pride in what you like.
Yeah, you should go
No,
around. I'll make you a
He
shirt.
hasn't made a fucking movie in years, so it's just half the youngins probably don't even know who he is.
Dude, I'm itching. I'm itching for that Jai shirt, man. I've been wearing the same shirt for a week now, and I'm just waiting until I can get a new shirt, and I want a Jai shirt. That's
You'll
just
get
all
it.
I
I want it.
It's happening. I'm dead serious. You will get a Jai shirt in your hands.
God damn it.
Dude,
Is that when you guys bond together? You'll be wearing that shirt.
Yeah, when we bond with the James Bond song, and I'll review movies in the Jai shirt. It'll be a thing.
I'm gonna make a Defend Bay T-shirt too.
Oh God, don't.
You should make that. You should make that.
It's just two. I actually have a shirt I designed a while ago. It's just Michael Bay's head with like explosions, and there's a helicopter flying through it, and there's people exploding from it.
Oh, jeez. Nice.
We need this is the ultimate team up right here. We need to have Michael Bay make a movie with Jai Courtney and Nicolas Cage, and I think right there,
No, we don't.
I
need
think
that.
we will set some records. I think
Pearl
we will
Harbor
really
2.
Pearl
change some
Harbor,
minds.
Pearl Harbor 2, Armageddon.
Yeah. Transformers attack Pearl Harbor, not
They might as well just call it Jai-mageddon at that point.
Just
Call
throw.
Transformers, Pearl Harbor, The Rock Edition. Just all these titles.
Wait, can we throw?
Everyone's jealous of Michael Bay. Matt's
Throw
definitely
it-
jealous of Michael Bay.
Throw Liv Tyler in there, and we're good. Put some Aerosmith in the background.
Yeah.
No. Tim wants Vera Farmiga in there.
No,
That
he
would
wants
be
the bitch from
excellent.
Resident Evil, Mila Jovovich.
That would be
Yeah,
excellent.
no. He wants Jessica Chastain.
Yeah.
Throw them all in.
He likes.
We got
Tim likes all the
ourselves
tail
a dirty
with it.
movie right.
Tim, do you like any
we got-
girl? Tim, do you like any woman that has a tan as an actress? He likes all the pale ones. Jessica
Can I answer this
Chastain.
live? I have my type. I got my type.
I got my tape.
Tim, who are your top five? Top five celebrities you would bang. Who are they?
Well, we already know a few of them. We got Vera Farmiga. We got Mila Jovovich. Jessica Chastain.
You said Liv Tyler.
Liv Tyler is beautiful. I'm blanking on that
Got
fifth
one more.
Jordan said Melissa
Rooney
McCarthy.
Mara.
McCarthy.
Wait, who's the last one, Tim? Because none of these women ever seen sunlight before. So who's the last one?
Rooney Mara. I already said it.
Rooney Mara. All these albino women, Jesus.
Did you like her part, Tim? Did you like her part in Her?
I don't like the movie, but she was fine.
You didn't like her?
Her's unwatchable.
What?
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, damn! Hold on. Did I just agree with Chris?
You guys are praising Babe.
Hey, we agree on Transformers. What are you talking about? We always agree.
Well, come on, you guys
You guys
jerk
like-
off to
You guys
Transformers,
like
and then
Babe,
you
you don't like.
I
Yeah.
can't.
I just felt like
can't
Her-
watch a movie
Her
about a
wasn't
guy falling in love with his computer. It just doesn't do it for me.
This is how
I
Her was
thought
created.
it's a well human like style though. Like it makes you feel,
Think
for this
about-
relationship that is kind of not real. But I think that the
that
score with Arcade Fire doing that sounded pretty cool with like the style of Spike Jonze. I thought it was a tight film. It was a cool movie. It had a weird kind of sense of humor to it because the whole idea is silly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like that movie.
But
Yeah, I agree. I can't wait to see what that director does next.
isn't
I mean, it would be
doesn't,
interesting to see if Nick Cage was in it though, because Spike Jonze did make
Get out of
communication
here.
with him.
God.
Dude, hey,
He's like,
I'm bringing
I
up
love
another
you.
point.
Jackass?
Hey,
Was he part of the Jackass
hey,
who kicked White Crow?
all of you, simmer down. I was about to say, Spike Jonze made a movie with Nick Cage called Adaptation. I used a gift card Chris gave me. I got it on Amazon.
That's a great movie.
It's a great movie. So can you imagine if they teamed up again and made a movie about Nick Cage falling in love with a computer? I think that would be awesome.
Her too.
Yeah. Her again? That's what
Her
she said.
too. He's playing the same character that Joaquin Phoenix played, just way
Tim
later in
Stegall.
his life. Yeah.
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 Oh, that
Like
movie's painful to watch. Painful.
Nah. You know what's
Oh.
painful?
When he's running and he falls down,
Transformers
it's
2.
so stupid.
Transformers 2 is not painful. At least there's action.
Yeah, to me it is, man. The
There's
mom
only,
the hot
there's only so
brownies.
many. There's only so many times you can hear the line, "I'm near enemy scrotum," and that's
It's
zero.
one time.
Zero
one time
is-
he says it.
Shia
One
LaBeouf.
fucking time.
Shia LaBeouf. No, 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 no.
I will give you that the parents are really dumb. They're not.
And that's like the
funny,
first
but
half of the film almost. I mean, that film
like
is like
Green
4
Day
hours
background?
long, but
it's a good movie.
yeah, the dog humping
That's his
men.
favorite one out of all of them. That's his favorite one.
It is.
It's
It is.
insane to me. That's insane.
Dude, the opening.
Or how about when it was Devastator's balls like dangling over
That's
Jonathan?
what we just said.
Yeah.
That was
Matt's face, like staring his brother down the computer screen.
That movie was going on during the writer's strike, and it showed.
Yeah, I agree. There was the sloppiest writing out of all of them, and they had no choice though. They had to get it. Paramount rushed them and had to get it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should release a director's cut of Transform 4? Oh wait, that was already in theaters. Was the director's cut? It was so goddamn long.
And baby was like, just put it all in.
Oh, the new one was so good. That was my favorite one out of all of them. Was the
No,
fourth.
Okay, I will. Here's what I'll say.
Yeah, the fourth one.
The fourth one was my favorite one as well. However, I was still disappointed. There was no me Grimlock. The Dinobots made me sad. But hey,
It
good
was
effort.
very weird that they got like top billing in like all the advertisements, and they were only in it the last like 12 minutes.
Yeah, they gotta sell something.
Yeah, I guess, but man,
you guys.
I was-
If you guys are picking apart Transformers for like
I'm not. No, I'm not.
less than 1 minute scene. Like the scene with the testicles, what 20? Not even 4 seconds. And
But,
everyone was
but,
a
but that's
3-hour
the
movie.
thing is there's like hundreds of those scenes. You
All
got
right, but
John.
if you add all those scenes together
Yeah.
of the crude humor out of like 185-minute movie, it's probably maybe 14 minutes if you add everything together.
And
I
then there's
can't ruin a whole
Yeah,
movie. It's impossible.
but then there's like the mediocre just whatever exposition scenes.
Okay, so the parent bullshit in the beginning, get past the bullshit, and then it's just an hour and a half of just epicness.
I don't know about that though.
It's what you want. They're fucking robots fight. Like the forest scene, you didn't think the forest scene was cool?
It was that was the coolest thing, and that was early on in the film, and everything after that just I
Like
don't know.
people bitched about the twin robots. I watched it the other day. They're really not in the movie that much. They're really not.
You're
enough to bitch
right,
about.
but they don't do anything. They don't serve a purpose. They're just there to kind of like try to be funny, and they just piss me off like
See, but
every
it's like the
time.
Man of Steel. Back to the Man of Steel haters. People want to hate Transformers and pick apart every single thing and get their voice out like nonstop. Back in the '90s, when Bay was making movies before Transformers, nobody ever said shit about Michael Bay as a director.
But that's because though, like I honestly think he's gotten progressively worse as the years go by.
No, he's gotten better. He's gotten better.
I don't know.
This is all subjective. You guys
It
are all
is.
hot.
No, I know. But like,
I'm just gonna intervene here as the moderator, real quick. I'm just gonna stay off on my sixth limb here. That I
boot me,
think,
please.
I think Bay is a passionate guy. However, Chris and Tim and John, hear me out. I have fun with his movie. However, I think he should respect some of the characters a little more to the source material. That's all. Not a big deal.
It's a fucking cartoon, comic book, whatever it was.
Right.
You guys remember? I know you guys are a little bit younger than me. Matt, you're 10 years younger than me, so there's no way
Yes.
when we watched when Transformers cartoons were out, you were still in your dad's sack. So I mean,
Yes, I was. Yes.
you gotta. So like people like your generation that say like, oh, Transformers ruined my childhood. No, if anything, it would ruin my childhood. But it
I
didn't
never.
ruin mine.
I have never said that though.
when people say that, that's ridiculous. But I will say this: like, I've watched the cartoons, all of them, like even the newer shit and the comics, all that. I just think like yeah, it's totally a movie about like just robots fucking fighting each other and yada yada yada. But it's like kind of crazy to me that like they do have these stories and these personalities, and they kind of just throw them all out the window. Like they have no disregard for any of them. Like Optimus Prime and Megatron are the only two that they've tried to actually develop. Bumblebee, they take away his voice for 3 of the 4 films, and then everyone else is kind of just there as like an action set piece. Like I'm totally all for spectacle, and Bay does do like as much as I dislike his Transformers films, I would be lying to say like in Transformers 4 when I saw it, I was in awe at some of those sequences. But the thing that just really gets at me is like it'd be like me making like a Marvel film, like a Civil War film, and then just having like Iron Man and Cap be the only ones with like actual personalities and voices, and everyone else is kind of just there. They just do these things every so often. And, like, yeah, you'd be pissed. You'd be like, why isn't Spider-Man doing anything or saying anything? Like, why is no one acting like a certain way when you've seen them act a certain way for, like, 30 years? I don't know. It's just...
But it's also, the popularity. It's also the popularity of the characters. A lot of Transformers characters...
Right, a lot of them, you're right. There's some that are in there way more than others, but like they've had those characters, the more important ones, in the films, and they're just
you can't really use source material. Like it's so hard to use the source from the cartoon, especially the older. I'm talking about the stuff in the 80s and the 90s.
Like Cybertron.
It's impossible to make that relate to the big screen. It really is impossible.
Totally. No, I totally agree. Like it'd be really hard to like, especially since they all started well after the War for Cybertron. But my thing is, like, the Dinobots. Like, you couldn't give them a voice. You couldn't give them, like, anything. You couldn't have...
But I guess dinosaurs, like a T-Rex speaking, would look a little more sillier than, like, a robot speaking, because the mouth part, you know, like, you know why they changed the... You know the main reason why they changed the Lizard, Amazing Spider-Man? They said the nozzle part. They said it looked like a joke when he spoke, so they had to change his whole face. So, I mean, that's the same thing. So, I mean... I don't say they're not masterpiece by any means, but when I think of like blockbuster movies, Transformers always comes to mind. They give me what I want, but I also told Tim this many times. If the Transformers scores from Steve Jablonsky weren't as good as they were, I probably wouldn't enjoy the movies that much. The scores are really very, very good, and he's an apprentice to Hans Zimmer, so a lot of the scores in the Transformers movies are very Hans Zimmer-esque, and people tend to forget about the scores, and they work very well in all the action scenes in the movie.
Yeah, and I totally get it. Like they are just fun blockbusters. It's just I just know they could be so much more. They could be fun blockbusters as well as like solid films past like the stuff that we get.
But they're tough. Like what would you? All right. So if you were a director and you were rebooting Transformers franchise, how would you make Transformers differently? Besides, okay, obviously you would take out the jokes and the humping of the dog and the drug scene.
Yeah, the Bay humor, basically.
But take away the second movie. Let's talk about the first movie. What would you change in Transformers 1 to make it better than it was? I would like to hear some reasonings, because Transformers 1 arguably is the best one from a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Like I think 1 was the best one, and then 3, and then 4, then 2.
But obviously sequels get worse for every franchise. It's just the way it is. So let's talk about the first movie. What would you change? Because obviously you hated Michael Bay's Transformers since the first movie. So when you saw Transformers 1, this goes for you too, Matt Hater. I want to hear what would you two do? This a little collab. You guys can write it down or hook up.
All right. I think we already know though. Here, let's
Write it down.
First and foremost, quiet on the set. That's the first thing. Second thing, it does not take place on Earth. It takes place on Cybertron. We get the War for Cybertron. What are the Transformers all about?
So you would have no humans at all. You would just make an animated movie.
This is the thing. Hang on. This is the cool part. We would have it on Cybertron, but we would still have a human Earth element because they eventually have to crash land to it. So you would actually do the War for Cybertron, and you would have Sam Witwicky, who is actually a character from the series. I mean, you know that too. And his father, Spike. And you would have them be introduced probably within the third act. I know it'd be a long time.
2.5-hour movie, and for 2 hours you would have just in space CGI animation.
Well, I mean,
well, no, you would use practical sets and mocap.
I would do as much practical sets as I can, and then I would do motion capture. I'd get Weta Digital to do the visual effects. I'd get.
How would you do motion capture for robots? They crafted the CGI for the robot movement. How could you make the movements much better? It's impossible. Then where the fuck are you on this conversation? Stop with that damn face.
Well, okay, you could do mocap for sure for Transformers because they're. I mean, you look at G1 and they're modeled after a human body. It's just you gotta find.
Bay's motion wasn't good enough, and you would want something different. It's impossible.
No, I think
make it better. So you can't make the motion capture better because Bay did a pretty fucking phenomenal job. And
well, hear me out.
I would change the designs though because like for me, all I see is when I look at a Bay Transformer, I see the plates and like they're kind of broken up into fractures, and then you see the underlings. Like I would keep it more like. I gotta fuck you guys. I'm a nerd, but Pacific Rim right here, Gypsy Danger. I would make it more like this, like solid parts, solid things, and then they would just fold and like open and collapse. Where like Bay's is just like a bunch. Like this leg is solid, but in Bay's it'd be like 5 different parts. Mm-hmm. Like if you look up like a Decepticon design of Bay's or whatever. I don't know. I'd stick with a G1 look, but more sleek and modern, and make it work. I'd make it work. I mean, obviously you get designers and art teams to do it, but it can be done. I mean, there's tons of different Transformers designs, and I'd have the whole conflict between Optimus and Megatron, and like the war for Cybertron, and then they'd have to leave on the Ark and go to Earth, and then the next film could take place on Earth, and then I could introduce.
That's the thing about the whole entire Cybertron and the way the Autobots live there.
That's the whole core of the. Autobots versus Decepticons.
Let me say a word. Everything is proportional to them. So while they are giant to us, everything, their structures, the buildings they live in, they are like humans in those buildings.
Like they have a society.
When they sit down, when they stand, when they move, it's like if you develop those characters, you have your main characters right there. They can definitely hold 2 acts of a film. Especially when you give the real world like crisis that they have with the whole Decepticons turning on them, the fight for Cybertron, and then the departure to Earth. I think it would
be But the fourth movie had a lot of Transformer on Transformer action where they're just talking, and it just felt like Beast.
Yeah, that's because Aaron Kruger's writing.
I think it needs that human interaction.
Yeah, you got Aaron Kruger writing these characters where you got this like Japanese bot that's like, that's Optimus Prime. Like they don't develop these guys.
You don't mess with Kazumoto from The Last Samurai.
That's true. He is good in that.
Let's relax. And he was in Batman Begins. He was.
Yeah, I like that actor a lot. I'm just saying, like, because they introduced those guys, and like that was the first time we saw them, and apparently they were on Earth this whole time. It's like, well, why the fuck should I care about you? I haven't seen you the last 3 films. You know, it's like
they were all hiding. Remember the premise of them? But we're not talking about the sequel. We're back to the first movie.
Right.
Like, so the first movie is the start of Transformers. People were bitching pretty much the reasoning that you and Matt said. You guys wanted a Cybertron type movie. You guys didn't want any human aspect. You guys wanted
that's the thing is like
movie to be CGI. That's pretty much what you guys wanted.
Well, that's the thing is like I watched Transformers 1 and I would say that was the best one, but I just thought that like when they show flashbacks of Cybertron, that's what was even more insulting. They were just like these silver bots running on like a Death Star. They had no foundations on that planet. It was just this barren metal planet. They're just like
remember what it looked like in the cartoons, though? It was a fucking joke. Remember Optimus Prime looked like in the cartoons? It's laughable. It's laughable.
Right. But I'm not saying you take an 80s cartoon and you put it to film. I'm saying you take like the 30 years of this franchise and you evolve it and you make it better for film. Like there's been comic books, there's been other cartoon series, there's been tons of stuff.
And there have been a lot better designs since then.
And it's just like, yeah, like IDW's Transformers comic is like the go-to thing. It's like that's what TMNT, everyone loves the Turtles because of this new comic that's been going on for a few years. It's like the best thing that has been for the Turtles in a long, long time. And it's the same with Transformers. It's like all this stuff is just like ripe for the making into a film and like tweaking it, and they just don't, and it's just frustrating, I guess.
But the thing with Transformers is, I know like you guys say it doesn't work, but continuously it makes more money every single
Right,
film.
but
And you know what? If people hated
that
number
argument-
2 so much, but if you hated two, no argument. If you hated Revenge of the Fallen so much, if so many people said this movie's fucking unwatchable, why the fuck did they go out and pay their money for number 3 and then even pay even more money
Agreed.
for number 4? It's
because
impossible.
people
No,
are crazy.
bullshit.
Well,
No,
dude,
there's
Justin
no-
Bieber. Justin Bieber's like a platinum artist. Like, what does
But
that
Justin
speak?
Bieber has a million. We don't like Justin Bieber because he's not catered to us. Maybe he's catered to Matt, but he's not catered to our demographic. He's catered to like young girls. Transformers, people hate to admit that it's enjoyable. That's the problem with Transformers. You don't see something you don't enjoy.
But
I'm
the
not
thing
going
is-
to go
the thing
see.
is, like, I bitch about them, right? And I don't pay to see them in theaters. I saw 2, 3, and 4 on. I rented them. But regardless, you're right. I spent $1 on those to watch at home. But the thing,
You're curious to see because you know
right,
somewhat
if
you
they get
can
better.
entertain.
And at this point, I know they're not getting better. So at this point, I'm done. Like, I was suckered in every single time. And I know the saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And yeah, totally, shame on me. Like, I fell for it 3 freaking more times.
I want more.
Because I see a preview for 2, and I'm like, whoa, is that Devastator? And then it is, and he's not in it till the end, and he's got dangling wrecking balls over John, whatever that guy's actor name. And then
That's
3
true.
happens, and I'm like, whoa, like, they're filming it in Chicago. It looks like pretty good. Like, it looks better than the last one, so I saw it, and I thought it was all right. And then 4, Dinobots, like freaking Dinobots, and then that happened.
So
it's
you're
like,
not telling me the Dinobot, even though the Dinobots didn't see, and they were pretty much in the last act of the movie, that scene when he fought the main Grimlock, and then them storming down, that was a cool.
Wait,
even if you
wait.
hate the
It's
fucking
not
movie,
Grimlock.
that's a cool
It's
fucking.
not Grimlock.
well,
It's not
okay.
Grimlock.
You're
Whatever
totally
it is.
right. And that's what I was
Yeah.
saying was, you're totally right. Like, I'm not going to say, like, it didn't have cool action sequences. It did. But they were, like, far and few between. Like, the way the movie was set up was, like, I dealt with, like, Marky Mark and his daughter and, like, T.J. Miller for the first, like, act. Then I dealt with, like, Frasier in the second act. And then the third act, I dealt with other crap going on. And, like, in between there were some cool action sequences along the way. But I dealt with so much, like, nonsense.
See, the
And it
thing
was
with
like-
Transformers, it's just interesting because like it's a project where people continuously have to bash nonstop for some strange reason. There's a lot of shitty movies out there, and a million movies that are worse than Transformers. Yet nobody wants to talk about those movies, but for some reason, everybody always comes
I
back
think
to Transformers, no matter what. Always, any conversation.
I'll say this. I think it's because I don't see those other movies. Like, because I kind of have this affinity for Transformers. Like, I like the series. I mean, not Bay's Transformers. I like the shows. I like the comics. So it's like I have a little, like, I'm partial to it. So I'll go see them or rent them or what have you. And, like, yeah, if I see a shitty movie, like, trailer, I won't go see those shitty movies. And I'll admit, there's totally worse films than Transformers. Like, for sure. It's just, I just want better out of the franchise. I know they can.
But
they
the
can do
thing
better.
with the thing with the series is after the second movie, people said the franchise is done, it's over. Nobody cared about Transformers anymore. But yet the third one made much more money, and then people
Yeah.
were like, "This movie sucked," and then the fourth makes even more money. So, but like you said, you're done with it. You've been fooled twice, so you know not to see it. But for some reason,
Right.
people are continuously
Right.
still.
No, I totally agree. And, like, that's the thing is, like, well, on the one hand, it goes back to the vocal minority, right? Remember with Man of Steel and even Iron Man 3, there's a lot of people that hate on it, but constantly online. And that's the vocal minority. And maybe they aren't seeing these films, but they're just bitching and bitching and bitching. You got to remember, though, the general audiences, they're not going on, like, forums and complaining and calling it shit. They'll still go see each sequel one after another. But the thing is, there's going to be that vocal minority that bitches and bitches and bitches and won't see it, and there's actually a part of that will go see it. That's the part you're talking about. So I get what you're saying. I do think there are people that have written it off, but, like, yeah, there's totally nerds that are like, fuck this movie. I guess I have to go see the new one. You're totally right. Like, that's going to happen with, like, everything. Marvel, DC, Transformers. I will say this. With Transformers 4, they hit a gold mine because of them filming in China. Like, that movie made so much money in China that if they didn't film in China, they probably would have made like $100 to $150 million less.
Do you know how much studios make in overseas? Do you know what the percentage is? I'm gonna tell
It's crazy. No, it's crazy.
It's 8% they make profit. So
No,
all that
they make a lot of it.
No, the money they make, studios make all. That's why when you see a studio and they're like, "Oh, we bombed in the U.S., but we made it up in," and all like you make it up in overseas, and then there's no sequel because they're like, "We didn't make like Spider-Man." Spider-Man 2 made nothing over here, made all their money overseas. They make such a small percentage overseas. That's why they have to bank on domestic. But we look at domestic. Look, so Transformers: Age of Extinction, it made 245 million in the United States, which is huge. That's huge. On a $210 million budget, that's very good for just the United States. It made 858,000 nationwide. That's just the world. And then it made over $1 billion, of course, in total. But that movie, like, if you look at the one before that, Dark of the Moon, that made in the United States alone 352 million. That's ridiculous. And then
it is, yeah.
Revenge of the Fallen, this is just domestic numbers, 402 million. I mean, the franchise obviously has legs in the United States, but yes, China's market. But China's market has been destroying everything for the past few years. The New York market is just really, it's not New York, but the United States market is much smaller than it is overseas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So guys, so I'm gonna cut you guys both off there. I think we're all a little Transformers.
I definitely am.
I think
I need to transform into my bed right now.
I think I'm gonna transform into a pillow real shortly.
I don't want to end on like a bitter note. I will say this, like they're like you said, they are fun blockbusters. I just as a fan of the franchise would like to see like a little something different, like with the source material and all that nonsense.
But just to know, John, Michael Bay is returning for the 5th one. Just to let you know, it's already been, Mark Wahlberg already slipped and said it.
So
sleep on that one.
We should definitely have a Transformers themed discussion soon. It would be fun. But yeah, no, it's a good thing to bring up because it definitely, you're right, Chris. I mean, for as many people that talk shit about them, they're making more money every time, and that's pretty interesting. So obviously, you know.
I gotta ask Chris, will you see Pacific Rim 2 when it's out? Give it another shot.
I see. Like when I'm on the, I didn't hate Pacific Rim 1. I didn't hate it. When I'm on the fence on movies, I always give everything another shot unless I really hate it. Yeah. I gave Pacific Rim about 3 or 4 tries. I really did. I probably won't see the second one in theaters. I'll probably catch it if it's on like cable or something at the time, but I'm not gonna rush out and see Pacific Rim 2. Just unfortunate.
Unless that trailer hypes you up.
If the trailer looks good, like the first trailer looked great. If the trailer looks good, then I mean, if somebody's like, "Yo, you want to see Pacific Rim?" Of course, but like it wouldn't be on like my like to encourage people to be like, "Let's go see Pacific Rim" if like something else is out there.
Yeah, totally.
So.
Yeah. It's interesting with Godzilla and Pacific Rim. Maybe there could be a crossover since it's the same studio.
Yeah, I mean. Who knows where it's going to go? I mean, Matt's really excited for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles too, though. I know he is.
I actually was going to say, I actually didn't see the first one yet.
I got to see it. I know, like, they...
Because, Chris, I actually didn't see it partially because of your review was one of the reasons I didn't see it, because you, like, disliked it so much that I was like, I really don't think I need to see this movie, and then I just haven't seen it yet.
And I miss them. I didn't like Secret of the Ooze, and people love that. So I'm not like obsessed with the originals. The first one's fantastic, but
I like the first one a lot.
Yeah, me too.
But this one was really, really bad. Like the next one, it's cool. Bebop and Rocksteady are in it, and Crane.
Yeah,
but still, I'm not running out to see fucking Ninja Turtle. It was. You'll understand when you see it. It's a Tim movie. Like Tim, the movie's made for like Tim likes those type of movies. So, I think Tim actually did like it a lot. It was really bad. It was pretty fucking bad.
Maybe I'll like give it a rental soon.
It's on. It's been on like Stars like the last. I know you've been watching Guardians on Stars like every other week, but it's been on Stars.
Yeah, I gotta. We should check it out. I do like as a turtle fan. I gotta at least see it once eventually.
Yeah, you'll forget it really, really. Like my brother, he was like, I can't wait to see this. This looks amazing. And I'm like, I'm like, this is so fucking bad. It's like, Chris, I hate your opinion. Like my brother's movies are like, think of dinosaurs with machine guns and like Blade right in the back. Like that's like the movies he likes. Very absurd and ridiculous.
Yeah.
But he hates Transformers. But he's like, I can't
It's
wait.
kind of weird.
Yeah, no. Then he saw it and he's like, that's one of the worst movies I've ever saw in my life. And I'm like, oh,
Nice.
But all right, guys. Yeah, it was good chatting with you. Good meeting you, John.
Yeah, good meeting you, man.
Definitely. And I gotta send your shit out Monday. The slip for.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, thanks, bro.
Yeah, no problem.
And so, yeah, dude, we should totally do something like this again soon. It'll be fun.
We should do after Ant-Man's out and everyone sees it. We should do like a Marvel podcast as like as a whole and stuff and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you want. I know Jackson never gets on these things. I know it's always just Matt when we stream.
Well, Jackson will come on and he'll be like just ragging on Marvel the whole time. It'll be fun.
Oh, he hates the whole comic book movie type thing.
Well, no, he really likes DC. And he likes some of the Marvel films, but
let him speak for himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot coming out, so I got nothing to do next week. I'll probably see. And I actually have to, like, for some reason, my family keeps using me and taking away from my apartment, so I gotta be at my old man's next week to house sit the dog. So I'll probably just be chilling again for the weekend.
Yeah.
So,
cool. That'd be cool.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm sure I'll hear from you, Ant-Man shit anyway. This week, I'm sure you'll have your review up, Matt.
We'll see, because we were actually talking about that. We might wait on that because we're gonna start filming the movie Monday. And we're going through Thursday this upcoming week, so...
You know it's coming out Wednesday at 7 o'clock, right?
Is that true? Oh, yeah. Wow.
Wednesday at 7, you'll get to see the first showing.
Oh, we'll see.
Yeah, so I'll probably see it. I'm probably going to see it Thursday. I'll probably make believe I'm working and just go on like Thursday, hopefully matinees.
Yeah.
To not catch the nerd crowd, because they're too much for me when I go to those movies. They laugh at everything and it's too much. Yeah. They ruin the experience for me.
It's a sitcom, yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be in touch, and I'm sure we'll be talking on Twitter and everything else.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
All right, cool, man.
All right, good night, guys.
Yeah, have a good night. Take it easy.
Care, Chris.
Later.
See ya.